VCT Pacific. The future of Valorant starts here.
Higher flying fantasy, make it real. Tripping on that cartoon banana peel. Swooping up just to grab it, turn the wheel. Flipping out, gotta have it, it's a deal. Too much fun, there's no such thing. No such thing as too much fun. We've just begun. So much fun. Beat you to the punch, catch you on the run. So much fun. We've just begun. So much fun. Banging on the drum, put me in the front. Yeah, so much fun. Feeling so ready. Feeling so ready. So ready. 3, 2, 1, go. Too much fun. There's no such thing. Too much fun. There's no such thing. Too much fun. There's no such thing. No such thing as too much fun. We just begun. So much fun. Beat you to the punch, catch you on the run. So much fun. We just begun. So much fun. Banging on the drum, put me in the front. Yeah, so much fun.
Walking like a winner, topping the charts. Making heads turn, I'm about to charge. Like, ayo, 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 what's up, 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 up. Ayo, 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 never stop, up, 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 up. Walking like a winner, topping the charts. And I'm like, whoa, we about to move on up. Got mad energy, mirror told me who the boss. And I'm like, whoa, life is grand, feeling large. Entering the stage, you can tell that I'm a star. Pencil in the streets with all my bling bling. I got a lights on me as I'm doing my thing. Like, ayo, 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 what's up, 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 up. Ayo, 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 never stop, up, 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 up. Yeah, I'm bustling the streets with all my bling bling. And I'm like, whoa, we about to move on up. Got mad energy, mirror tell me who the boss. And I'm like, whoa, life is grand, feeling large. Entering the stage.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Great calling. Spot time is gather information for the team. And time for Xfero to sneak up from the back to find the 4K.
Resurrect Talon's life. Turn them into a phoenix.
Right there.
Swing out high. Good for 2. Good for 3.
Spike down A.
Okay, 4K.
Aggressive pushes, those lurks.
Look down. Make sure you're able to confirm that it's not for real. Liner zap and nearly finds some damage. Overdrive and play. Gets the transfer. Swing around the side. And can he get it? Yes, he absolutely can.
All of these abilities, the drone! Triggers Hyunmin's rocket, and he's just stuck into this one spot. Unfortunate, as he's not able to come up with some kills, but Mako picks up the slack.
아니 저 알람보 이상하네.
Well, that molly would absolutely wreck you in trying to get out into it, but they do get in front of it at least.
Able to do some damage on towards old Foxy 9 as well, but look at Ash, he's just wrecking up every single one of them. Looks for the ace as well, swings up, look at that tap!
먹섬 걸고 하자 먹섬 걸고. 진조 사사게요. 지효짱. 하이. 선비짱. 아왜 안 화나게? 화나게 하지. 자 마이크 입에 붙이시고요 다들. 시원하게 가자. 가보자. 시원하게. 아 용섭이야. 너 계속 또 이렇게 뿔이 내려가 있으면 작전 타임 때 그거 시킨다. 그럼 어떡해요? 전방에 3초간 함성 이런 거 시킨다 진짜. 탈론에게 함성 3초간 실시. 보여드릴게요 감독님 보여드릴게. 니하오. 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 大家好，我是记忆的右手摊。对 Dubbing fans view, Dubbing fans, all the fans around the world. Oh, we have fans, bro. Where? Top left. Hey, we have fans. Yeah.
Okay, guys, so let me go middle, you go 3 without me, okay?
Okay. I should smoke inside, okay?
No, I will call you.
We help Ilya, babysit Ilya. Ilya, if you throw rope, I cannot help you, okay?
Okay.
Mid fast. Mid a lot. First time fast. Hey, 3 aim in, boys.
1 HP, Yora.
One man. Dead man. Heaven on heaven. I just ulti, guys. I just ulti. 2 rope. One more rope, is it?
Main 2.
Deep city 1.
Nice.
Which I think it's 3, 2, 1.
Inside, 1 HP, Yora 1. 1 HP.
Shotty. Let's go, guys. Let's go!
이 무서우니까 후방한다. 아울로 무서워서.
내가 도와줄게. 이거 리콘킬 노려보자. 이거 앞라인 먹으러 나올 수 있을 것 같아. 앞봉봉 하자, 앞봉봉. 리콘킬.
에이메인 미사일에 요루 빠질게 이거. 얘들아 에이메인 밀렸다. 3명 정도 있어.
팀 먹어놨어요. 팀메인 가볼게. 오케이. 팀메인 누구야? 팀메인 사이퍼. 너 잡으러 갈래 그냥? 안돼. 모일 것 같아.
B 후반에서 볼게. 나 B 후반에서 볼게.
드론 까볼게 얘들아. 세워 드론. 됐고. 선택 얘들 같이 먼저 힘으로 해야 돼. 벌릴 거야. 그래 TP 보내봐.
레인으로 TP 보내.
보내.
TP 보냈고.
삐가 빼오겠다.
팀면 가려줄게.
밑에.
팀면 가렸다.
앞에서. 그냥 빼고 갈게. 보일 거 같아. 나다. 마이너스 55 태워.
나이스. 마이너스 55 태워. 나이스.
아웃러 먹었다 얘네. 계단 나온다 하나. 야, 백 들었어. 미치겠어. 그냥 에이스는 다른 데서 뭐 해줘. 땡겨주던지.
맨 궁 있고 땡겨줄 준비할게.
시컨 TP다, 시컨 TP.
전지캠 깔게.
에이, 몰리. 있다, 에이 많다. 앞에, 킬로 쌀. 나가. 태호랑 에이랑 많이 찾았어.
수룡 사이퍼.
Ông nghe rồi ạ. Vì ngay, vấn đề côอยู่นี่รู้côอยู่ที่เรานะ
รู้แล้ว
รู้แล้วกล้องมันกล้องเห็นป่ะผม
ทำมาบีได้นะเนี่ยได้เซฟฟรีอะครับเดียว
ฟังแทบไปแล้วไม่มันมาจากเอเยอะเข้าซี
니 앞에 하나.
다시 땡겨줄 수 있어 우지야.
뒤 들어온 거 없는 거 같아.
ไปไม่ได้กูไปหลังเอาไป
ก็เรื่องกูโดนไปกูโดนไป
ก็ไม่นอก
เฮ้ยเอายิงกูเอาหน่อยสวยเรากระหล่ำได้เราออกไปเล่นข้างนอกให้หมดเลย
กูได้กระดาษ
방금 우리 A 그 뭐냐 3명 묶였어가지고 한 칸씩 땡기느라 못 들어간대.
กูเปิดไอ้เหี้ยมีทีโอให้เก่าๆเลยสัส
เฮ้ยเกมรถ
いいワイパーだからミドライでキルするのが一番リアクションしとくね。リアクションごめん좀 밑에 가라. 어디 멀리 썼다. B면 멀리 썼다 얘네.
센서가 파괴됐다.
걸리고 있을까?
아야야야 벌리지 마.
땡겨줘.
나왔다 피해 빼 얘네 들어올 거 없어 빼
간다.
그래서 지금 맵비. 거의 천천히 침착해.
베드로 60.ベンテテオとメール62ベドロ。あべ。メイクは。
헤메 이거 오케이.
ミッド3でよ。
아 미드 하나.
들어왔다.
아 이거 3위 할게 3위
ではこれランプいるかわかんない。で CT からこれバイパーあると無視してプラントにやって。
아 그래.
그래줘. 우리 A 딜레이 돼서. 빰빰빰빰 땡겨. 오멘 공 있어.
확인.
괜찮아. 야 3위로 막아.
아니야 써줄게
아 뭐야.
일어나 됐어 좀만 더 집중 진정해
Molly mid. 아 플래시. Heaven cross. Maybe cross now. 에민 조류. 호카 토레리요. 밑에 칸터 주의.
3번 태워.
잘해 맨.
Thank you droning
Get me to B guys. Bantuin B mana?
Oke satu doang only one is alone guys
Hey, I think they're faking bro. They're faking.
Okay just go A them guys
メイン取ってるよこっち。俺置いてるビメ。これでメインのオペ B コンタクトもらう。
Yeah no one marking guys
Hey,
Oli
on B man.
2B man jet here Come B jet here
지금 몇 시간 나?
맞다 그래 한쪽
우리 CT 밑에 있지. I can ulti though guys. I ult wait.
sabar wait for pick realty
I ulti.
Set
나이스. 나이스.
Nice 딱.
I clap for it guys
Nice.
Oh, Cha, you start on C. If they open the door, try to kill him, okay? If Orbit open, just smoke here and here. Then we take the B, okay?
Ingat up boys, pwede mag-slow down yan.
Scan ko lang ah.
Go. Hit lang.
No one way C. No one way C.
Hey, boys.
Hey, one way C. Solid. No, open door or no? No. Running B.
Running B daw. Connect card. Hey, open. You open.
Nice.
On B boys. Stun B.
Stuck kami.
Yes, I'm gonna plan an ulti, guys, okay? I plan normal. Careful ya, guys. Beep, guys. Go out.
Jalan boys. Slow ako heaven boy. Play B man guys. Care behind you. I'm all up.
Let's walk over first. Ada Uncle Viper, Uncle Seven. Healing isa, Omen.
Coaching aja. Kejar forward
Pero
dia.
yung heaven.
Baptise
Healing Omen.
Apa dia ngomongin dead?
Bridge B main. Tahu missing. Tahu missile, boys. Ingat lang.
Missing apa boys?
Nice!
또俺これパッキーがいかないね。
俺もこれ木投げでここから見るね。
で連ピックは。
腹も怖いから引いてきてここ入って。ちょっと。了解。
ベント
ベントサルボ。あ、ミド。あ、外へ。これベントわかんないもん。あ、ベルボ。入った。
ベント。
ロー死んだ目見てるよベントワンベントワンベントなんか
俺エースだエース
いやベントなんかねパラ
オーマイガーエコ狩りは任せてほしい이번에 펜트 스모크 넣자 그럼 이번에 스모크 없다 얘들아
에이맨 스턴 어디까지? 나 빠질게
비 오퍼자
택틱이야 에이맨 쭉 나온다 아니야 아직
야 A가 나 템 다 빠졌다 A 가면 돼 A 보여 나 스모크 하나 8초 돌고 있어 자 스모크 없이 하나 가야 돼 갈게
저한테 없고
CT에다 스모크 하나 쳐줄게 자 비봄 안에서 하자 안에서
엘보 내가 볼게 왼쪽만 싸워 엘보 벽 칠게 이거
메인설
설대고 엘보 벽 칠게 왼쪽만 싸워 왼쪽만 이거 스크린 뒤랑 이런 데 써줘
템 돌거든 얘네 템 생각해
하나다 이거 이쪽 나온 거야 지금 아 깜짝
김미에이
내가 볼 때 스크린 쪽인 거 같긴 해 해븐이나 스크린이야 무조건 아 지우야 나도 같이 가줄게 기다려봐 손깍 야 내려 앉아 알았어 앉아
자 끝났어 지우야
뭐
Hello.
For second announcer. We pledge to uphold the glory of sports and the honor of our team, to abide by the fundamental principles of sportsmanship, and to compete with effort and skill in the spirit of fair play. Bang Da Phai. Bang Da Phai.
ลองไปดูกันเอา1,000
Let's go, boy. Let's go. Da Phai. Da Phai.
Bye dead brother ก็ค้างเลยก็ค้างรอบนึงอ่ะ Yeah brother
Bye. Just kill him.
ว่าแล้ว
No shit, look, right?
แล้วก็คลิกซ้ายค้างแล้วก็โดดยิงมึงอ่ะ
สอนใหม่ Release bang. What?
แล้วคลิกมันจะคลิกซ้ายค้างใส่มึงก็โดดยิงใหม่อะไม่หลบกันแล้วไม่มีกล้องผมจะสอนพี่ต้องนิ่งกว่านี้หน่อย
โอเค
ต้องนิ่งกว่านี้อะบอกเลยจะยิงปัดเลยมีเสียเชิงแล้วเนี่ยก็โซว่าเมนบราเดอร์ชิลัวเว้ยโกโบให้มันก็ถือธนูค้างมาเลยแล้วมันก็ไอ้นี่ต้องหลบก่อนเว้ยขั้นแรกอะไม่หลบกันแล้วเต็มหลอดอะหลับบัดเดอร์ไอ้ติ้งนี่หลับบัดเดอร์
Hey, nervous, huh? อะไรวะ Not even close. ดีครับ
ก็ไม่โดน
Wow, you guys look like NPC, eh? 10 points from I'll go crazy on later when you okay.
Go ball
3, 2, 1, go. Okay, I win.
มึงแพ้นะมึงต้องเก็บบอมแล้วเอาไปไล่มันใช้สกิล
I want you. I need you. J.
ไม่ได้
สวยเพื่อนผิวจัดวางจริงคือ Let's go Jong Let's go วางจริงจื้อ
Can win better
Spike drop. I have the spike.
บอมเบ fake that, brother.
JJ. Slow him, J.
Dude, you should just run away from just now, no?
Oh.
Spike drop.
Oh,
Wait, you don't get it?
you fail, brother.
Bro, you failed, bro.
Yay!
Yay! Nah, no way, Dila. This
Slow
one.
him, slow him, slow him.
Brother.
No.
Nice one, Talon. Let's go, Talon. It's okay, Jay. Warm up, Jay.
Warm up, warm up. I don't know what happened, man.
Let's go. Wang Jing Jay.
Let's go, brother. Let's go, man. Anh tỉ ở chiều ấy, chiều đó. Go. Ôi.
Spike drop.
Why you don't get the bomb?
I think you need to wait, bro.
Slow him, J. Out him, out him.
Yeah, you can use ulti non-stop, Jay. Just spam the ulti, yeah. Just spam the ulti, Jay. Yeah.
Come down, brother.
Yeah. Hard bang.
Wait.
Don't use slide, J. Don't use dash, J. Don't use dash, just wait and then you go.
You don't have spike, bang.
Let's go, Thailand win, bro.
Bang, you don't have spike, bang.
JJ, what? You fail up, bang.
Bang, you don't have spike, bang.
It's hard, bang. I thought I pick it up, bang.
This is what happens when you don't plant the spike most often.
Đây. Let's go.
How to give the spike, bro?
No way lah, this one. They just need to wait when he dash to you, then you dash away. They just wait to wait for him to reach to you, then you dash away.
Let's go. Đi được hành vậy.
Spike drop.
Ôi, chứ phải đó. Còn đi.
Spike drop. I got
Dạ. Cái hành rồi.
Yeah, let it, just wait for him to reach to you.
Đây, bro.
Come back is real
Come
good.
back. Oh, that was butt clenching moment.
It was a butt clenching moment.
They already lost the moment they lose the third round just now.
Good luck, bro. We will win, bro.
Jing mania.
Oi. You bait him a bit, Jay. You bait him to dash, you know.
Need to out him, J.
You act like you're gonna dash, Jay, but you don't dash, you know.
J. First dash. This is first dash, J. First.
Dude, you got
Đi
dash.
đây.
JJ, he got slow. Just chill out. Chill out after he dash, dude.
Ôi, go, brother. ก็ไปไกลแล้วรอบไปฝั่งถ้ามันมาใกล้
You running, ah? You playing?
แต่นี่มันเหมือนใกล้ปะวะไม่ใกล้
บังยิง
ไปสกัด brother ชิบหายละ
ไปที่ปี
นานวะWe win, bro. T2, brother.
This guy, J. What? He already get ulted what just now.
But he dash, bang.
Yeah, but use your feeling lah, dude. You gonna dash what?
Okay, you genius, bang.
Yeah, go.
Nice try.
Fake comeback.
Disappointed.
It's okay. It's not too bad.
Disappointed, man.
Good. He pay well.
Really, man.
Oh my god. Let's go. Oh my god. Wait, he practicing, eh?
You practice, no.
No battery cup.
Hey, no practice, no.
Oh, hard get up, bro.
No practice, no.
Not even close, bro.
Primi, go.
He win.
Why?
Check ah, take a look ah.
Bang.
Warm up what? You.
Yeah.
You go first.
Okay. Oi!
You die?
Yeah.
GG, brother.
He's dead. No, I just play for the win.
Oh, you actually going, huh?
No, I just play for the win. Cheating, Baran. Hah? I go first? Oh, okay. Okay. Hup. Not bad.
Tengok depan.
Not bad. Not bad. Not bad.
Oh, the enemy is working hard, huh?
What? Again, Baran? Kencana.
อยู่เฉยๆอยู่ฐานดีแล้วต้องไปไหนแล้ว
Kalau aku di sini kan, aku taruh klon. Kan di situ aku.
Nương. Sỏ.
Kalau
Brother.
oh, ready?
Dude, he's gonna try something funny, dude, this kid.
I win, Baran. No, I win. You see? Huh? Here, I'm here. No, Baran.
You look cold, brother.
Bro, too early, bro.
No. Okay, what?
Bro, there's no way he's gonna beat your ass, bro.
เหลือ3 วิอ่ะ
Yeah, I'm ready.
Ready?
นี่
Premium?
3 วิจุดหนึ่งคิว3 วิจุดหนึ่ง
Itu nih ya.
1 2
Lu main brother. Lucky dong, you lucky dong. Double. Yeah.
Okay, okay. It's about time, right? You guys have some?
Yeah. Yeah.
You got this, bro.
The team is awarded the trophy in recognition of their victory at the first Pacific Field Day, where they demonstrate exceptional skill and outstanding teamwork. Anjay. Champion, man. Champion.
Very good.
Yeah, feel good and night high, bro. Yeah.
You got one trophy, bro.
Yeah, champion happy, brother.
같이 기념사진 한번 촬영하고 끝낼 건데요.
Just such a huge gamble. You're handing the keys to the kingdom over to this young gun, to Primi, and saying, are you going to rise to the occasion, conquer this series, get into champions, or are you going to crumble under that pressure?
That is the question.
First time I had heard about Primi was right after Champs LA. Cruz was telling me about this young kid he wants to try. He had success with the last young kid that he wanted to try, Jip Boys, and he was a friend of his. And I said, okay, he can trial.
I've always seen like videos of him, but it was so different from actually seeing him play. So the first time I saw him play was during trials back in 2023. We played really good teams and he was just destroying people, but he couldn't speak English and he was typing.
He's so used to ranked that like rather than communicate, he'll just type out, you know, I did 80 damage to somebody, or like this guy's one hit.
So Hector was having a hard time like, should I choose this guy over what we have? And then Hector didn't pick him.
Why I didn't accept it at first was quite simply, I knew that the way to win in Pacific was more game IQ rather than mechanics. And Primi very early when I met him was just not acclimating to tactics. It was all about brute force.
Talent indeed qualifies for playoff.
Fast forward to season 1, I started to realize, oh, now's the time. Pacific is a little bit weak.
And he was like, yo, can you go back and get him? So from 2023 until 2024 July, I've been like, yo, you want to come back and play? Is there a way we could sort this out?
Primi just kept ignoring him until finally Primi didn't ignore him anymore.
ก็ตอนนั้นเป็นช่วงที่เรียนอยู่ช่วงมัธยมปลายนะครับก็ประมาณม.4 ม.5 ก็เล่นไปเรื่อยไม่ได้สนใจแล้วครับก็เล่นเพื่อความสนุกแล้วก็เล่นกับเพื่อนเฉยๆครับช่วงหลังจบมหาลัยก็อยากจะลองสักปี 2 ปีอย่างเงี้ยครับ
When he texted me like yo, I think I'm gonna play. And then at that moment, I was eating sashimi. And I threw my sashimi away and yo, you need a call? And I called him right away and he's like, I think I want to play. So I'm like, okay, just let me know what you want to do. And he's like, okay, I need you to convince my parents.
ก็ช่วงที่เรียนอยู่มัธยมปลายก็มีบ้างครับเพราะว่ามีหลายทีมชวนมาแต่ผมก็ไม่ได้สนใจแล้วก็แม่บอกว่าอยากให้เรียนให้จบม.6 กันครับก็ตอนนั้นก็จะลองทำอะไรก็ได้1 ปีหรือ2 ปีอะไรประมาณนี้ครับ
So I flew in the day after. This is before Zeta, so we didn't prepare for Zeta at all because I was not in Korea. Flew to Thailand, went straight to his hometown, which is like 4 hours away. I drove there with my parents. I brought my parents to just to try to convince them. Luckily, my homegrown came out and his parents watched it and recognized my parents. They just showed his parents how proud they were of me. I think they can feel it, they can sense it, that he could be up next.
Cruz, who is this new guy on your team?
So he's our newest addition to Talon, Primi.
Remy.
This is the wild card coming into today.
You know, and Abyss is in this weekend too.
And that's the big question because if we don't see in the first 2 bands, one of them's picking it.
ก็มีตื่นเต้นนิดนึงครับประมาณช่วงก่อนแข่งแต่ถ้าเราเล่นได้ตามซ้อมก็ไม่ค่อยมีอะไรให้น่าห่วงครับ
So we get through with the vetoes. In my mind, I'm thinking there is not a chance that people are going to risk their playoffs on Abyss.
So Hector and I, yeah, they're not going to pick it. The map just came out, so I'm like, let's just take the chance.
Okay.
I think it's happening.
Here we go.
Hey-oh, it's
When I found out that they picked Abyss, I'm just sitting there like, wait, what? Okay, all right, cool, sure. We go into the room.
Guys, we got Abyss. And everyone's like, I guess we're going to map 3.
And in the red corner enters Talon Esports, recruiting a rookie to play for the very first time.
Cruz, I want Primi to know that it doesn't matter if we win or lose. If we lose, it's on me and the rest of us. It's not on him. At the end of the day, just enjoy it.
Map 5! Map 5! Let's go, guys!
Let's go. Wait, you're on side already. On side.
ก็จำได้ครับตอนนั้นผมอยู่กับจิตบอยฝั่งV4ครับผมก็อันนั้นก็คิดว่าต้องรีเทคให้ไวที่สุดครับแล้วก็คอกับเพื่อนว่าจะเอายังไงอะไรอย่างงี้ก็เล่นตามนั้นเลยครับก็เดินไปยิง
Whoa! Yo, Primi! Yes! Yes! Dude! That's what I was waiting. Go
Primi!
right there, Primi! Let's go!
All right, calm down, calm down.
We were like so hyped up because that round showed us that he's going to be the same like he was in scrims.
ก็รู้สึกดีใจนิดนึงครับเพราะว่าเป็นราวแรกของการแข่งขันด้วยแล้วก็ทำให้ทีมชนะครับก็ดีใจครับ
The second pistol win was the one that I was like, oh, it's over, they don't have a chance.
Wait, nice. One door. 1v1. Last one should be 8 for me.
Last one should be AQ.
Oh, Primi! Primi! You're literally the best player, bro. What do you do?
This whole time I'm worried and concerned about him. Now I'm like, oh no, we're good. And then we go to Abyss, and the confidence in that room, they were laughing, they were excited for the challenge.
Are they checking for hacks?
Yeah, they're checking Primi for hacks.
Absolutely.
Yo, the police is coming, bro.
Wait,
police.
actually?
No, we're kidding. Hey, take control. No one here plays Abyss. No one.
No one be like.
So you tell us where you want to go. But just chill. Have fun on Abyss. We prepared for Haven. So don't even worry about it.
We can B to B or we go B. Let's go B.
Where's the orb?
The orb is right by the bottom. There you go.
Oh, I'm dead, bro.
ก็ตอนอาบิก็คือแผนที่อาบิเพิ่งเข้ามาในวาเลนใหม่ครับแล้วก็คนในทีมก็ไม่ค่อยได้เล่นแรงกันแล้วผมก็เป็นคนที่เล่นก็พอมีประสบการณ์บ้างครับก็เลยพอรู้ว่าแบบนี้ควรเล่นยังไงอะไรยังไงครับ
Yeah, start and go.
Quick left.
Right.
You made champs.
Thailand's Talon Esports is going to champion, taking this in a 2-0 fashion against one of the best teams in Pacific this year.
I just feel blessed that we actually made it and he's actually the guy that we thought he was. Thinking back, it was kind of crazy, but then if I had to go back and do it again, I'd do it again 100 times.
ก็รู้สึกเสียใจนิดนึงครับที่ไม่ได้เล่นให้แฟนชาวไทยดูก็ แต่ก็ขอบคุณประสบการณ์เหล่านั้นที่เราไม่ได้เข้ามาก็ทำให้เรารู้ว่าเราพลาดตรงไหนอะไรประมาณนี้ครับ
Who's your favorite Thai player?
Kimmy.
I have Blimmy and Cruz.
I like Creamy.
Creamy. Yeah, he's like aimbot.
ก็รู้สึกประทับใจที่มาสเตอร์แบงคอกที่ไทยมากครับเพราะว่าแฟนชาวไทยที่เชียร์ก็เยอะแล้วก็ถ้ามีมาสเตอร์แบงคอกอีกก็อยากไปครับผม
Honestly, I think he gives Thailand a hope. Seeing him play on the stage, every Thai fan would say he's going to win Thailand a title, which I think is very true.
I felt that Primi, going from a ranked player to a guy that now knows how to play on a team and has people he can trust, I think he can be the best player in the world. My hope for him is that he wants to be the best player of all time. He's pretty much done a little of everything. He's been a duelist, he's been an IGL, he's been a flex. I think now it's more him finding where he thinks he's going to belong, perfecting that, and then also, inspiring and developing teammates. He's going to be undoubtedly the best player that VALORANT ever produced.
พูดถึงพ่อแม่ครับก็ขอบคุณที่ให้โอกาสแล้วก็จะทำตรงนี้ให้ดีที่สุดครับ
You say you will, but we both know tomorrow's not today. We both know tomorrow's not today. We both know tomorrow's not today. Of course, it's more stories, too sweet to fight. When you say 3, you save me like I've seen the light. Like I've seen the light. You say you will. Distance makes it easier to fan the flame. My heart's racing still, but we both know tomorrow's not today. You say 3, you save me like I've seen the light. You say
Oh my God, Vane, are you okay? Oh, okay. Do you want to step a little bit up to the front? I want to ask you, how are you feeling after the surgery? 수술 좀 잘 마치시고 회복 완료하셨을까요?
네, 수술 잘 받았고 지금은 많이 괜찮아진 상태입니다.
He's feeling fine and he's a whole lot better. And I wanted to ask him, how does he feel about facing off with the new talent? This is their first time meeting this year. 올해 또 탈론을 처음 만나게 되는데 어떻게 보세요, 오늘 경기?
저번 인터뷰에 한번 제가 탈론이 태국 5인 로스터로 되면서 한번 붙어보고 싶다 했는데 붙어볼 수 있어서 정말 기대되고 재밌을 것 같습니다.
I'm super pumped to play all Thai roster. So, and I did mention it before as well. So I'm excited to see how today's gonna pan out. And lastly, Bane, how much do you want to go to Toronto?
저번 토론토 방에서 제가 마지막 맵 로터스에서 너무 못했어가지고 팀원들한테 미안해서 남은 2경기 꼭 잘해가지고 토론토 갈 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
I didn't play my best on our last Lotus, so I'm gonna take our 2 wins in a row and make sure that we get that ticket to Toronto. All right, Bane, you can do it. Fighting!
파이팅! Let's go!
Can I have some? 감사합니다. 안녕.
Coming to you live from Seoul, South Korea as Valorant Champions Tour Pacific Stage 1. We are in the second day of playoffs, lower brackets. It's been a wild weekend so far. I'm your host, Victoria, and with me it's Surprise, Big Time, and Pilski.
Wow. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. They just keep
They
hiring
hired these guys again?
I mean, you guys...
I don't even know if I have a 50% prediction rate.
I don't think you do.
What do I know?
It's in the dumps.
They're hoping that you guys get better, and that's why they keep giving you more chances.
It's nice to be...
It's a growth opportunity.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you guys were here yesterday, obviously. I think there was a little bit of recovering needed to be done, and we heard a lot of cheering from the teams. We see it in the videos too. Often, you know, most of the teams here go, nice, nice. Yep. I want to ask, like, back in Global Esports or on DJ How, Bonkers, like, what was like, do you guys also just say nice? Like, what's the cheer?
I think almost every team says nice. Nice is the most instinctual, like, response. But what you normally get is like, the cry of nice, and then you get whoever the duelist player is going, save the op, save the op, save the op, find the op, find the op, save the op, save the op, save the op. That's in every single team.
Okay. Yeah. Do they do it different in Australia?
Yeah, it would mostly be nice. You also, often say things that are not safe for broadcasts, a lot of the Australian teams, so I can't repeat a lot of what we say, but I think the key thing as well is whenever one of the boys makes a big play, you've got to really G him up. You know what I mean? You've got to be like, let's go! Good stuff, bro! You know, and you've got to get the energy really high, you know?
It's very physical.
Yeah.
I like that.
But of course, you know, when you don't make it to LAN, you don't get the opportunity to do that, so...
Well,
unfortunate.
We are in LAN in Pacific, so I'm glad you're here finally.
The thing is, though, like, they're so far away from each other. Like, you can only barely reach for a fist bump.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Where are the days?
You gotta lean. That's just.
Where are the olden days of being like, you know, I'm playing and I'm slamming my hand into old mate's keyboard when I'm trying to do a turn, you know?
Yeah,
like,
I want to be able to use
these guys in like sardines on the setups.
It doesn't feel old school enough. You know, you want to bring back that vintage LAN hall feel. Give them less space, they'll thrive.
That's true. We need more like awkward, you know, keyboard positioning.
Yeah. I know who the best players are in optimal conditions. I want to see who thrives in terrible conditions. 50 FPS max, crammed in like sardines. Who's the best?
Yeah, give us equipment like other regions. It'll be exactly the same. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. Is it too soon to make that joke? It's too soon. I'm sorry. But let's give some love to our fans. I believe we've got more Pacific moments, and you guys can submit this from home too. Use this hashtag of your greatest Pacific moments. It could be pictures with Pilski and Big Time, you know, if that is your happiest Pacific moment. But yeah, this is cool. I think Mako, I actually would love a picture of Mako. He is my king. He's like one of my favorite players here in Pacific, and I can see why.
Yeah.
Naki, Natongs, one of those. Thank you for your submission. And, you know, of course, get your photo with all of your favorite players. Don't take a picture with Big Time, though, because he is a fraud.
More Big Time pictures. 10,00001 bounty on whoever gets
10,001 bounty.
Listen, I want to make a case for frauds. You want to take a picture with them now because they might be gone. You never know when they'll ever come back.
Frauds don't have longevity, so you have 1 year max to get a photo.
Hint that I'm getting fired, or what's going on?
Okay, I want to talk about the game, and not just frauds, because no one here in Pacific is a fraud. The playoffs bracket has been very interesting, and not too long ago, guys, those of you watching at home have been crying, what is this, VCT Korea? Because there's been sheer dominance from the 4 Korean squads, but things are very different now, and there's only 1 Korean team remaining in the lower brackets, and only 1 in the uppers.
Yeah, and it's Gen G. I mean, they're the team that didn't make the international event in kickoff, so you see a lot of parity here in Pacific. Pacific is so competitive, guys.
Yeah.
Anyone can win, anyone can completely lose and not turn up to a game, despite whether you're the reigning world champion. You know, it doesn't matter what team you are, you can be beaten in Pacific.
Yeah, and we're seeing DRX there in the lower bracket having to compete against 3 SEA squads to try and get through to Toronto, so that's much easier said than done.
Yeah,
right. So
much SEA representation, couple of Korean teams in there, lots of different regions being represented. It's fantastic. This is what we want Pacific to be.
Yeah, I'm all here for it, and we're going to break that down more later. But you know what is not really close, unlike the Pacific teams? It's our build diff scores! Who's in the lead? I think that's me. Yeah, so we have the build diff thing, as you guys know. We've been competing on this for the past couple weeks. The winner gets an Acer Predator laptop. It is a pretty mean machine, and I'm looking to win it. These boys have, I think you have 2 or 3 more days to catch up. Today is one of those days. And how we build this, the top number of kills collectively wins for that day.
Yep.
So, shall we get started?
We shall.
This is Mika's team. She's one for Hyunmin, NC Slasher, Jit Boys, Jing, and Delight. This is actually very close to mine.
Okay.
Really solid picks. Hyunmin is one of those guys who's been fragging consistently.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
In terms of KPR, he might be the highest rated player in the tournament. He's been very consistent in both kickoff and stage 1. Hyunmin has been an absolute demon. Like, you honestly, a very solid pick at Duelist.
Yeah.
Yep, and I don't know why you guys keep putting Jing on the...
The Joman! That's why.
The Joman.
It's more about optimism than belief. It's more about what he will do. It's like, I want to see him on that Omen.
Yeah.
Give it me again. That's where he's at his best. I'm trying to subliminally message that he should be on the Omen.
Yeah.
Who would have thought I'd be saying that at the start of the year?
True. So where have you got Jing then?
You know what? Just put the Duelist on controllers.
Yep,
like,
that's
something should play a Brim, you know?
Yeah, I agree.
But and that's what I'm doing today. I'm putting Jing on the Duelist.
So something's your
instead.
controller, surely then. Right? Oh wait, you can only pick one PRX.
We'll see how today goes. Yeah, so Jing, I'm putting him on Duelist. I don't know why you guys put him here because he's been playing Duelist more. So I'm gonna bank on that. He's been doing me really solid here in this game.
Yeah.
Jit Boys, also great performance. Finally, I've been picking him this entire time.
On
Initiate. You can't
No,
do
no, no.
that. He hasn't played any in it.
No, oh sorry.
20.
You guys swapped these.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. We have NC. Oh, these are not in order. Okay.
I was trying to
So
trip
NC
you up.
Slasher. You were. We got NC Slasher. I
Okay,
think
in it.
this one, Boom was a little bit harder because a lot of them have been performing really well at different times.
NC Slasher was actually one of the better performers the last time they played PRX, so I
Yes.
also considered picking him for this series as well.
Also this, yes, absolutely. So did Famous, but I think Jing's gonna outfrag him today. Obviously,
Mako,
you'll see.
I mean, Mako, post-IGL Mako is scary.
Yeah.
He has been absolutely dominating.
I love that he's back in action. My king. I love he's got the double flex here. And of course, I'm going to keep going with Divide.
David.
Every single time, flex, roll, he's always been
You just
solid.
need to say David.
Very
David?
solid.
Apparently.
David.
Very
Yeah,
solid.
Divide. You know.
Okay.
All right, let's see yours.
I won yesterday, in case you weren't watching, and I'm going to win again today. So, we don't need Mika's team. I am also rocking with Hyunmin, but I am not having NC Slasher. I am not having Jing. And I am not having Dubai.
Wait, what? You could just give them to me.
No, that's much more
our
boring.
Indonesian.
That's much more boring.
And
I'm rocking Forsaken on the Initiator.
Okay.
Because, you know, we're seeing him play that Fade now. I think he's actually putting up solid numbers pretty consistently.
Yep.
He is incredibly flexible, but he does like that Initiator.
He is a certified dog thrower.
Smokes, gotta be the boy DOS9.
Yep.
He's gonna have a huge game today.
Yeah,
I feel it in
maybe.
my bones. There's a bounce back game from him. He's gonna go crazy.
the last time he played Paper X, though,
Wait, I've lost.
he was the only.
Who's your flex?
My flex is Mako.
Mako.
Oh, we
But
have to share.
I have lost.
Here, use mine.
I have lost Mako.
Use mine. Use mine. The last time they played Paper X, though, he was the only one who didn't frag.
That is true, but I think that's also why he's going to do it today. I think it's going to be, it's a very different game than when they first played. And I think in order for Boom to come out on top today, this man has to be very active, has to be a part of it. Oh,
pick Jing as your flex.
I'm being told by production that I'm lying. I did not have Mako as my
So
flex.
you're just
I had
minus
Jing as
5ing.
my flex.
You're minus 5ing yourself.
I completely forgot who
and
I
you
put.
believe you're going to win.
I'm actually, okay, I'm actually fine with this. I put Jing on my flex, and I can take that. Because Jing performed massively well yesterday.
Okay.
So I can accept Jing. I don't know why I thought I had Mako, but I'll take Jing.
All right, my team.
Okay, I think
Best team.
you're not gonna win today.
Not picking Primi for Talon is stupid. Like, full stop. And
I almost
then
went Primi.
for
Primi's
Init, I believe this man will turn his time around. Actually, you know what? I'll have a quick look through my team.
No, you had him on Sentinel.
I had him on Senti. Okay. Here's
Reeing
my
on the
Senti.
Sentinel.
Here's my... I could have put
Oh,
these
Senti.
two at
Senti,
either.
okay.
Yeah, I think Forsaken's my Init. Like, I could have put them either way around because they both play both roles, but that's the way I'm going to go with it. I also agree DOS9 is due for a big game.
Yep.
He's going to be my controller. And then Mako's going to be my flex because Mako is a fragger
So
right
I think
now.
I got my team and your team confused with Mako on the flex.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Look, I think Mako might have been a better choice for you, but Jing has been fragging very consistently. It's the only problem with picking Jing there is you're going to get -5'd.
Well, Yeah, I think you guys are really risky for Forsaken as well. If he's going to be back on the Neon today, playing against Boom, and Boom also likes Fracture, I think this is going to be a very interesting day. I think at this point, to be honest though, even though I have been thriving in this game, it's really hard now because at this point we whittled it down to really solid teams where everyone performs really well. So
there's no obvious picks anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I was seriously considering just going balls to the wall on Boom and going famous DOS9, which is what had dug me a hole in the first place, because I do believe they're due for a big game against PRX today, which we will see later on. But first up, we're going to get DRX versus Talon. DRX down in the lower bracket, courtesy of a tight game in the upper bracket. And look, they'll be, I would say, the favorites to go through to Toronto here, but there's a lot of strong teams in this bottom four here.
Yeah, very much so. I think, you know, I think as a region, we would be happy sending any of these four teams to Masters with the form that they've been able to show. But of course, it's a tough road in this lower bracket. No more mistakes now for any of these teams.
Yeah, I think that's the cool thing about this year is just how much we feel all these teams deserve to go. And for DRX, it feels like DRX finally found a little wind in their sails after, you know, all these sudden roster shuffles over the past 2 months.
Yeah.
And Mako, as you guys pointed out, has finally relished his IGL role to Estrella, and he's been looking more Mako kingly than ever. But they found themselves in the lower bracket. So what's going on?
I mean, for me, I think obviously now Mako's not IGLing, he's opened up a lot more and he does look great. But on the flip side of that, we have Estrella coming in, who's now having to IGL, whose performance has dipped a little bit.
Yeah.
We're seeing some strange roles come out where, you know, Bane is playing that Sentinel a lot more.
Yes.
I don't think they're as clear in their vision as we saw, especially in like kickoff when they had a very deliberate identity. So I do think they're still figuring some things out and trying to find a way to make this click like it did earlier on in the year.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think for DRX, like, there's a lot of different ways they can go with this roster, and depending on the meta, depends on who you're going to throw on Senti versus who you're going to throw on those initiators. Estrella definitely did have much better performances individually when he was brought in as a Sentinel and not IGLing. Now he's been IGLing and playing the Flash in it. He's not been fragging. Like, although the calls are still pretty decent for DRX, like, they are not going to be able to go toe-to-toe with the best firepower teams if they're bringing those kind of performances.
Now, they are going to be facing against Talon. It's been a long time since they faced off. Talon survived their very first day of playoff lowers after being knocked down by Gen G.
Yeah.
Then they sent Nongshim home yesterday. And I want to talk about their rookies, Thai and Killua. Now, Frost and Cruz, every single interview, they bring up how strong their team is, but their experience with rookies is what is slowing them down. Now, Killua, we saw him shine yesterday. That was really nice to see. But what's your take on the whole rookie situation?
I mean, I think most rookies do take time. I think occasionally you have these sort of players that are huge natural fits. We look at Freeing in Kickoff, or we look at Cushy in Stage 1, for example. Those are rookies who manage to come in and click instantly, but that's much harder than it seems. I think a lot of rookies do take time to adjust, so I don't think we're seeing the ceiling for Talon. I do believe that they have more in the bank, especially when these rookies get more confident. But equally, every team that's left now in this lower bracket also has rookies, so this isn't a unique problem for Talon.
I think Killua has shown to be a very solid addition, but the duality of Thai is something that can, you know, win you or lose you a game. You see him, his performance against Zeta, for example, not fantastic, but then you see him even maps against T1 or individual series. Thai is absolutely carrying them and looking fantastic, so he can really be up and down. I mean, looking at some of these highlights, though, their Haven has been fantastic with this Deadlock comp. They're 3-0. They are just absolutely dominating Korean teams on this map, and look, we'll see if they can continue to find that success on Haven specifically here.
Yeah, Jip Boys has also been phenomenal yesterday. I don't think any of us picked him in our build diff roster yesterday, and I think we live to regret that because he was fantastic.
Yeah, I think Jip Boys is showing up. Jip Boys, for me, is one of the players who, especially when we look back to like last year, he was a real star, a real standout. You know, everybody spoke about him all the time, and you know, since then, Primi's come in, these new rookies have come in, so Jip Boys gets washed away a little bit, but I do think he can have big standout performances and help this team a lot.
Yeah, sorry, go on.
Yeah, I just want to say, we were talking about rookies earlier, and there's one thing these two always guarantee, it's frags.
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
Consistently.
Yeah, Hyunmin, I mean, he came into this year as a rookie, but Kickoff did not look like it. He was one of the top-rated duelists in Kickoff in Stage 1. He continues to deliver, and he's been a staple of DRX. Even when they're underperforming, they're swapping around roles, people are not having the best games. Hyunmin gets his, and so does Primi. It's why I pick him as my duelist every time that Talon plays and as my Talon player, because whether Talon wins or loses, Primi gets his and he has impact and he will have at least one big map for them. And you can see why he's one of the most popular players in Thailand and in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, I think both of these players really are the sort of shining stars, the beacon of their teams from that duelist position. As you say, by far the most consistent, and they love leading from the front.
Now this is our head-to-head from the respective groups. These two have not faced each other in a very long time.
Yeah.
DRX has a 4-match win streak over Talon here in Pacific, but the last time they faced each other was off-season where Talon won. So what do you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about these head-to-heads. We talk about organizational storylines and we talk about this and that, but at the end of the day, I really look at what are these lineups' history against each other, and I think it could be a very different matchup. I think DRX are in a solid position. They're definitely one of the best teams in Pacific, but they're very shaky with all of these roster changes and role swaps, and Talon is a team that, at their ceiling, can beat anyone in this league, so this is not a guaranteed win here for DRX.
Yeah, what do you think though of DRX, and have they fixed it enough? I mean, I know they got sent down to the lowers. Termi has expressed frustration with the roster changes. Bane also having that injury, but he's back.
I mean, they've been unlucky. That's what I would say. There's no two ways around it. And honestly, they could have beaten RRQ and secured their spot at Toronto already. It was very close. Map 3, of course, went to that overtime. So they were about as close as you can get. So I do think it's just about finding a little bit more consistency for them. Just finding that 1% extra, and it could be enough to get them through.
Yeah, it could be. Now, we'll talk about predictions shortly, but with this map draft, I think this is going to tell us a lot about the direction.
Pearl ban.
Yeah, I mean, Split taken out, Pearl taken out, Talon going for Icebox. That's very interesting. Their Harbor comp did not go particularly well for them the last time they played Icebox, but before that, they had a good run on Icebox. DRX have not won a game of Icebox, though. They're 0-3 on it, so Talon really trying to exploit that weakness in the map pool, and then the Fracture pick comes in for DRX here.
Yeah, I mean, I think Icebox is a very targeted pick, and I think I'm a little bit more curious about this the Fracture pick for DRX, because, you know, when we look back to when Talon previously played this map, they used that Waylay comp, and they looked so good on it. We spoke routinely about how we felt like they were the best at using the Waylay there.
Yeah, Talon.
Very interesting veto, and I gotta say I'm leaning towards Talon here.
Talon have been dominating on Fracture every time that they played it, so a lot of teams have been banning it against them. DRX just goes ahead and picks it into them. They are not scared of this Waylay comp. They think that they can beat it, and DRX have got a lot of quality reps on Fracture and a very good strike rate on it. So I think, look, those two maps, I can see a world where Talon here on this Icebox pick, you can see no success there for DRX. Talon have had success with the comp previous with the Sovateo. The Harbor comp did not go as well for them, so look, they could mix up what they're playing here. But I think Talon has a reasonable chance at 2-0ing here. If they can win Icebox and the Waylay comp goes well once again on Fracture, they could get the 2-0. It's over on Lotus that I have a little bit less confidence that you're going to see Talon be able to kind of get across the line, because you've seen DRX playing a lot of Lotus against a lot of quality teams. They've played against T1 on it a bunch of times already. It's one of those maps that I think DRX has got a lot of good reps on, so they should be feeling comfortable with that as a third decider.
Yeah, I mean, for me personally, as we look at Icebox this first map, I would like to see some kind of change from DRX. I think they've been a little bit too static, and we've seen them lose this map very, very sort of convincingly against them. You know, it's not looked good. That's obviously why Talon are picking it here. So I want to see bringing some changes, because Talon had to play yesterday. You want to try and catch them off as much as you can, make things surprising.
Yes, well, that's all we have for the Desk Wisdom for now. We're going to send it down to the stage and welcome our two teams, DRX and Talon, for playoffs lower bracket, not finals.
2025 VCT Pacific, Stage 1. Rise Pacific. PRX.
Back in February, DRX lifted the kickoff trophy. A new IGL, a fresh look, and for a moment, it felt like the DRX era was back. But momentum slipped, the roster shuffled again, and now they have one chance left. Lose today, and Stage 1 is over. Toronto is not on the cards.
Yeah, they've had to go back to square one. Look, they were looking down the disappointing finish over in Masters. Maybe it didn't go as deep as they would have wanted, but they've had to kind of throw that on the back burner, having to deal with all this roster instability. But Marco is in prime form, as is Hyunmin, and they're figuring out some of these role issues, and they've thrown Estrella over onto the IGL now.
Now, it's been a long time since they faced today's opponent, Talon Esports. And Talon's been a wild card. It's been literally a win-loss since the start of Stage 1. And if this trend holds today, guys, it's not looking great. But this team has been breaking expectations. They have their 2.5 rookies, big plays, and maybe finally, is today the day they're going to flip the script?
Yeah, I mean, they're looking for revenge. They narrowly missed out on going to Masters Bangkok, of course, on their home turf. So they're going to do whatever it takes to get to Toronto. We saw a really strong win against Nongshim Red Force yesterday. They're looking to carry that momentum forward into today. I think this is a super streaky team. You know, when they run hot, they're really, really hot. So they want to use what they learned yesterday and bring it up.
Oh my God. Frost is just, nope, he did the nope thing. Oh my goodness. That's the first time we have ever seen this.
That's insane.
Okay,
I mean, yeah.
We know that Frost really is determined to take down a lot of the Korean teams here in Pacific. This looks personal today.
That's on home soil.
Oh
This
my
is personal.
goodness.
He knows he's in Seoul, right? Okay. I mean, look.
All right.
I'm floored by
Well,
that.
I know. We're absolutely speechless right now. I can't believe that just happened, but Frost has made his statement, his position really clear. And you know what? When you are throwing the gauntlet in like that, you better win.
Oh yeah,
sure.
I mean, that's a slap in the face for Termi. That's trying to punch the wind out of him before this game even starts. That's saying, I don't care about your legacy. I don't care about your team. We're here to win.
That's some mental warfare. I think the team, though, is going to have to take a step back from that. That's like angry dad energy where you're like, no, I'm chill. I don't got anything against you, bro. Like, it's just my dad is mad. Look, let's look at the predictions here, and we're pretty split. A couple of Talon believers. I would have thought you would go for Talon, though, Vic.
I know. I thought about it really hard. I love both of these teams. I love all my Pacific babies, and I have been slightly biased towards Talon, yes. But you know what? Facts are facts, and they won yesterday. So they are not going to win today, I think.
Yeah,
Also, when Frost does things like this, Termi is going to be activated.
Oh, into the agent select here. DRX are actually going the Harbor route rather than what Talon brought last time. They're going up against a flashless comp here, and it's worth mentioning that Frost kind of expressed that he was quite comfortable playing against the Harbor that Nongshim brought out on a set yesterday, so he'll know how to play around that, and we'll see if that trickles down into how Talon approaches this one.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. Talon literally already ran this DRX comp, apart from with Sova instead of Teo. So the way you play is going to be very, very similar. So I feel like Talon might have all the answers here, but equally, they don't have a lot of flashes. If they get stuck behind those walls, things will be in trouble.
Absolutely. I mean, that's how Gen G dismantled that Talon Harbor comp, is the fact that they were running in with a KO Yoru. So flashes really help you tackle a lot of these Harbor comps. We'll see how DRX executes it at the end of the day. It's another game where we'll see Killjoy for Bane. He's on that Senti roll so many maps right now.
That's right. I think this is going to be, you know what? I thought of the two matches today, this would be the less spicy one. But now that things are
so
set
crazy.
the way they are,
So crazy.
the way that
fist
Coach
bump.
Walkout went, the way these Asian comps are going, this is going to be a very different kind of lower brackets. It's all or nothing between these two squads.
Yeah, I'm in disbelief. I mean, that's like, there's a lot of energy here. Talon really won this game.
All right, well, we got something a little bit different today. A little different here on the caster desk. We got Achilles and Komodo.
That's right, thank you very much. Already off to a roaring start, it would seem. But hello, I'm Achilles, and I'm here alongside Komodo. I've exchanged the old model, gotten a new one, and being next to you, I already feel more youthful. I feel like, you know, I'm not having the life sucked out of me by Paper Thin, which, happy birthday to him yesterday. 40 years, very old.
Yeah, unfortunate. Got to downgrade a little bit in the age department. Can I give you my grey hairs though? I want your luscious locks. I want to get rid of mine.
No. The Silver Fox thing, it can go real well, and I think that you're on the right path there, my friend. But anyway, the EDM button has been pressed. There has been spice spilled out on this stage. Not fighting words, but fighting actions as we jump into this series. Icebox has started off. Talon versus TRX. Both of these teams vying to stay in the tournament to still have that chance at Toronto.
Yeah, another elimination game coming in towards this one. A lot on the line for our Stage 1 winners, or playoff winners rather, in DRX. Trying to also maybe get a win here today to continue the run on in. Australia on the Harbour as well, interesting for me. Generally comfort role on a Sage, for example, but coming in towards Icebox, it's DRX choosing the attacking side. And now with the lurk that's coming up from Talon all towards B main, there's a lot to do for Marco.
Couple shots out there. Hyunmin hunting for some tag damage. Not going to find much. Mako going to find a kill. Doesn't he suspect it? Oh, seems like he does. Goes ahead, trades it up 2-1 in that regard. In the meantime, back over here on the A site. For me up over the top, able to find one as Hyunmin will get taken down. So some damage suffered, but ultimately we find ourselves now in a 3v3.
Getting the plant top site as well. Got to remember freeing on the Teo 2. Salvos will come online soon.
Slow drift back there from Estrella. Situated on pipes, Bane lurking and freeing, watching for this flank. It's seen the Viper. He had felled Mako, and now he's going to confirm that position. Ops just go ahead, backs away. Does have those salvos available still, needing them for the post plan, but freeing in quite a bit of damage. Headshot there through the corner of the wall, puts him down to 50. Puts up flying, but Estrella joins in, holds the angle. Now the salvo's free to fly.
One enemy remaining.
And okay, actually going to be able to find the kill there. Primi, a nice headshot. Looks for a little bit more, but ultimately cannot get this round win. That's going to be DRX starting things off 1-0 with the pistol going their way, and 2 players escaping the blast radius.
And they'll be happy with that one as well, considering the shenanigans afoot in the pre-stage of this map. So getting the pistol round, they'll be all right with. And it's also interesting, the change up for Talon for me coming back in towards this one too, right? Of course, last time they played this map, they changed up their comp. They're going back to the one that they bested T1 on a couple weeks back. It was a good 13-6 with a flawless defensive half. Already right now, dropping the pistol means it's not going to be flawless for them.
Well, going forward here, looking for a clean anti-eco. 2 ghosts for the side of DRX. So not as much firepower. They've been actually playing around with their buys a bit more as of late and really reinforcing these anti-eco rounds. Spot out onto 1. Fluid just going to be backpedaling here, escapes back around the opposite side of that harbor wall. And Salvos will be sent to go ahead and delay the plant. Spot out on a 1, but good amount of damage going to be suffered there by Hyunmin. Makes his quick exit, still has that Guardian in hand as Freeing comes away with a second, a third. Oh my god, the fadeaway shot in the final bullet. And Amako swooping out will find Kahlua. And DRX looking to make this a flawless anti-eco.
Let's see what damage Premier can do here. Couple low members.
And we'll just be freeing, picking up a 4K to fast track towards that Armageddon. So 2 charges off, having that one at the ready. DRX lock in the flawless.
And Bane not noted on the lurk as well, something that he's starting to find a lot of proficiency in lately too. Of course, coming back into good form in the game this week. So I'll be interested to see how the lurks are going to be navigated a little bit later on, and if he's going to be targeted perhaps by Talon, because the game plan for them on this defensive side, coming in towards this bonus, you want to see Primi start to get activated, you want to see him potentially get onto an operator later as well. Just be very consistent.
4 regen shields in here for the side of DRX. Hyunmin instantly taken out. Solid headshot there from Primi, looking for a little bit more, gets some damage across, takes his exit, plays it out wisely as he's getting the spot out here. We'll just swing back around the opposite side of 410.
Yeah, it is. It's just a bit of a default from Talon too, meanwhile. Not rotating too much around the map. A bit of a interest in the two from Jit Boys.
Yeah, they're at the window, but it's going to be Mako. Ends up taking some damage.
Yeah, ultimately still looking to go for this A site, though.
Capped on those regen shields. As Stealth Drone not going to be spotting out too much here. Drone over the top from Cruz, able to get the spot out, and that holds him at bay here for now. Meanwhile, Stealth Drone going around the back, going to be able to get the scan here onto Mako. Tucks back under 2, but now he's in a really poor spot. Double pressure out from Talon here at Garage. Fluid just swinging back, realizing that the PRX are going to look to go ahead and try to re-swing this across into the B site, where now Mako is in an entrenched position.
And a lot of passiveness from the rest of Talon over at that A site as well, so getting the inkling that this is going to switch over towards B.
They know they're giving it up, but Mako's still able to find one before he gets taken down by Tai. Kill found, but DRX at this point, 22 seconds remaining. They are going to be all in on this site. Rotation still coming through as Primi, a late linger on that A site, can now start making his way across, but 14 seconds for the delay tactics available here for the side of Talon. DRX in a bad spot. Shock Dart gonna fly. Now looking to just go ahead and commit for the stick, but no, dragged off of it here for a second. Cruz able to find one, Plant having to be stuck, but they're just getting overwhelmed and taken down. Talon will go ahead and get themselves online. Just one casualty here in the anti-bonus.
Yeah, a lot of great patience from Talon as well. A great start with Primi picking up the first kill, not immediately dashing away. Even, you know, coming in towards this round, you're looking at a bit of a weaker bonus for DRX on the shield department, but there's no real push from DRX either. The time getting the better of them, the lurk timing, or rather the flank timing coming out, I really like from Talon in that one. Great recognition for the drone from Killua too. If he's always going to be pushing Garage and they're going to be going there in tandem, we're going to have to see some adjustments early on from DRX to make sure that they're not crunched up on.
At the top, there's a reveal out. 3 players going to be spotted, kill not found. Tiny bit of damage, but otherwise still relatively safe, but it's a good amount of information gained for Talon off the rip.
And same kind of setup for them as well, just leaving Jit Boys in through mid in a different location, not kitchen this time specifically, but for the remainder of the squadron, it's pretty much the same. Need to see some heroics from Mako if he wants to try and do something at the B side of the map, but for right now, DRX just playing the patient game. Drone out, confirming that there's still members surrounding the A site. As the minute mark approaches, this is where you would assume that DRX start to layer in a little bit more of this utility, get some information from freeing.
A little bit more emphasis on mid here, Mako. Bang the join in, make this a bit more of a reinforced push. Just recall on the alarm bot, check into the window, but nothing really seen here. Needing to be cautious about potentially having had Mako slip forward under 2, but isn't reading it, but Mako sticks around. Goes for the peek, Jit Boy's gonna be taken down. Primi here on that right-hand side on the approach, but it's gonna be Pain coming away with the kills. Cruz gets taken out. Primi still here, the tailwind expiring, needing to buy some damage and can just push up into the cover. They're watching for, the answer is absolutely. Freeing right there on top. As now the double push out from B is going to be noted. Mako dead, but gets all the info they need.
Yeah, just going to retreat, set up for the post properly here. That's just going to be the save call from Talon too.
Yeah, it seems like it's just going to have to be the back off. And 3 players are going to be lost. Cash not in the greatest position. Primi, granted, does have knives, so can go ahead and pull those out in the next round. And DRX going to be allowed to move up 3-1 here to start things off on Icebox.
There's always a position as well for Talon so far, having Primi and Cruz towards the A site and kind of being a bit respected too, with DRX not pushing too far forward, where Cruz might be able to grab that ulti orb and pick up the Hunter's Fury. Definitely have a couple of components that you could work with coming in towards the next round, but it is another highlight of DRX wanting to play this one extremely slow, seeing if there's any overextension from the Talon members, which there isn't really too much, so we might see a little bit more haste from DRX put into the fray in the next coming rounds.
They could just go for a really quick hit here. That Armageddon is available, so can just use it to flush out something like the B site. We'll see.
Yeah, but a change up immediately from Talon as well. 3-1-1 setup. So Cruz probably not incentivized to be grabbing that ulti orb by himself with the buy up here for Talon.
Thinks about it. You can see him inching forward there on the mini-map.
He's going for it.
Consideration. Should have been able to grab it. So yeah, it does have that Hunter's Fury online now.
And a big push-up. B-long as well for Talon here. This time 3 of them instead of the normal 2.
Turret set up from behind, though. We'll be able to go ahead and give out the early alert. Obviously, numbers won't be confirmed, but they'll be able to go ahead and no presence. Mako at the same time, though, might be getting caught on a timing.
Well, might actually find some timing for himself if he does push in through mid.
Slides forward. Knows that there's going to be a player here behind, but he's looking to just play this quietly here for the moment. Primi on the check, swings out. Minor damage taken. Finds the headshot. Mako now on the floor.
Now DRX, as they go for the plant, they're going to have to play a battle in 2 sides of the map.
Primi just looking to try to get the 1-tap, finds it. Hyunmin does manage to shut him down before he can do more damage, and finds the follow-up on the tie to keep this now into a 3v2. Clean shots from Hyunmin, bailing them out here in the round. And as the wall falls, so too shall Cruz. Australia looking snappy, and now for Jit Boys, it's really just about trying to deal some form of damage, stop that economy of DRX from really bubbling up. Not sure if Australia's going to be ready for this. Nope, not at all. Guardian into the back of the head. Some damage found. Clutch on the round. Possible, but the time just not quite there for him. So we'll just go ahead, drift away with the weapon upgrade. DRX now going to move up 4-1.
Yeah, a little bit of a unfortunate scenario for Talon when you consider that they've got the numbers and the pieces on the flank as well. You've got some good blade action coming through from Primi, but it's just a counterjet, and Hyunmin hitting some very crispy headshots. You see them back in the replay, and they're all individual jewels that have been sent his way as well. There's no double picks coming in from Talon, so definitely want to make sure that they're shaking off a couple of those nerves, getting a couple of their communications in the better scenario. Because it's going to be another one here where it's not the greatest buy to come through for Talon. Timer pause as well, so we're going to have a bit of a discussion to have.
No, we're not.
No, it's the wrong one. We had one yesterday. It was very quick. It was a small gear issue.
Oh,
but I feel like you on the desk cursed it a little bit because you get some big ones.
Okay,
So.
all right. Well, yes, that's true.
Yeah.
In the past. It's been all right. My last day out, we also had a minor gear issue. We were, in and out. So, hopefully, all should be well.
Hopefully.
As looking like perhaps over here on the side of Talon. Yep, being told similar gear issue here. So hopefully something relatively quick. Get this dealt with and back underway. But I'm right there with you. I was expecting it to potentially be that timeout call.
Yeah.
But as soon as I saw the timer start making it past that 25-second remaining mark, I'm like, okay, they're still going to leave the players out here. They're still going to let them chill and see what they can do on their own. But I think 5-1, Talon, you're probably going to have to pull a timeout if you're not able to find this next round win.
I mean, it's always the thing as well, how much is Frost recognizing on what they're talking about in the actual map as well, right? Because when you've got this little language difference, as long as Cruz is, maybe saying some sort of English to translate it to him post-rounds or anything like that, it really is up to his identification on how the team is going, how their comms are, these sort of scenarios after a tech pause as well, where you just have to stew in your own head. It's not too unoften that you don't see a pause taken in the round after.
Yeah. We'll see when they want to pump those brakes. For now, though, DRX finding some stability. Let's see how things fare for Talon coming off the back of this one. Maybe this could be good, though. Slow the roll. Just get a little bit of a breather, a little bit more opportunity to calm down. Granted, yes, cannot communicate with each other, with the coaching staff during this time about the game. But at least just give those players a moment to take a pause, take a deep breath, and say, okay, we got this.
Yeah, and of course, there's always going to be one of those veto situations as well when you come in towards this one in an elimination bracket. What are you changing up? How much practice have you had to, right? Because for Talon, they had to play yesterday. They had a not the cleanest game against Nongshim. It was 3 mapper, some high-level scores coming through at the end results as well. And then you got to consider, okay, it was the early game, so they do have a little bit of prep that they can come in towards today as well against DRX, who, back in this situation in a lower bracket run, are we going to have another Korean team go international? Are we going to have them get top, into grand final here? Are we going to get them top 3? Who knows?
Yeah, this has been, I think, pretty much globally a very topsy-turvy time. Ahead of the Masters, where a lot of these teams that you expect, especially off the back of Bangkok, to be able to qualify, to be surefire hits, barely squeezing into the tournament or just missing out completely. Obviously, T1, the obvious one, given that they are that trophy lifting team, but G2 had to go in as a third seed. Vitality still going to be fighting their way to try to make it there. There's a ton of inconsistency across the board. EDG, first ever international missed since 2022 when they won the LCQ and they made it the champs.
Yeah, so it's massive, massive shake-up. Of course, a lot of teams as well, you know, trying to get some championship points to have a slot to get in towards champs at the end of this year. A very vocal Frost saying that this team is getting to champions, right? If they're bowing out here, that's nothing extra for this stage 1. They have to do a big effort in stage 2.
Absolutely. Well, we are good to go. Thank you for bearing with us. And now we can get back underway. Some early salvos. Primi, though, up over the top here at 410, trying to see if he can get a peak, very hairline angle that he's trying to play off of here.
You need some ambition, though, from Talon in a round such as this. They've got Killua down onto a Sheriff, so he's going to play a little bit more informative or bait and switch.
Oh, Ty creeping forward, and Bane, I don't think he's necessarily going to read it. Somehow, doesn't actually get any shots in. Ty managing to dodge out those bullets. Keeps himself perfectly alive and comes away with the early kill. So now into the 4v5 on the attack. DRX will start going up. Talon, though, getting nicely clustered together. Should be in a solid position to try to go for a flood retake.
This sort of spot as well. Would like to see Marco get that pit down on the site.
Right now, as being asked to watch here from behind, Hyunmin is moving forward, gets himself up onto the belt. Spotting one, dropping, hitting the floor, and puts both players down. Just a lack of reaction. Not realizing whatsoever. Tap of the spike. Jid Boys doing well, bringing this back into a 3v3, but now the salvos fly to further delay. Push under the corner, Mako drags across, finds the headshot. The Armageddon gets sent here from Fring to further buy more time. The swing out, Hyunmin finding the first, and the shots are crisp.
Consistency from Hyunmin at the moment, kind of catching the Talon members on the flank with the note from Marco first. And he's just going for them. They're looking the wrong way, expecting a different location peak to come on out. I'm thinking to myself, okay, we're seeing the same sort of slotting from Talon around the map. 2 players over at the B site in Killua and Thai. They get a kill, they pill for a gun, they have some upgrades. They're expecting that this is going to end over to the A site. It kind of just gets pulled apart from then. You've got the salvos online, you've got the Armageddon, we're both invested, you still hold on to the pit for the next coupler, and this is the scenario that we're talking about just before during that tech pause, right? It's not too unexpected that you would get a pause after a tech scenario, either immediately or the round after.
Yep, this time of the tactical variety, that's what we like to see.
For sure. I cast my mind back to yesterday as well, and we see in the beginning stages, you know, adjustment periods from Talon. It took them 4 rounds on both maps, on both halves, to figure out what Nongshim were doing before they actually woke up and just knew what they needed to do, the awakening moment to kind of clean house. So if this is sort of the same scenario that they slot themselves in here, maybe we see them switch on, maybe we see a little bit more, you know, fluidity around the map, better rotations, better just plays together, because we're not seeing anything too different from DRX, right? It's like the B site at the moment doesn't exist, so we're just going A and A and A.
Yeah, we should just remake Icebox and just remove the B site.
Oh, for sure.
Just A with, you know, it won't be mid anymore. We'll have to call it left side. And you just, you know, you can go through the front or you can go around the other way, and that's it. I guess you can leave like kitchen in there.
Let's put the other side in kitchen.
Ooh, Hyunmin. Rare miss in this map. To not be able to find that instant punish. And it looks like this time DRX, they might be considering the other side of the map, at least for a moment.
Yeah, for a slight moment, there's always the option that they're going to be able to go back there, of course. Not seeing any push-ups through B long just yet. You'll see a stealth drone come up from a back position too, generally a little bit more forward. So if DRX are at least, you know, keeping an eye on where those utilities are coming from, they know it's a little bit more of a backline angle from Talon here.
Talon now realizing that this is going to be a bit more heavy presence. Stealth drone previously only really spotting out the Killjoy. Doesn't tell them much of anything there, but Mako now lingering forward, calling for the team to rotate around. I'll wait out this stealth drone, or rather this recon dart.
Maybe not noted just yet, by the way.
Hyunmin's making noise. He's just running up, but Mako's now found it. Swings the angle, and it's it's one of those plays that makes you think, are they telling him to run, to bait the angle, to keep the eyes trained there, or is it all just dumb luck? Either way, it's Mako with 2. A sight opened up, and Bane, very far back linger here in the spawn, gets the catch on the Jit Boys. Thai gonna try to flush him out with the Guardian, but loses the fight as well.
And what can Killua do in a 1 versus 5 department but run away with his tail between his legs? The hunt could even come onto him now with the credits not looking too stellar for Talon. You get a little bit closer to your ults as Bane, and well, Estrella would pick it up if he goes a-hunting.
And looks like they are gonna have Estrella swinging around looking for something here. Killua tucked in, can hear these footsteps behind, and the check nearly kills him. Estrella sees the one side, swoops in, and can't quite get it aligned fast enough. Killua does keep himself alive, weapon in hand. We'll have to rebuy the armor. But DRX now 6-1.
With Death, Australia will pick up the Reckoning too, but the important factor right now for DRX is they are converting after Talon's timeout, so no value, no weight or adjustments. You see in the early stages that you're mentioning, Cruz sending out the recon dart, it's spotting nothing. You've got Primi on the belt line. They're having confidence in him that he's going to be good for 1 or 2, maybe fall back, and then the team can have enough time afforded to get their rotations out, but he's just caught by himself, no trades. DRX selling a good little fake with the util that they put over towards the B site. And again, as I said, you know, the A site is where they were kind of always just going. It's going to be back there for the beginning stages at least right now. Same ambition line to come up from Primi. He's got Killua with him, so a bit of a different look this time in terms of the initiator force for Talon.
Might actually get a target this time. Ooh, top of the hat, going to be spotted there, but Bane similarly spotting out Primi in kind. Just be with Bill tucked back, the Reckoning now opening up on the site. As some nanos get popped, Hyunmin waiting here on the side of the wall. Primi coming away with 1. Estrella going to be taken down, up and over the top goes Hyunmin, and Jit Boys immediately snipes him out of the sky. Just the 1 kill answered back here for now, but DRX for the moment very much contained and held at bay as Primi is looking electric here. 3 kills found, Cruz. And it does go ahead and eventually put down Mako. Just the 1 casualty. Talon finally find their 2nd round win.
That feels like we were waiting for just some sort of individual performance from Talon, or maybe a proper effort by committee. This time Primi doing the lion's share of it, but the rest of the team to watch his angles as well, to just dance around the site, dance around the Reckoning. Big swatting from Jit Boys, by the way, onto the right-click attempt of Hyunmin. But a better look this time for Talon, as I mentioned, changing the initiator force for them, but I don't think that's really the big thing that worked out for them. They were just ready for some sort of aggression from DRX with the right numbers.
Crucially, they get rid of 2 ultimates as well.
Yep.
Blades committed alongside that Reckoning, so it ends up being a bit more costly for DRX, despite the fact that they still have a significant lead.
Yeah,
Hit invested over at green here for the moment.
Yeah, it kind of blocks the avenue of DRX, where you're only seeing really Mako go through mid, and the rest of the team over through to A, which they're silently approaching.
Change up position here for Primi, top of screen. Swing out, Frig able to go ahead and find that kill from Nest. And once again, pop the try to buy some time here. Jit Boys does have the lockdown, sends it. No Armageddon to go for a clear on this. Plant now being committed to. This means it's going to be probably a bit of a late exit. Not an exit at all. Estrella taken down in transit. Hit is out here from the side of Mako. Immediate tap coming through, and Hyunmin scaling forward. Narrowly is able to get the weapon out in time to take down Jit Boy. Swing onto the corner though. Killua going to be good for that. As Freeing is just fearlessly riding the rope across. He's making all the noise in the world, and now it's getting frantic. Mako spraying. Barely is able to find 1, and now needs to clutch it out here from within the pit. High on the approach. Over the top of the bite. Mako playing it so damn cleanly.
Well
gets the 3K. You might as well call it a clutch. DRX now 7-2.
I mean, essentially so, right? The value that the pit provides for them and the time being bought when the lockdown is out too. Enough time from the salvos and the nano just already placed on towards the spike. And at that point in time, you're putting everyone into the pit. The decay effect starts to come through for Talon. That's why some loose sprays in that sort of scenario work a treat. And then Mako, very patient, very stone cold. Not faltering in that one. And it's back to normal fashion, you would assume, for DRX right now on this map.
Just anytime Talon gain an inch, they lose a mile. 7-2 now as Orb's just going to be cycled back. Estrella already over halfway towards that next reckoning.
Yeah, it is just Thai at the moment over towards this B side too, with now Primi coming over to assist, but the walls are up, blocking vision.
Damage onto Hyunmin here.
This would actually be a pretty good call for a fake right now as DRX. You've still got alert coming out from Bane, a lockdown in play available if needed. And the rest of the force actually for Talon are all around this B site.
They tap, they get some util out, and it looks like they want to rotate off of that. Mako, though, needing to re-clear into mid. Jitboys, he's hearing footsteps. Calling for to get some extra eyes under tube. Poison Orb goes up. Mako now not going to be ready for this forward position. Estrella, though, instantaneous with the response, and now because of this preset position, Bane able to go ahead and get a deep lockdown, but the Hunter's Fury comes through, so Cruz can clear that out. Space can now be disrespected here by Talon as Primi through the smoke, able to find one. Bane going to be taken down, a 3v4 here for DRX. They try to close this out with Armageddon coming in over the top here from Kahlua, but they will be able to escape the blast zone. Knives popped, stun into the corner, the drop down. Primi looking for the double, cannot make it happen. It's all on Hyunmin. He can only find one. Still damage dealt here, but it's going to be Talon coming away with a third-round victory.
This time Mako not able to do any damage up the guts of mid, unfortunately, for DRX, and with enough ultimates online for Talon as well. Get a little bit hot under the collar for the DRX members as they're trying to establish a plant. And I gotta say for Talon, the rotations for all of the members essentially to just book it towards B, recognize that there's just a disconnection effect happening, and then all be already at the A site when the plant goes down. It does become a bit of a scrap battle to try and get a lot of the trades there, but Talon were already just holding the numbers game.
Talon still with an opportunity to rescue this half, now finding a bit more stability. Still these half armors in the mix here for a lot of the players.
But a bit of a swing scenario for DRX too here. They have to be pretty careful with holding advantages, holding weaponry.
The Reckoning goes out. Should just be instant salvos from Kahlua to try to go ahead and slow things up. Oh, that is a slippery little stealth drone. If nothing else, got him to waste pretty much an entire mag.
Reckoning out.
Reckoning to come through. And Jitboys pushing forward, playing aggressively. He's able to find one, and Primi comes away with a second. Just Kahlua traded out. It's a massive trade up here for the side of Talon. Stun connecting, but I mean, yeah, that's already the Reckoning expired. Mako on the hunt, but not suspicious enough. Cruz as well in a forward spot. It's going to be Bane with a hell of a headshot. Yes, Thai not able to find anything else either.
And that immediately turns things upside down, doesn't it, right now, from a 4 versus 3 into the favor of DRX. You've already got the site scoped out a little bit as I say that, but Mako gets Primi, and now it's all on to Jitboys, and we're talking about the economic situation. Do you consider a save here to make sure that everybody has weapons in the next round? I mean, Primi doesn't have blades available to back up his 100 credits.
It's a tough call, but it seems like they want Jitboys to try to go for this. A couple players on the side of DRX similarly don't have that much money behind. We'll be able to find one, clear the nano, but Mako back yellow. Jitboys just having no clue whatsoever where they had scattered to. The two surviving on the side of DRX, they will get up now 8-3.
And this is where it becomes a little bit more problematic for the Talon fans out there. If anyone's on the superstitious mark, you definitely want them to be finding this next one to not get that 9-3 curse happening. Or maybe you do want that to be more in the favor of Talon, right? So DRX, we'll see how they're going to navigate this next round after having the flank, I guess maybe expected again, because Talon have been doing that a lot in this map so far. The fact that Bane is just able to mop them both up is quite stellar. Now in the last round of this half, it's back to the drawing board, it's back to the A site to begin.
Well, Primi's position going to be confirmed once again. Drops down, eating some damage, and oh, just getting shot from every which way. Put the 45, but still breathing. Damage can still be dealt here by his hand. But if he dies in a forward spot, that means no one's picking up that Guardian.
Yeah. Salvo's out with the stealth drone. It's going to dodge that one, but how many players is it going to be able to spot out? 2 towards Maze.
Ball's coming through, stun at pipes. DRX just holding the brakes. Mako trying to see what kind of pressure comes out of B here before they really execute onto the site, it would seem.
Lots of utility exchanges at the moment.
Salvo's going through, Bane able to find one, and Gunman just crouching in underneath. Jitboys can take it down now. Primi with 45. Just going to be backed up by Cruz, who only has a stinger. And is quickly going to be left on the floor. Instantaneous headshot from Primi. Still on point in that regard, but it's now just Thai, and he has been noted. Mako looking to keep him held down here in mid, and he cannot fight his way out. Mako wins those, and that's going to be a 9-3 half with DRX well out in front.
And there's not too much ingenuity from DRX, to be honest with you as well, right? It's just kind of readable plays from an outside view. Start off with a bit of this utility at A, see what you can bait out from Talon. Maybe you've got a little lurk happening from Marco up through mid or over through the B side of things, where we see, you know, majority of the time Talon investing either 1 or 2 players in Thai and Killua over there, a small exchange with Cruz here and there, but there's no real massive adaptations, no massive A pushes, A crunches that they're trying to get out with, you know, getting maybe a special delivery and getting Primi on the line, getting for some recons as well, right? So it felt honestly a bit flat from Talon time and time again, where DRX aren't really changing things up too much.
Hey, it's one of our biggest fans. She's here most of the days. Going for Thai, cosplaying my Thai instead of Bane cosplaying as Vayne. I mean, sure, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say it's the wrong game.
Is Thai that ripped? That's the big question.
I guess we'll never know.
We need to get the thing that we're missing here is the voting count to see how many votes it's got between the two things.
Yeah, this is true. 9-3 though, man. Like, this is a little bit of a problematic spot for Talon if they can't get out on their pistol round as well, right?
Oh, for sure.
Like, it's their map pick. You're going into Fracture next, which, I mean, that's still rocky anyways. But you definitely want to come away with your own map pick when you've had it open, you've gone in with the choice, and you're expecting some sort of confidence on your own defensive side, some plans on your attacking side. So we'll see if that's going to at least come out here in the pistol round. Everybody looking to go towards this B site nice and early from Talon. Everybody investing with an upgraded pistol as well.
Just a full send, steady push forward here from Talon. Recon sent out. Mako caught on timing. Turns around, Khalil right there, says hello, takes him down. I thought it was a straight bullet. It was a straight salvo. His Primi will fall. Freeing, doing well to find one, but Straya just getting absolutely melted out through the walls. And this is the thing when you got 2 Vipers and then you get a Harbor into the mix as well. You can't see a damn thing. Body still hitting the floor though, and it will be Talon's Thai. Comes away with 3 kills. Talon will go ahead, tie it up in pistols.
I mean, I'm talking about a scrappy second map. Let's just bring it back to what we've got in front of our eyes right now. A scrappy pistol round to come on through where there's just wall-on-wall action and everyone's just trying to shoot through it and deny all action. There's white hot potatoing between maybe 3 members of the Talon side. But at least they do manage to navigate their shots a little bit better towards the end to finish it off after the awkward one that we're seeing on the other receiving end of Jit Boy's one there. So pistol round collected from Talon. Not going to see too much investment here for DRX. You'll play it for what it is, just the pistols. Get your guns in the next round.
Really getting that pit online as well quickly here for Thai could be very good for the post plants. Got him in though. Over the top, able to find one. Classic just puts down Jit Boys.
Not able to retrieve any upgrades though, if you consider the pistol the upgrade there. As a B site, going to be the lean now for Talon.
Still though, unless they start committing to the plant, Cruz is getting into a deeper position. Tap has been heard, bite delays. Everyone from DRX here, and now the call to go ahead and swing back across towards the A site has been sounded here from the side of Talon.
Yeah, Cruz just doing what Bane was trying to do on the attacking side as well. Play the lurk roll, find the timing, see how far forward you want to go by yourself. I mean, very different situation up against the pistols as opposed to rifles, so he's just going to slot himself in nice and deep.
He's got himself in a fantastic spot as well here on the rafter with that stinger. Anybody pushing forward towards the screen side. Likely to fall, but looks like Cruz not wanting to potentially overgreed here on his position. Backs away. There's a spot out on the one. Straya taken down.
Just weaponry retainment here for Talon.
Well, Bane does have that Sheriff. Finds Killua. Shot to the side of the head. Stun sent, not connecting. Primi still here. Top of 410, now going to be spotted. Hyunmin playing off the back of that. And oh boy, now suddenly we have to pump the brakes. Thai looking for a third, finds it here in the round, but now getting overwhelmed. And Cruz, last one standing. Still some time here. Draws out with the Ghost Spring, picks up the Phantom, and PRX pull off the Thrifty, denying the anti-eco, and this is a Shakespearean tragedy.
It's a blunder. That's what it is, mate. That is a round that should not go DRX's way. I mean, the first shot that comes out from them, you're catching, you know, against the Pistols or Jit Boys, right? But the rest of them, I mean, you're looking at a scenario where you've got a plant down, you've got some post-plant utility in the salvos, in the shock darts, but playing these forward lines, having some belated crossfires, I personally thought Thai was going to be able to just triple down there and maybe bring something back towards Talon and maybe win out the round, but no. DRX are out shooting today.
Wherefore art thou throwing? Oh boy.
See what Jit Boys might be able to do here with the Guardian. Apart from that, just the pistols for the force of Talon here, who again creeping up towards this A side of things. Going to start to scope out the situation. Nothing off the stealth drone.
I mean, we've seen stranger things. You've got two sheriffs here for the side of Talon. We could just get those thrifties into thrifties, the old Gen G special.
Waiting for the high tide to fall on down. But Australia going to start things off.
Close angle, multiplayer spotted. What is that?
Ridiculous.
That is insane as. So is, okay. We've gone from Shakespeare to absurdity.
Yeah.
Primi will be able to go ahead and find one as Hyunmin falls, but good God.
Just seen more kills through walls without any vision on your opponents in these last few rounds than we have with actual vision.
30 seconds left.
Well, up and over the top, the spot onto Estrella, but Estrella with the better weapon. 3K here for him, one away from that Reckoning to be online. As DRX, one away from having map point.
Yeah, you got to see Talon start to activate in a situation like this as well, right? If they drop that, well, it's going to be 8 map points coming in towards this map of their own choosing, and maybe we have a scenario where they have to just be like PRX of yesterday, where you wipe off map 1, you ignore it, and you look for a bit of a reverse sweep affair. Starting to get a lot closer to these ultimates as well for Talon at the moment, with Tier 1 off the Viper's pit. Meanwhile, on the flip side, no ultimates online, but an operator out for Hyunmin. Quickly over towards the A side of the map.
Surprisingly, first op that we've had of this map.
Yep.
Talon just not able to really ever get into a position to comfortably bring one in when they were on the defense.
We'll see how comfortable they're going to be able to get in towards this B site and knock at the door of DRX, if at all. No one moving too far forward on the map. Again, that operator just poised over at A, and you've got Belt being looked after by Freeing 2, where Talon, without proceeding too hard towards the B site, do you put a little bit more stock in what Jit Boys is going to be able to sniff out towards A, or do you still really just try to bully this B area?
Estrella spotting out plenty there. Sets up the wall, allows him to escape from back yellow, rotates around, sets up the other wall.
Always one of the valuable things of having the double wall comp on this map. Lots of stall ability, but there goes Jit Boys.
Okay. Jit Boys able to find Bane there under tube. Just outside kitchen.
Oh, the
They
reveal.
reveal it, but it's straight. This man is Daredevil. If you can't see it, you're dead. Either way, salvos are there in reply. Comes away with that one. The op just a hair too late to try to find a catch, and now it's going to be Hyunmin in a bit of a rough position.
Oh, they're not looking for Marco, not really.
Oh, they turn back, but he's still able to find one. 22 HP remaining. Mako repeats it, finds the second, and Hyunmin swaps over to the Phantom, cleans up Thai, and that is DRX now at 12-4.
And you would assume that that might be the nail in the coffin for this map as well. That was the real big buyout for Talon. Though they will still manage to come out with a buy in this round that they've mainly been presented with in this map. Light shields behind rifles. Got a couple of ults to come in towards this next round, you'd assume as well, with one already being picked up. But I gotta say, the trade game when DRX are shooting in that one, then falling to the salvos as Estrella. Marco low HP, finds the double. 12-4. See what we'll have presented to us by Talon in this one.
Op force off the angle. And then tucking back. Drone spots and confirms. Dash at the ready. Quick little reposition here. Gets himself situated more towards back sight. Rope is heard. Estrella trying to play close. Ooh, shoulder to shoulder, but Jit Boys gets the better of it. Gets a jump there, but Knight is going to be ground into a fine pace, as is Kahlua. How is Bane coming away with 2 kills on Nanos?
Ridiculous.
Spike planted, but Gentleman just gets out onto the wider angle. Jitboy's shut down. Knives now pulled as he's just bounding around the site. He's got Bane here, right there with him. Gets a 3K. And this is now an unwinnable position. Everything in the kitchen sink thrown at him. 13-4. DRX looking very well prepared here for Talon's pick of Icebox.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a little bit of a disrespect before the map started, but DRX can answer back with that, right? 13-4, that's a pretty disrespectful scoreline. We don't care what you're trying to shake up in our mental state before this one. We're just going to belittle you into the ground in the server itself, where it really matters in an elimination game. If you're Talon and you're not stepping up too hard in the kill department, in the strat department, you're not able to answer what DRX are copying and pasting round after round, I mean, why go to Icebox?
Hard to say. Granted, we have been seeing more and more these days the over-preparation for your opponent's picks, the under-preparation for your own. A lot of map trading in that regard across series between, I'd say, pretty much all of the regions.
Yeah.
This is not over until it is over, and Fracture is certainly a map where Talon can kick into gear, find their footing, and run this back. But DRX, they're going to be feeling very good about this opening at map win.
For sure, I'm very interested to see if we're going to still get some Waylay action come into Fracture for Talon next as well, or if they're going to go into a bit of a different look on it, because we haven't seen, again, too much difference from DRX when it does come to that map. Some slight shakeups on the agents, but I mean, they've had the very, very close win against RRQ, and before that, it's 4 games in a row against T1. So what differences are they looking to come out with there?
Yeah, they could change. I mean, they made the pivot here on the Icebox composition, bringing that Harbor in as well, so DRX are going to be willing to make those minor adjustments where needed. They feel like it's going to get them the advantages. It did here for sure on Icebox, but we'll go ahead and send it back over to the analysts to break down all the action from map 1.
DRX take the first map of the series on Icebox, and what a way to start. As the casters mentioned, saw a little bit of disrespect happening on the stage, but DRX was definitely not flustered of anything, perhaps a little bit invigorated by it.
Entirely unfazed. A very, very dominant first map from DRX. We saw Hyunmin, of course, leading the charge. Even on First Bloods, though, it wasn't overly dominant. I think it's when that round broke down in the mid-round and we see Mako start getting on these lurks, things like that. I just think Talon didn't have the answers.
Yeah, I think compositionally it was very hard for them to play into the Harbor comp that DRX was putting together here. They were really quite reliant on Primi getting opening duels won, which, to be fair, you can see it in the first kill department. He's done a pretty good job there. Other than that, they really had to rely on a lot of drone info. I felt like they had no way to kind of tackle the Harbor comp head on, and instead maybe they needed to adapt a little bit more on the fly and go for some more flanks and things like that. Those were some of their more successful rounds, of which, unfortunately, there was not many. Do you have to touch on the fact that individually, you're just looking at this for DRX, it's bigger, faster, stronger. You've got, I mean, I was going to say a big three instead of a big free of freeing Hyunmin and Mako, but Bane really pulling his weight on the Senti role, and every time he's been on a Sentinel, he's pleasantly surprised me.
Yeah, I mean, it's been really nice to see. I mean, I feel like we spoke before, but there's been a little bit of role instability, right, with the changes that DRX have had to go through.
Yeah.
But so nice seeing Freeing back on the Teo, and I do think Bane is actually fitting this the Sentinel position quite well. You know, Mako on the controller, Sentinel hybrid that is Viper, he once again looked electric.
Maybe Bane got a little bit of an upgrade while he was getting his surgery.
Right.
Yeah, you're saying he's got a robotic appendix?
Yeah.
So we haven't got like the vibrators in the shoes or elsewhere these days. We're installing them during surgery, apparently.
That would make sense.
Okay, well, we did see some awesome part. I don't even know what that is, so I'm going to move on.
It's a reference to chess. Okay, look, get your head out of the gutter.
I don't know what that is. Okay, it's out of the gutter, and now we're going to talk about Harbor, because we saw some cool plays.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Harbor comp brought in here by DRX, which was previously actually played by Talon the last time that they played Icebox, and you can see Primi trying to disrupt them as they take this A control. These A walls are very common when you're running the default here on the attacking side.
Yeah, it's all about sectioning off the map, right? You're able to use this wall to cut off all of this A lobby space
by the way,
and make it hard to fight through. But equally, if you're Talon, you don't just want to give them that space for free, but if you want to come forward like this, it's hard. You're having to take isolated fights. I think DRX really understood this comp, and I equally feel like Talon have no hard flashes. Breaking through these walls becomes very difficult, right?
Absolutely, and you could see Primy's trying to do his best. He's trying to get active, trying to disrupt them with the dart, as well as look for info in the mid-round, like I said, with the drone. But overall, it just was not that effective of an approach, unfortunately, for Talon. And I think this DRX comp has done very well for them. It was great at denying info. You can see them run the B default instead this time with a cascade up B long. But as you're seeing from a lot of teams, Morgan, they're loving hitting the A side. B is a bit of an afterthought most of the time.
B barely exists in this map. We all know it. This is a one-sided map. But I do think that's why Harbor is good, right? He does a great job. You get all of that A lobby control, and then you can use the rest of your util to really burst onto the site. And with this composition, we saw just how great their post plants were. 9 out of 10 post plants won, but that's so easy when you have Viper, Teo, Killjoy so strong in that post plant.
Absolutely, and the other team has to push through a high tide, and then you're cycling up the Viper wall on that B side of the map most of the time. It's very difficult to retake into a lot of the time. So Harbor, a fantastic pick, and definitely the kind of comp, we talk about a lot of teams having multiple comps. It's definitely the kind of comp that you should mix in, because it's not a huge change to go from KO into a Harbor. Stylistically, it's huge, but one agent difference, and 4 of your players play the exact same agents, and your attacking side looks completely different, but in terms of player comfortability on an agent, it's not a huge change that you could implement into your team.
Earlier today, we touched upon Hyunmin and Primy because they're always consistently fragging, but the way these teams utilize their entry duels is a little bit different.
Yeah, they have to definitely be different. I do think they serve kind of different roles in the team, right? You know, Primy gets flack, right? Primy gets a lot of hate for being a little bit of a beta from time to time. But I do think he's growing in his role.
I mean, absolutely. I've highlighted a couple of times. Kickoff, he did not take that many opening duels because he wasn't on the duelist a lot of the time. In through stage 1, he's taken more than double the amount of opening kills and opening duels. You can see he's trying to consistently play with confidence and take space over on the side of Talon. For Hyunmin, though, you do see him be very consistent as well. He was getting active, didn't really need to do much opping on the defense, which is what is usually a bit of a standout for me on a Jet player, but the way that you're entering, the safety of the Cloud Burst for the Jet, very, very good on this map.
Yeah, and I think one thing we saw from both of them is on that defensive side, you usually want to use the verticality of Jet to go fight forward on A, especially against this Harbor. That's why Jet's such a solid pick. But our MVP has to go to Mako. Once again, entirely unleashed now he's not on this IGL. So many big multi-kills, and I love him on this
multi-kills. Love the multi-kills.
The multi-kills?
Yeah.
The multi-kills are great.
Yeah, the multi-kills.
It goes with, what do you call them, vibrating shoes?
Vibrating shoes, yeah, and other things. Mako, though, I mean, he has absolutely come alive. You love to see it. He is back in beast mode for DRX. And, I mean, it's just such an iconic thing. You saw one of those iconic clutches inside of the pit on Icebox A site. He is famous for completing some big, big plays in that position.
Yeah.
And it's why I put him on my team.
You didn't put him on your team.
No, I thought I did.
That
I thought I did, but I didn't.
Very silly.
He's going to get
Mako.
-5 by Jing instead.
Yep.
Yes, Mako is a must. He is an absolute must. And, yeah, again, really glad to see him, you know, playing like the Mako that we know and love and just fragging out his mind. Just such a smart player.
Positionally so good. Like, I don't even think his mechanics are that amazing. Like, he's positionally fantastic. He is a certified Phantom abuser. It inspires me at the age of 30 that I might be able to frag.
When you're watching Mako next watch how many kills he gets because the enemies aren't even looking at him.
Yes.
Or the kills he gets through the smokes. This is a positional player. He's a Phantom plus Mouse 1 guy. You know, that's what he does. But he gets those kills because he's so smart.
Well, how do you think he's going to do in Fracture? Because that's the next destination for these two teams.
Yeah, he's had fantastic games on Fracture lately. He has been great on the Brimstone. DRX, I mean, this is a map that they have played quite a lot of. They got a lot of quality reps on it, and picking it into Talon is a statement. Talon has had so much success with this Waylay comp this stage. Granted, they haven't necessarily played the best opposition. They played Secret and Nongshim, if I remember correctly, and they stomped both of them with this Waylay comp. DRX is saying, we don't care how successful you are with this Waylay comp. We are going to pick Fracture into you, and we are going to destroy you.
So for me personally, I would like to see Primy stay with that Waylay. I thought that was the best way that we saw it used. We saw him, we saw him be able to dive into these sites, clear a lot of space, and then refract back to his team, and I felt like he understood how to use the agent very well.
Yes.
The only thing I'm worried about is if they they don't change. They played in a very similar way across both of those stomping games, right? So are DRX going to have an answer to this? Are they going to be able to catch him if he overextends too far without refracting back in time?
I think DRX has already shown a certain level of prep, even on the Icebox.
Yeah, very much
switching
so.
over to the Harbor. I think they did not expect Talon to play flashes on Icebox, and that's worked out beautifully for them. So 100% picking Fracture into Talon here, knowing that they played the Waylay comp. This is prep coming in for DRX.
But also, I have to say, Talon love being terrible in map 1. They've done this a lot. They lose map 1 so many times and end up sweeping out the series. So Talon fans, don't be too disheartened, and I do think Fracture is still a good map for them. So
it is.
I've got to say the reverse sweep's still on the cards for me. I'm not doubting just yet.
Okay, I do want to ask you guys a bit more, but we don't really see Waylay anymore. It's been dumped by most of the teams. This is one of the few teams that makes Waylay work, that makes Waylay look good, the way Primi works with the rest of the squad here.
Yep, he's back on it. So they are going to play that Waylay comp. Talon, honestly, Primi playing the Waylay has been some of the most convincing Waylay play I've seen in VCT, and the way that Talon play it on this map is fantastic, particularly their attacking sides. They've got a lot of set executes and set ideas that work an absolute treat, but they've had to show a lot of those already in the group stage, so we'll see how DRX tries to break that down and deal with that, because you saw DRX on their defense be very good at disrupting the other team with the Breach Teo Brim.
Yeah, they're very fast, DRX. Hyunmin on that Neon. DRX not really making any changes either. This is the comp that we saw from them previously. Bane on that Cypher is the one to watch. He's going to be the one who needs to shut down Primi.
Well, I think we're getting ready to get started.
We are.
Yeah, something's a little bit different on the capture.
Oh, absolutely. Look, we've taken Paper Thin, he's turned 40. We've taken him out the back. See you later, and we've replaced him with someone younger. So we'll throw it over to Achilles and Komodo.
Thank you. Thank you for doubling back to get that correct. But yeah, you're right. Paper Thin Glue Factory. It's over. Moto, my new duo. As we will go into map number 2. For anybody who was wondering where the bald man is, he's in Shanghai. He's doing another esport.
He's betrayed us.
We didn't know that those existed.
No.
I thought it was just League of Legends and this one. But
yeah, which somehow made its way into this broadcast in the halftime shenanigans.
But he's not doing League. He doesn't have the brain for it. But he barely has the brain for this one. Anyway, we'll stop talking about Paper Thin and we'll start talking about the game. As DRX looking for a bit of a trap play here on the south side. Reinforcements being called over as it's just going to be a tuck behind the box. And Streya's going to be taken down. Trap sprung right back over onto DRX. Nice little setup there. Good counteraction. Talon find the opening kill.
Got to remember, though, if you want to contest with DRX on this B side, it is always Bane's territory. Keep an eye on what he's going to be doing around tower specifically. See if that's going to come into effect as well. But with the player advantage and Australia going down, toe with the idea of coming back towards this A site, and that if it is the right read here for DRX, they will have 3 members that can defend.
Swinging off the relay bolt, just tiny damage there on a Cruz. Freeing. Flies to it, swings over the door, finds one. Hyunmin coming away with a second. Does eventually get taken down, drop. Going to be noted and heard here, and Mako catching a glimpse of the gun. He's able to find the head of Jit Boys.
Yeah, there was
player advantage now in a big way.
There was a trap wire up at the dish as well, so they did know someone was coming from there.
Mako now just going to be sat here. Backside underneath, safe behind the wall. They're going to try to cut across in towards spawn. Looks like the answer is yes, but Bane is there, and he's noted it as well. And now they're flushed back in. The time is just not going to be there. 12 seconds remaining. Instant headshot found. Down to the last 7. Freeing, closest member. Now just goes for the delay, and it is over. Plant cannot be found. Freeing will lose his life. Ty will come away with another 3K here in a pistol. Get the plant for a little bit of extra cash, but DRX will go ahead and take this opening round for themselves.
Yeah, a bit of a unfortunate one for Talon, though, right? When you consider they got the opening kill, and then it's the hold in main from old mate Hyunmin, as well as Freeing, trying to just dance around and get the kills. But good, just level-headedness from DRX. The right read to come back towards this A site, the right utility placed as well at the right time, getting all the info off the trapwire drop, as I mentioned. Great timing on the salvos to deny things. Might have to see Talon be a little bit more decisive with time. Of course, it was a bit of a blunder over on Icebox as well when things get quite low, sometimes courtesy of DRX. But secondary round here, just scoping things out. Freeing on the drone, going to be noting where Jit Boy's lurk is going to be.
Scaling forward, looking for that Cypher here. Couple shots out. Cruz able to avoid getting tapped, is freeing, almost getting timinged, but now Jitboy's needing to backpedal frantically and get some damage in, but cannot find much more than that. Cam going to be spotting out multiple players. Bane just going to be sat here in tower, as he often is. This is his spot.
Like butter, baby.
There's Cruz not ready for anybody to be there on the plat itself.
5 versus 3 angle for DRX. Just try and hold what you can. Come in towards the next round at the moment. Maybe deny a plant if possible as well. As Talent will pick up an ulti orb on Die. He will be 1 away, so with Death, an orbital strike into the bonus.
Death or plant, we'll see which one it's going to be, but DRX now very much understanding where they're going to be looking to go. As it's going to be a quick little rewind there from Premi. Snaps back over towards that drop position. Freeing running out of bullets, will end up falling. It's going to be the one casualty here as the Spectre will get scooped up. And DRX start things off 2-0.
And this is the situation for Talon as well, right? Coming in towards this map. Maybe an expected pick to come through from DRX, but maybe not with the scrappy affair that we've seen from them so far in the group stage and the course of their play this year. For this map, a lot of very close ones going, 13-11, some overtimes. It's not been the most confident map for them. But for Talent, the installments that we've seen with the Waylay at least, some pretty decisive results, despite Primi, not having the greatest showing in one of them, but still getting the job done.
Hyunmin is just rushing forward here. Still throwing the check onto the opposite side. Salvo's set and ready for Cruz. But here comes the push. He's just stuck on the iPad. Does get taken down, and DRX likely going to be more than satisfied with that pick. They go backpedaling, riding the rope now. Is Jitboys. Bane with that stinger. Go ahead and find a kill. Kaluma pushing up in towards A main, though, able to find Estrella here in Halls. A real solid opening they have for the moment, freeing just where it goes to try to hold the door. Does get the smoke off and looks to reposition. Oh, dash forward. Is a little jump back, but still able to trade for another. Kalua now on the floor. The molly here just in front of their feet. They've got Mako from drop as well.
Hyunmin slipped into the right spot though.
And he absolutely has. Primi still doing well to find the kill. Smoke dissipating, put some damage down, but exchanged back. Bane now arriving with a weapon upgrade. Primi tapping, just trying to see if he can suss out where this Cypher is going to be coming from. It's going to be even more damage taken. Well, Bane will find it. Second one for him. And a bonus converted. 3-0 start here for DRX.
I love the push through from DRX at the trade position as well. We saw a very nice ace from Buzz yesterday on the Neon, just really dipping and diving around with the lightning fingers as well. So I do always like to see a great little Neon play to come on out. Talon, though, in this round, not able to bring any stability, not able to get on top of the trades. Again, a lot of great timing of utility components from DRX around the map, too. Never going to be able to contend with Bane in tower. Feels like the orbital strike, if you want to try and find him, is going to have to be the investment to remove him from that spot. But in a pistol round such as this for Talon, probably not going to see that utilized unless there's already an advantage or a post-plant scenario, potentially.
Taya already here at the start of the round. Down to 14.
Smoke's down.
And there's Mako getting the spot out, swings, and is eventually able to snap on, so Primi going to get picked to pieces. Spotted out more. It's Mako just coming away with another. And the man who started off the round tagged down is going to be the last one alive here for Talon as DRX look to go 4-0 in flawless fashion. Gentleman just steadily swinging forward. Oh,
he gets it done.
For a second. I believe maybe it wasn't going to be a flawless. For a shot sailing right over his head, but is able to go ahead and get the readjust.
And again, like I highlighted a bit earlier, right? 4-0 was the time for Talon that they needed to recognize what's happening on things, right? To call something, call a timeout potentially, and start to get back in the map. Highlighted very effectively on Ascent yesterday for them. So we'll see if that might be ringing true again here. Otherwise, from what we saw on Icebox, I mean, things will maybe go one back in their way, and then it just looks even rockier, right? So this is the time for them that they really need to start to achieve some opening duels, achieve some trades at least. Just look a little bit more decisive. But I like the adjustment from DRX, pushing up towards the north side.
Stealth drone not getting the spot out here. Mako just tucked in behind the boxes. Tripwire spotted, cleared. It's just going to be a backpedal as Armageddon does get sent. That's from Freeing. Expecting that there was still going to be some pressure coming through from that arcade side, but as you can tell, Talon, no one was there to receive that damage.
And Marco's just used the Incendiary, by the way, as well, so that was some more stalling power that DRX had up their sleeve for the tree choke point, but now sub 1 minute will tick on over, and Talon's going to pivot towards this A site, leaving to see what the two members around B may be able to trickle on and find. But yeah,
there's some attention over here. 3 players now on the rotate, reinforcing that A site here from DRX. The exec getting ready to come through. As stun, connecting, Bane just backpedaling, orbital strike to try to flush him back into the spawn, but Mako still gonna get caught. Bane still stunned up now, out into the open. Ends up falling 1 by 1. Talon will pick them apart as Cruz is able to find a little bit more. 3K for him, as he will now have his own Armageddon online, and Talon will get themselves on the board. You mentioned it, that 0-4 start.
Yeah,
could be true again.
Talked about decisiveness, right? That's something that we need to see from Talon there. It looks like they got a just better crosshair placement in that round, at least. The orbital strike, not the position that I thought that they would do it, but when you're combining that with a fault line, it's always going to work a treat. You got Selvaros behind it as well. I mean, you're pretty much not escaping in that sort of thing. Good confidence from Cruz as well, just marching on forwards. But as you say, most importantly, right, the 4-0 mark, there's one on the board for Talon now. As we see Hyunmin bringing out the operator. I'm going to see no one home in the position that he is placing that out, but at least confirmed in the map now with the destruction of the camera.
Stealth drone to hunt. Maybe at least one spotted, but Chit Boys at the ready finds the headshot. Hyunmin knocked out of the park. Hell of a shot. Operator now lost. And Cruz with the Armageddon to go ahead and help ensure that they can close out this round. Spot on the 1 though. Thigh will still fall. Freeing. Getting that hit. There's a swing in, and Klua can't quite steady the aim. Straight up there with covering fire, able to find it, but great distraction play. The Waylay goes diving forward, and that allows them to find the punish. Chip Boys, however, trying to hold things down on that arcade side, ends up falling to the wayside. Kill found, Spike now dropped, and in Mako's grasp.
Yeah, a bit of a difficult situation to be picking that one up from as well.
You've got salvos. I mean, Cruz is a full kit to try to utilize here. Primi, though, absolutely nothing. Just kind of needs to hit the shot, and he's able to do so. Ultimate now online.
Oh, but the push up from Cruz, maybe unexpected for Bane here.
Find the timing, though, Primi. Plant is done. Here behind the box, and oh yeah, he knows exactly where this is, and he's ushered him straight into Cruz's open arms. Nicely done here from the side of Talon. Get themselves a 2nd round win.
Yeah, great spotting from Primi as well, in just recognizing in the middle of the round what he needs to do on the Waylay as well, right? As you mentioned, being the distractor. Unfortunate for DRX, the opening scenario too, an operator on that sort of line you usually like to see, or generally are, getting a bit of an opening kill statement there. A lot of backwards and forwards ability in this sort of round, so you're just needing to see these teams adjust really well, but it kind of, opened up on that B site by Primi, and it's closed by Primi as well. Convergent Pass, I mean, a bit of an expensive ultimate to be throwing in, but you do get it resulting in a round of victory, and you also bring out a timeout from DRX.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a bit of a breath of relief here for the side of Talon. Granted, DRX, yes, still in with an advantage, but Economy getting whittled away at here with these last 2 rounds. First 2 consecutive round wins that Talon's been able to get in this series. They had none on Icebox. Yeah. So I think DRX is going to be very well aware of how streaky this team can be when they start getting that read, when Cruz starts having an understanding of your tendencies.
Yep.
So wants to try to throw a spanner into the works here.
And something that we haven't seen from Talon so far when running the Waylay on this map that we have seen from them and from some teams in China as well who are running a similar sort of comp is getting the spike on the Waylay to dash on in, get the plant, dash on out, and you're playing a lot of post, right? You're doing that from dish, you're trying to drop a lot of that utility to just deny the spike from being defused. We've not really seen anything like that come out from Talon too quickly just yet, so I'm kind of waiting for that sort of scenario to see how prepared DRX would be and how adjusted they would be. It's back to normal Fracture things, you'd say, though, with the A-main aggression to try and be gathering it, but...
I don't think Primi got much information. No. Scott is fully blinded up.
But you
just has to get out of there.
You do kind of waste the ultimate, though, if Hyunmin here.
Yeah, that is very true. The overdrive did get popped in response, and we'll just be waited out. So Talon just more than happy to stay tucked here outside of halls.
Yeah, big reset on towards the round essentially for DRX, where you're investing that ult as the kind of instigator to gaining advantages, getting kills, siphoning weapons.
Rolling Thunder going to be sent astray his way. Does get the hit. Fast lane in response to stop the really aggressive scaling up through main.
I'm wondering what Jitboys is going to be able to do on this lurk, by the way, too. Bane still, of course, in the tower with 2 trap wires positioned to the arcade side of things.
On both sides. Cruz, though, now getting in position for this flank, or maybe even just the pivot call to shift back across to A if he can clear it out. Jitboys tagged very low. Now going to be stunned up.
Oh, did you see him?
They haven't quite noticed him until this very moment. Walks straight into his thing, and Estrella is there. Finds the kill. In the meantime, though, the rest of Talon working their way across to A, getting ready for the plant.
Yeah, an open sight, and remember, it is a lesser buy for DRX here too, so planning for main.
They have a Bucky on Bane. He's now rotating around and about to make contact here, against Thai, and I don't think he's going to be able to find too much value there. Thai just going to stay tucked. Drifting across.
Oh, you say that.
Never mind. Just draws out the classic, and he's right as rain. High taken down. Weapon now recovered. Either way, decent damage being dealt here from the side of DRX. They're looking for another thrifty. Cruz from this defender's side, able to find one. Estrella comes away with another. Now a 2-1, and they know Cruz's position. The salvos have to be baited out. It's going to be a hold to half. Estrella giving his life. Trying to make this clutchable here for Mako. Just needs to narrowly find it. And now will not be able to do so. The back away, Cruz gets out. It's a Red Bull clutch as Talon will go ahead and pick up a third, not allowing for that thrifty to come through.
One of the more awkward clutches to come on out in that scenario with both players where missing all their ammunition and having a couple reload. Yeah, you're always going to give a bit of a valiant attempt to sticking it through the salvos there to try and get it halved to give Mako an opportunity in that sort of situation. But damage really done by Cruz, by Primi, to try and bring some sort of stability and then allow Cruz to come out with a clutch at the end by default.
Get a little bit silly.
But now Talent knocking on the door of DRX, 3 in a row. Full gun rounds to be presented. Operator back in the hands of Hyunmin, though not going to be seeing too much for the time being over at Dish.
Spray across the Bane, just anticipating this. Goes through the smoke, tries to really disguise Mako's position. And he finds even more. Kalua's now down to 4.
Yeah, that's rough.
Jitboys in the same time does get scaled forward over towards drop. Call to pivot, not been sounded quite just yet.
He is essentially just going to be sitting here, waiting to see if the team is eventually going to make their way through main. See if anyone is going to be presenting him with a duel, which Hyunmin, just aware of the situation. And things go bad to worse for Talon in this one. Killua, 4 HP, courtesy of the spray earlier. And just ultimately a 5 versus 3, where you've got a Rolling Thunder on Estrella. And a more stacked B site here too.
Camera just over the top. Thighs should be right there in view.
Another Sky Smoke that kind of just locks you out here.
It's just keeping it quiet here for the moment. Fault line on main. Aftershock at the ready for the pinch from Arcade in towards the site. Talon, gonna be okay. Gonna be happy that they've gotten this out. They've already made the sound to call.
10 seconds left.
DRX not realizing that, wanting to ensure the round victory. Send out the Rolling Thunder, and Talon just kind of get that ult out for free. DRX, they win the round, yes. But now that's one critical retake tool that they don't have to worry about.
Yeah, not for a while, of course. You may see that be picked up again for Estrella in this first half here, but this means that you could potentially see something a little bit quicker for Talon now come to these next sort of rounds. Get really early on a, quote-unquote, lesser defended site when you consider how DRX have been playing. No 4-1 stacks, no complete stacks. So we will wait and see. I mean, I'm noting the positions just currently while we've got this one of what Talon are looking to set up. And by location, it actually does give me the vibe of them wanting to try and get into this A site real rapid.
Yeah, completely off on the opposite side, peeking out towards tree. They're not rushing their way in quite just yet, but applying steady pressure here from both sides. Drone cleared out, freeing. Potentially going to be in a bit of a bad spot here as Tripwire gets sent. Fault line's going to be exchanged, and yep, the pinch comes in. Freeing going to be taken down. Headshot found there by Estrella, but cannot confirm that kill. Mako now dead, and this quick hit here from Talon works a treat.
Yeah, a bit more silent in the very beginning of it, allowing the util in A main to bring attention to the forces of Talon, but apart from that, quick in towards the site, quick plant goes down, 5 versus 2, save call forced for DRX. And in a hunt scenario like this, I mean, you look at the credits of Talon, it's not the worst thing to try and remove the operator, for example.
Well, they know where it is.
But can they get
Question is, do you want to take your chances? They've got enough money pretty much to last out the remainder of the half here, barring just heavy buys and catastrophe.
Yeah.
But yeah, Talon will be in a good enough spot, so could go for it. But if Primy's not going to be able to find it, they're more than happy to not give over any additional kills here. So Talon, clawing their way back into this one, will find a 4th round win. DRX still set here at 5. Money to purchase, but it's that echoes of that rolling thunder coming back to bite them in the previous round here.
Yeah, potentially so. You maybe see that one positioned onto the side itself or over towards Dish from Australia in that sort of situation. It's hitting 3 members and that's stopping any aggression towards the site. So that's the different sort of position that they seat themselves in using it in the previous round. But for the new one, of course, one away from Convergent Pass as Primy, should be a given that he's going to be picking that one up. So you might again see something a little bit more fast-paced from Talon towards this B site. When they get it.
Again, up over at Arcade, not in a spot, peeking down and towards main to really catch anything here. Bane does get a glimpse, gives him an idea. What they're going to look to do is Primy inserts himself over in towards Canteen. Can re-trigger to go ahead and rewind back, and it's just going to be an exchange here on the side itself. Primy ignoring it, lingers in spawn, and Mako not prepared at all. DRX now in a tough position again where they might have to consider a save if they can try to get out to a better position. Looks like Hyunmin just sending out another pod shot, rotates back, grabs a Vandal, wants to try to play this one out.
Has to find Cruz first.
Here on the close angle, the fast lane is available, and he's gonna almost get timinged. Seems like now that he knows where he's at, he might want to try to play this, but it's been a reposition from Thai. He creeps up over towards that Arcade side, so the call to save the operator will be made. They need Hyunmin's credits to try to spread out some more firepower here across the rest of the team. Talon now going to be tying things up at 5-5.
Yeah, a couple of different options for Talon in a scenario like that one where you've got Primy one away from the ultimate. You could pick it up, use it onto the site, slow your opponents and try and get in that way, or change it up a little bit and be a little bit unorthodox, unexpected. Getting him in through Canteen there is something that definitely DRX did not expect whatsoever. You've got a lot of trades happening on the side itself, but Talon are winning. So coming out with a couple of these, battle-heavy rounds as well that they can weather should give a lot of these players some good confidence coming into the last few rounds of this half on the attacking side too. Now tying things up 5 apiece, almost breaking the economy of DRX. You'd need to see some heroics from Hyunmin or from Bane, who do have the heavy weapons. Speaking of,
to be played out here in the half. And yeah, Hyunmin coming away with value right off the rip. There's Estrella peeking in towards Halls, getting the spot out. There's going to be some stuns exchanged here. Actually, no, that was just Cruz getting stunned by Kahlua.
Still, Talon creeping up to the entryway of this A site.
Just waiting the strike. The dash is at the ready. I mean, Primy, does he send the ultimate in first? The answer is going to be no. Goes up and over the top. Estrella, though, stunned up there on top of the salvos. Ends up getting taken down. Freeing within the smoke, just that Sheriff. This plant gets ready to come through in the corner. Right here. Primy now just continuing to hold on to the weapon to try to deny any kind of retake. Chuck of the stem, trying to open the door. Glimpse is found, but shot does not connect. All players from Talon now contained here within the site, but DRX needs to still try to find some way to flush them out of this.
Good shot.
The first one falls. Solid headshot into a follow-up. Thai ripping them to pieces, looking for the third. Bane, or rather Mako, does manage to find it. Not sure why I thought it was Bane. And then it's going to be just freeing, sliding away with a Vandal in hand. Op will be left on the floor. Ult's going to be retained and obtained here from the side of Talon going into this final round of the half, as they will get themselves up to 6. So tied at worst, in the lead at best.
Yeah, I noted in that one when Freeing dropped the salvos to buy some time for the team when the plant started to go.
He's read it so well.
He disconnected to get the gun up at Dish, but then had no value for the remainder of the round, essentially trying to save the gun at the end there, trying to, as he does ultimately fall. You also see Cruz trying to pick up the ulti orb when the door gets opened, an opportunity maybe in that spot for DRX to start to come back, but again, just some level-headedness from the rookies at the moment. Thai has been pretty stellar when it does come to this map in Fracture. He's always getting active in these duels when his job's essentially done as the smoker, when he's provided the pathway for his team to get in. And now last round of the half, you've got some stellar ultimates to be able to utilize for Talon.
No off here for the side of DRX, but JitBoys has one in his own hands. He's looking, waiting over there at B main, trying to see if anyone's going to come pushing forward in towards him. As Hyunmin, on a very aggressive line, slides over into the corner, but Kahlua able to find the shot. Armageddon sent. Orbital sent there as well from Mako. It's just going to be some damage onto the players of Talon, but Hyunmin now gone. Tip the spear, cut off. All's going to be sent. Mako just having to send out the molly to try to peel off some of this pressure that might be wrapping around.
Still definitely trying to go towards this site though, aren't they? They can put a pause on it at the beginning here, see if JitBoys can get anything when that smoke starts to fade. Same can be said for Mako.
Just here inside of the smoke, looking for a timing, swings out. It's only going to be good for one. Kahlua now with that kill. Rolling Thunder does get built up. Goes across in towards backside, but Estrella able to do a 180, turns back, finds JitBoys. As the Orbital now crashes down here onto the site, but Freeing already going to be dealt with. Estrella swung out wide, joining in alongside Bane. They'll find one apiece, but nothing more. Tie, last one standing. Will get the round win for Talon, 7-5 in the lead at the half.
Yeah, really great recovery from Talon after those first four rounds come out in the map. I mean, that's kind of the be-all thing for Talon at the moment most recently. It's very shaky in the beginning of a map if they aren't out at the very, pistol second, third round. They have to have a little bit of time to recognize how their opponents are playing, what they need to do to come on back, and they have actually been getting a lot better at doing that in the recent times. So it's really good to see for the depth of this series when you consider that it is an elimination game for these teams here, that they're not just bowing out really easily.
Solid run back here. 7-5, starting on the attack. We'll see now how the defense is going to fare for the side of Talon. What does that mean? It's the best right hand. Just
Maybe
like,
the best clicker?
the best aim?
Best clicker?
Yeah. Why not just say who's the best aim?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because even in Korean, it does say like just right hand.
Yeah. I mean, if it said right-hand man, like, who's the best supporter for them?
Quickly got that one ready, didn't we?
Termi with a big smile or Termi in full rage mode. I think that they both have their promises. That's the photo from today.
Yeah,
sure.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They just like slot that in. Find a way to work that into the broadcast. Do it now. Well, right now he's neither smiling nor in full rage mode.
Yeah, I feel like he's a lovable bear, right? He can go angry mode if needed, but he can always be a bit huggable at times.
I mean, I think, and I've said this before, he's had a pretty good approach about this stage with all of the things that have been, thrown his way and thrown the team's way.
Yeah.
That even if they don't make it to Toronto, that he's confident that they'll take away good things, good lessons, and learn a lot.
Yeah.
Which is a fantastic way to kind of approach that, because I think most people would be like, we're making it to Toronto or bust.
Yeah, I mean, you got to remember that the big old prize for the year is always going to be Champions 2. Yep. So if you can still get to there as one of the 4 teams from this region.
Spot on the 1. Sheriff in Primy's hands going to be confirmed as Bane now. Just exchanging some pressure against Tai. Both players tagged for 30.
And the stealth drone immediately destroyed over in main by Hyunmin too. So there's an idea already for Talon that there's some forward progression in A main.
Online sent, the catch on the Hyunmin, no! Plants his feet, finds 2! How's he done that? He's worked down the 10 HP. JitBoys will finally bring an end here to this Neon. But a havoc has been wrought. Push out of the smoke here from Mako, a double take from JitBoys. Turning his pressure right in front of him. Down the 10, gets the cam. Trying to hit the shot, Mako tucking back into main, but now the wraparound comes through. Primy arriving over at drop. The swing out, and Primy's there on the cross angle. Talon will pick up the pistol. 2-2 in that regard, and now up by 3.
Well, you talk about Bane being able to lock down B generally on this map. How about a Jip Boys bunkering down over at the A side? 4K to come out from him. Low HP. When you think Hyunmin trying to get some damage out and you're thinking ridiculousness is afoot. Just a little bit better from Jip Boys here, who hasn't been able to find too much on that attacking side in his lurks. So some individual confidence, you would hope that that one installs in you. And more importantly too, a pistol round finally, again, going back towards Talon, only picking up the second in both of these maps.
You have to suspect Mako was likely getting the read that it was going to be Primi rotating through that defender spawn as well. Well, meanwhile, just a peek in towards main.
So
and
Primi has the better right hand there.
In this case, yes.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Just pistols for DRX though. Wouldn't mind seeing some orbitainment, but Primi wants to stop that.
Peek in, finding one. Mako just, hip fire action, looking to steady it, eventually does. And Jip Boys wasn't able to find the ace. Primi now, similarly low HP. He's going to be looking to see if he can find one, but for now, we'll just go ahead and scoop up that orb.
Or maybe Jip Boys can
steal
it back, yep.
Just, only these two players get ult charge, nobody else.
I mean, I wouldn't actually mind it when you think about the defensive side for a Cypher ult here, going into a bonus. You could definitely see that picked up pretty easily.
He's got crept up here.
Oh, he's got a
Primi.
Primi.
The sewer, he's got the angle at the ready.
30 seconds.
Fring just walking right into it. And there you go. Predator ace found is Primi. Looking electric here on this Waylay. 9-5 now. Talon well out in front as we go into their bonus.
Very sharp shots to come out from him when the scope is there. The hipfire ones, though, looking a little bit awkward for the one against...
He got the flick kill.
Yeah, he gets the hard ones. It's the easier ones, though. But no, nevertheless, a great ace for him to come out there. One away from Converger Pass now coming in towards this next round as well. And a bonus variety. It's not the worst weaponry for Talon either.
How much do they realize about this judge? The DRX themselves have been bringing shotguns forward into tower. As frantically looking for some damage there on the reveal. Unable to find anything with the Guardian. Bane just pushes forward. Shipboy's going to be taken down. Sight now opened up as Kahlua just strafes in. I believe Estrella blind, maybe blind shot, is able to go ahead and find that kill. Full position. Freeing. These shots just dancing around his head, but he's got his sights trained on Cruz.
Of course, sending the Guardians here, look for some damage.
It's still just the bonus here for Talons. Dropping this round, still will have them up by 3. Decently cozy position. And Primi, kill or death, will have that ult online.
One enemy remaining.
See if he's going to be able to find anything. Otherwise, it's looking like a flawless here for the side of DRX. Backpedal, getting away here from the angles. Creating even more distance, so yeah, it seems like Primi not quite going to be able to get it done. And rushing forward. And overall, nothing going to be spotted. Some noise made, and Estrella will just swing out, says, yeah, I would like to get my Rolling Thunder.
Yeah.
So we'll go ahead and hand the ult over to the Waylay.
Yeah, there was always a chance there as well. I was thinking to myself, well, let's just let him live and not get it, right? Very real possibility for that one, but nevertheless, a very quick one into the B site for DRX. I saw on the radar as well, every single member of Talon that was over at the A site immediately booked it over there too, so not being, or not having any focus on a potential flank to come on through too. Early timeout here after dropping the bonus round. So Talon looking for a bit of an idea earlier on as opposed to what they did in the first half.
Curious if this is going to be some kind of set strategy here with the Waylay ult coming through. But I think it's also very similar stories for both of these teams when it comes down to just getting that momentum going, getting that streak built up. I mean, we saw it from DRX on Icebox. Give them that tiny bit of space, they will be able to take a mile, start running away with a map. So even up by 3, one away from double digits, Talon not feeling super comfortable quite just yet.
Now, if they're able to get their first gun round on the board and, you know, either doing it with a play with the Waylay ult, or if they're doing it just together as a team and making sure the fundamental utils that they can repeat a lot of the time happen, it would be good. We've got an operator out for Primi, however, though, here. So expect a refract challenge, potentially. Having everyone spread around the map, though, quite largely for Talon in this one. Meanwhile, Hyunmin already very far forward in towards A main, team in tow.
Shot sent out there as well, nearly finding a fishing shot over on towards Jitboys, but it's going to be Kahlua instead taken down as Estrella. Finds that kill, opens up the rope. Primi repositioning, shifts over, gets over towards drop, but now is alone on trying to hold this side. Finds the first hit. Freeing going to be taken down, but this plant still going to be coming through.
Spike planted.
As Cruz noted on the flank, but do they know that Thai is also on the approach here from the angle? I'm going to be cleared out. Only Bane spotted thus far. Mako just around the corner. There to reinforce. This ult is going to be invested here. Mako, though, peeking into door, able to find one. Bane going to be taken down. Primi finds the op shot. Now, Mako and Estrella needing to try to fight their way out of this one. The ladder has fallen. Diffuse being held to half the swing in. Mako with a 4K will get DRX that round win. 2 in a row picked up here in the half for them. Some decent damage dealt from the hands of Talon, but a couple players on their side. Cash is in a wobbly spot.
Yeah, the immediate A presence from DRX there actually had Cruz go for the flank through tree pretty quickly. He destroyed the trap wire really early on, forcing out a second one from Bane too, but didn't really hang around too much to watch for the flank, because the idea for Talon there is to wait and see what Primi's going to be able to spot first before having to put in the ultimate towards the site to allow his team to get into holes. I just feel like it was left a little bit too late for Talon in that sort of scenario, and this is the spot where DRX can look to bring some stability on their attacking side.
Really heavy stack. Chance for this to go sideways. It looks like they don't want to take any chances. In fact, as the Rolling Thunder is going to be sent out.
Can't get in, though, behind it.
Yeah, just going to be held back. They spray through, and widely, nothing is gained.
All 10 members on this alpha site.
No lurks, no lingers, no flanks.
Here.
Just Ty about to push up here and instantly die. Solid headshot there from Bane. As now it starts falling apart a little bit here for Talon on the thrifty attempt.
Yeah.
For the start, it was looking very possible. It was Jiggle Peek, Molly going to be sent. Cruz just swinging out, trying to strafe over the top of that one with a shorty in hand, but it's only going to be minor damage found. There's DRX looking for a flawless. Primi is going to go backpedaling and sprinting across the rope.
There is a trap there that he would have to destroy.
Otherwise, one trap goes to the other.
Otherwise, he's just going to have to wait for a potential exit here, because he does need to meet his demise in this round.
Just going to see if he can get any kind of catch here.
If Hyunmin did get the kill, he would have the ult online too.
Catch up plenty. I think, you'd rather get this over to Freeing.
Yep.
And we'll be able to do so. So Team Ace, flawless round here for the side of DRX. One away from tying things up now.
Yeah, good
Go
dismantling.
back into another buy.
Good dismantling on that side as well. It doesn't really matter what weaponry that Talon do have, right? The presence of 5, though, you can still kind of come out with something a little bit shaky, something a little bit worrisome at times. So I don't mind the investment of all the ults and the Rolling Thunder in the very beginning, although it not really finding too much value, which has kind of been every instance on this map so far from Australia.
Yeah, I said it twice.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, both, I think, understandable.
Understandable.
But in the hindsight, you're like, well,
yeah,
not much value is found.
Something for them to go back towards in review potentially. And
Molly towards tower. Hyunmin sprinting in, trying to find a catch. Jitboys, does he get caught by that? Spray across it. Yep, just a pixel out of place there. Thai spotted. Jitboys, however, on the jump, still going to be good for 1, but Freeing quickly trades it back.
Operator for Primi here as well. Definitely needs a line of sight.
Freeing with the plant gives him the Armageddon now.
And also no smokes because Thai was down first. It makes this retake a little bit more difficult.
Do they toggle the camera at all? Bane does. Does he spot him? I don't think it did. Freeing has no idea. Right there into the elbow, and he's going to be kicking Bane. And how did you not see him?
Just remember, orbital strike for Mako here.
Okay, he's tucked down into sewers. Has it at the ready. There's a stun. Orbital not going to be finding any eliminations, but shoves them back, shoves them in towards tower, and the shots right now being hit are damn clean. It's another Team Ace, this time far from flawless, but DRX, they have successfully tied it up at 9-9, running back 4 rounds in a row.
Yeah, ever since the bonus round that they're able to get here, so the Operator of Primi, whilst trying to find some damage, trying to find some kills, not able to work with the team. Getting things done by himself. I want to see some sort of team play come through in the early scenario here, because whilst you're always going to understand that it's a difficult retake to come on out, right, for Talon in that sort of scenario, there's a couple of spots where Dai gets caught out really early on in the piece. He's not in the right position to play counter to anything fast, like Hyunmin is just sending out right now.
Spotted up nearly, has him lined up, and Cruz still will take quite a bit of damage there on the collapse, down to 53. Keeps himself alive here for the moment. Just a 1-for-1 thus far. It's Primi peeking in, dead. Mako finding the kill, the Armageddon just rolling out that red carpet here to shove them back. Cruz is going to look to fill the space here, chasing the explosions, and then on the peak is able to find one. Now, answering Armageddon, keeps him locked in position. Bane finds the headshot, gets a neural depth reveal, and that tells all for Ty and Jit Boys.
Can set yourselves up for a post-plant scenario now as well. Marco's still with the incendiary. Counter neural theft.
Spike planted.
Know that they can safely get themselves through the door. Bane swinging out, dead. Wanted to try to get the peek there before that final ping had come through. Fring now going to be forced away. A molly from Mako can hold the door for a little bit longer. Ty is going to look to try to create some split pressure. No, both of them doubling back.
Mako was watching this before.
But now just hugs into the corner at the time, starting to get away from them a bit. Straightforward, both players position confirmed. Mako finding the first. Swings out, Jit Boys. Has the headshot and has the defuse. I thought maybe Mako would send out the molly, but didn't think that he had enough time. They capitalize. Talon now once again reestablish a lead.
Always a risky thing, isn't it? When you try to bring out some utility and you hear the stomps on the floor, you think that they're a little bit closer than they might be. Love the investment of the Armageddons as well and the space that Cruz is able to find behind it, but similarly, just the right timing and spotting from Bane to capitalize on the counter Armageddon that comes on out. It does all get ripped away a little bit though when you consider that Talon do get the round and stave off those ults there. So they'll be the first team to achieve double digits in this one, and also still having to be a little bit careful of their own investments. Light shields across the board, a Judge in possession again here. It's going to be Cruz this time holding that one.
Their ult cycle's in such a strong position as well, though.
Yeah,
Remy,
for sure.
ready to go. Thai, one away. Kalua, 3 charges for the Rolling Thunder.
Tony's down.
Whereas Estrella and Mako just about at the halfway point towards having theirs.
Yeah, Thai is towards this B site. Some good timing on a Sky Smoke can lock out DRX for a little bit. Gonna try and sniff out where this trap is though first, Hyunmin.
Gets the catch, he's gonna be ping revealed, spray across, and Jit Boys eventually able to find it. Retoggles the camp, steadies the spray. Estrella gonna be taken down, Jit Boys at 8 HP, still finding value. Comes away with a third, and suddenly as the dust settles, we're in for a 2v2. Both players approaching from Talon, making their way up through tree. Ult at the ready, sent, invested, dodged. Both sides not cleared out. The snapback coming through, he survives. But Bane is there to capitalize.
Not planning for him.
It is not planned for him at all. Dalton's kill, let's see if he can add another one on top of that. Off the defuse is Kalua, and it's gonna be a Red Bull clutch as Bane crests the 1K mark. 10-10, we're tied up once more.
Oh, this one is close. This is the sort of level of Valorant that we wanted to coming in towards a elimination series like this one. Glad to see that we're getting this one. Glad to see that we're seeing teams and players in the server not scared to go for these duels, not scared to hang around and try and fight it on out, right? Do see a lot of teams just try and shift and scurry away and play retake, but Talon recognizing that they can't get out of dodge. Bane with the clutch though, and now it swings in favor of DRX with the economy. I mentioned it just before, right? Yeah, the ult game was looking a little bit stronger for Talon, but the weaponry mark, yeah, not so much. They take a knee. Down on the pistols here. Hope to find a cheeky round.
And Jit Boys has been doing wonders here for the team, but in this position is not going to be able to do too much. Just a classic there to try to hold down main. The site now wide open. Ty clearing out the camera there with the Sheriff. Eats a little bit of damage. Orbital strike going to be a bridge well too far.
Launching smoke.
Barring some kills being found here in the next few seconds, but nothing spotted quite just yet. Mako, shoulder not noticed. That's going to be a weapon nearly handed over. Bane is there to try to protect, sees it picked up. knows where Kalua's position is at.
Uh-oh.
And he's a little bit off on the shot. Now stunned up, now about to be taken down. And suddenly, that orbital strike, it looks a bit tastier here. The Fring, though, able to find one more. Primy gonna be taken down. 3v3 as Hyunmin sprinting around, gets a headshot onto Cruz. Things getting a little bit scattered here for the side of DRX, but a round victory still is going to be found. The lead theirs, and wisely in the end. Talon do hold on to their ults after all.
Yeah, no, definitely the right call for them there to have them available into this next round, because you're getting into the nth moment in this map as well, right? 11 to 10. You need to make sure that you've got kind of everything up your sleeve available in these sort of scenarios, when you also consider that Talon did lose map number 1 of their own choosing, right? So they have to win this one and push us into the third in Lotus. This round, quite stacked, but I see Marco 1 away from the orbital strike. I see Estrella and Freeing both 2 away from their ults. I mean, even Bane's 2 away from his ult too, so there's going to be plenty of options for DRX in a map that is stacked with ulti orbs.
Yeah, last couple rounds, decent little swing for them as far as the ult economy is concerned. Oh, Hyunmin on the jiggle, goes back in, spots out even more, and he's able to slide away.
Been really impressed by Primy's quick saturates as well to counter Hyunmin's aggression and speed. Definitely the right value proposition when you consider away late.
The fact that everyone gets away scot-free, no damage suffered. A little bit shocking, but Bane just trying to create some pressure, clears out the cam over on that A side of the map.
Oh, Cruz.
I'm interested, but yeah, Cruz now sliding forward, taking space here within the smoke. Slightly red, and he goes out on a timing, maybe thinking that it was just going to be one player lurking here, but instead it gets a rude awakening as he spots 3.
Because when you see a player that deep in A main, you do consider that it is just going to be a lurk scenario there for anyone hanging around tree. Quite unfortunate for him, but now with things pivoting towards this other side of the map, you're going to have to contest with the Cypher utility that JitBoys does have at now the A site. Bit different.
This will still prove to be difficult to try to get into. That Rolling Thunder is available. They're going to go ahead and open up with the orbital strike, but High repositioning, plants his feet to find one. Estrella going to be taken down. Fast lane only going to last for so long, and they get unstunned just in time as Mako finds a headshot. High now dead. Orbital, not something that they have to concern themselves with on the side of DRX now. As JitBoys flushed out, it's just chaos. No one knowing where anyone is. But it's DRX with the player advantage. Primy on the drop down. Being spotted, the re-swing, the double face, and now the match point. Bane finds the final shot, 12 to 10. Talon needing 2 in a row to take this into overtime. This will be their stage 1 coming to its conclusion.
12 to 10, another round where a couple of key moments that it could have gone either team's way. Not able to find a lot of value off the Cypher utility on the site. You're flushed out by the orbital strike. You're trying to buy yourself some time as well, just on the Rolling Thunder that you send back. But as the stuns do fade, as you say, it's DRX going with some great ideas. It's the double swing as well. So now it has to be flawless for Talon. They'll stampede in towards Tree to get some further information, and Killua will open up the books by finding Hyunmin.
Certainly a good kill to be found. Primy still pushing forward. Mako seemingly reading this, but Bane now picked apart the rope ride. Primy, he's right here. They spotted him out. He finds the first, but he can't quite get that second. Still though, damage dealt a 2v4. Talon looking like they are in well positioned to get this within touching distance of OT.
The idea for DRX now to play contact as well, silently to the choke entry of this B site.
Surely you just hold on to this ultimate unless you can get it to a close position.
Oh.
There's the smoke out. Mako going to be dropped. Estrella now left scratching his head.
Yeah, they do have investments in the next round, of course. Mako maybe requesting a weapon, though. So in a spot like this for Estrella, 30 seconds to go. Priority on dropping the gun for your teammate or looking for damage against Talon, who again have been very fickle with the economy. It's going to be the earlier one, though. So a bit of time for the team to talk as well here in what they want to try and navigate towards the next round. Wouldn't be surprised if we've got a timeout still usable.
Could come through.
10 seconds left.
1 away from pushing this into OT. Talon clawing their way back, but for Estrella, a bit too risky. Cruz 1 charge from having that Armageddon online. Having a combo of that with an orbital, could just be insurmountable at the end of it.
A right-placed fault line from Killua could absolutely give DRX a bad day. Similarly, though, you can throw it the other way, right? Because they've already got them online. They've got the Armageddon online. They don't have an orbital strike, but they do have something else. Yeah. So we go into the last round of regulation, and there's that timeout that we were just mentioning will probably come on through. Of course, you get another one going into OT. So why not use it here?
And yep, it will be from the DRX camp. And both teams had one remaining, so DRX will go ahead. The first one to pull the trigger here on Fracture, and the last, unless this does in fact go to OT. Just giving the run back, giving the ults is very, very possible here.
Yeah, but I mean, I cast my mind back towards Icebox as well, and I know we've seen a lot more from Talon on this map, but having 9 first kills and only converting that into 4-round wins too, right? DRX had less first kills, and they were always winning these lesser equipped rounds, lesser playered rounds, so in towards this next one, it is very vital that we've just got some sort of advantages held by Talent to try and push us into OT. Of course, these sort of scenarios as well, on the back of a timeout for the rookies, if they get in their own heads here too, right, that could absolutely spell disaster. Killua, Die, Primi to a degree too, right? Still relatively new to this sort of scene, this tier. So let's see what's going to happen. The last round of the regulation.
It's looking like a B-side crunch here. North and south side both occupied here from DRX as Primi just jumping up over the top, getting himself onto the box, and this is going to be maybe a bit more of an unorthodox position to try to anticipate playing against when you have a Waylay on the opposite side.
Yeah, we haven't seen it at all.
Obviously, if you have a Raze, you definitely give it credence a Jet as well. And this could certainly catch them completely off guard. Tower for now, though, at the ready. And Cruz, he's able to find one. Hyunmin taking down Cruz, finding a second. Does eventually get picked off here by Estrella. As ults now starting to get dumped. Orbital strike, catching Bane, picking him down to 10 HP.
And that's just going to be an immediate reset onto the round, isn't it? Cruz has done massive work to find the 2 towards Arcade.
Molly sent. Bane not within it. Does manage to get that neural theft reveal. Ping out knows. There's one just on the opposite side here of the site. Tries to swing for it. Finds the headshot, but Primi over from that gen position.
No smokes available for Marco.
No corpse here for Jit Boys, unless he can get himself over to Arcade. Estrella anticipating the pressure here, the position on the site. Plays off his util, finds the shot. Primi looking for a little bit more. Comes away with it, and now it is all down to Mako. Molly having to be invested. Primi trying to get the catch here. Slow up his time, but as Mako swings out, he is double facing. Talon clean up the round. 12-12, we're going to OT.
And now they're not going to be plagued with any haphazard buys as well. They're going to have what they need. They can consider if they want to get another operator back out, but I think Primi's looked a bit better, for example, on these rifles. So, on the back of the timeout for DRX, not able to convert it. Just trying to see what Bane could do around it. The fact that he's able to find 1 kill there with 10 HP as well, trying to give some options to his team to be able to clutch it in the end. And the multi-fragging round to come through for Primi, and now we see ourselves in the fabled OT, where DRX definitely have a better OT scoreline result. But it also means that they've gone, you know, a lot of deep ones, especially on Fracture too. 13-11s, overtimes. It's always seemingly the name of the game here for them.
So the last one versus T1. Able to get in, kind of get out relatively quickly on that, but right now it looks like Talon going to be a bit of a different beast here. No operator in sight, no glass cannon. It's going to be straight up rifles on both sides. Big push out from Talon at the moment. Checking in towards B. Wary about some aggressive pressure out of A.
Yeah, but who's at B usually? It's Bane. Back towards the tower with his setups as well, assisted by Marco, but apart from that, rotations now, because look who's gone north side by himself. It's freeing. He's getting all the information, destroying the camera. So it has to be the south side call now for Talon to get this A-Hall's control.
And Hyunmin spotting him out. Quickly just backpedaling as Primi goes diving forward.
A minute.
Take it on a slow approach here. Estrella sending out that fault line, and seems like that's enough for Talon to want to pivot back across. Mako does slide up through Canteen to reinforce this B site. The spike is there. You still have 3 players trying to sell an A hit.
Trying to toy with the rotations at the moment. Meanwhile, Freeing is still happy enough to frolic around the north side of the map.
Jit Boys walking forward. Cam check, and Mako now just there, striking from behind. Expect that there's going to be some follow-ups. The Molly does get sent. Gunman at the meantime. Here, trapped at top site. Stunned up. Recovers, but then Primi is right there on top of him. Headshot found. Estrella giving away his position. Strafing back as the salvos fly towards him. Plant going to be interrupted here for the moment. It's 13 seconds remaining. Primi eating a little bit of damage with the spike now on the floor.
Big Sands one here.
Stim to open the door. Kahlua to try to hold it. The backup coming through. Cruz here shoulder to shoulder with his teammate. They go 1 for 1. Mako, however, fighting back as Freeing finds Primi. And Thai's position is known. Time still on their side, but now into the 1v1. Thai looking for it, but Freeing finding it. Gets the headshot as he's popping off. And TRX will once again themselves a match point.
Yeah, they had 2 chances to try and close it off in regulation, right? Talon pushing us into overtime, but now TRX back in the lead and switching back over to their attacking side. It was Talon that opted to start on attack on this map, by the way. So it is the side that DRX is just essentially coming from.
Just hero moments here. Really just boiling it down.
And a timeout comes through. You get another one coming into overtime, right?
So once again, I have to question, who is it?
Talon, I would assume here on this one, being down in the OT count. No, it's DRX is dead. Okay. They want to try and end this one early here and get a 2-0 clean map 1, unclean map 2, but yeah, it's entertaining.
Where was this tournament? The first 2 seasons of Pacific.
Actually recognizing timeouts exist.
Yeah.
I can talk to my teammates, what?
He really wants to bring this one to an end. Not allow for that further reset, for this to go deeper.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about teams trying to have consistency throughout the year, right? EDG not going towards Toronto, T1 not going towards Toronto. DRX were our victors and master reps as well just previously. If they also bow out,
it'll be set up for the wonky year, missing out on that middle section and having to rely on champions to make another appearance, to have an opportunity at a trophy. We'll see though, you can tell how desperately both of these teams want that final slot.
Yeah. Back towards this A site yet again for the setup of Jit Boys. A bit different in the actual placement of the trap wires as Hyunmin is stunned. He is in the site and not having to contend with any of the traps just yet.
Yeah, it does get situated. Cam over the top, looking for the spot out. Now going to be cleared here.
Oh, this could be a 5 versus 5 post plant. These are always so
Mako
scrappy.
Pressure on both sides. Hears it, faces it. Has to backpedal away though as the plant coming through here on the side. Steadies for 1. Looks for a little bit more. Re-swing some damage. Delta Stray going to be dead at the same time as Cruz is able to find that kill. Now a 4v3. Bane, he's riding the rope.
Did I hear this?
Swinging around the back. Right now, no pings. Softens it as he arrives here onto the south side. And this could be absolutely devastating for Talon. Bane is looking to undo them. Swings in, sees 1, sees 2, strikes now. Hyunmin at the same time. Able to find 2 back on the site. It's just Kahlua. If he finds the 1, he gets himself a Rolling Thunder. 8 bullets, but no hope in hell. Hyunmin will get the 3K. TRX get the series. 14-12, push to OT, but out of it swiftly once again here on Fracture. They send Talon home, packing here in the Stage 1 playoffs. As TRX now will have their sights set. And one more matchup, Boom or PRX, to see who is going to Toronto.
And for Talon as well, no clean series. That really feels like their loss-win trajectory is still coming true here. Not able to break that one. Again, coming back and not able to break that map #1 curse on Icebox. But I gotta say, you know, the game against Gen G looks scrappy. They have some resilience against Nongshim Red Force, but then again, you still have some missing components from them, and a lot more missing. I gotta feel like in this one today, 13-4 on your own map pick is not something that you're gonna absolutely come away with any good feelings. And map #2, you gotta feel like you were starting to find some rhythm, and it's just ripped away from you.
Papa Frost trying to steady the emotions there of the younger players. You talked about it. Having that pressure really meet you at the end. It seems like it did catch up with them a little bit. But for TRX, they stay afloat here in Stage 1. Still an opportunity to get themselves both that Stage 1 trophy as well as the appearance at Toronto. But the road, it doesn't get much easier.
Just
this
one
is
more.
a team that has been able to overcome some pretty incredible odds this stage.
Oh, for sure. Changing players, changing roles as well. Always a difficult thing.
That it is. Well, we'll go ahead and get ready to send it down to Bella, who's going to be standing by for our winners interview. Get the thoughts of TRX and maybe hear who they think they're going to be playing against in that next series.
Hello, hello, 마코. 안녕하세요. 안녕하세요, 마코 선수. 현민 선수 뭐 하고 싶은 얘기 있나요? 도망가나요? 알겠습니다. 마코 선수 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
안녕하세요.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing with DRX's Mako. DRX is not going anywhere. They're taking that win, and let's hear from Mako what he feels about today's win today. 와, 오늘 탈론을 상대로 승리를 가져가셨습니다. 오늘 승리를 해서 토론토행 기회 문이 아직 열려 있게 됐거든요. 오늘 승리 소감부터 한번 부탁드리겠습니다.
일단은 탈락 위기 속에서도 이기게 돼가지고 또 기쁘고 이왕 이렇게 된 김에 꼭 올라가겠습니다.
I'm really glad that we took that win because we needed it. And hey, since we took that first win already, might as well take that ticket to Toronto as well. And not only is this the first clash of the two teams in 2025, this is your first time facing off with this all-tie roster. Were the expectations any different before you headed in today? After you played them? Tell me everything, Mako. 이제 올해 들어서 탈론이랑 첫 경기를 하게 된 것도 있는데 또 이렇게 5인 타이 로스터로 만나게 된 것도 처음이거든요. 오늘 예상했던 대로 경기가 좀 흘러갔는지 좀 예상을 빗나갔던 순간들도 있었을까요?
예상했던 거는 좀 많이 힘들 거라고 예상을 했었는데 생각보다 쉬워가지고 네, 쉽게 이긴 것 같습니다.
Hey, I thought that it was going to be a tough match today, but hey, it was easier. So yeah, that was fun. Easy from Mako. All right, next we're going to be playing, your next opponent is either going to be PRX or Boom. Do you have a preference, or who do you think is going to meet you at the next one to battle for that ticket to Toronto? 이제 딱 이번 승리를 가져가셨으니까 한 번만 이기면 토론토를 가게 되거든요. 다음 상대는 PRX 아니면 붐인데 만나고 싶은 팀, 만날 것 같다고 생각하는 팀? 마코 선수는 어떠세요?
솔직히 PRX가 보여준 게 또 많아가지고 아무래도 PRX가 올라올 것 같은데 사실 그 누가 올라와도 이미 다 붐한테 지긴 했지만 다시 이길 자신이 있기 때문에 그 누가 와도 상관없을 것 같습니다.
PRX has always shown that they were a very good team, and I think, well, I was gonna say that we defeated everyone, but we did get defeated by Boom. But hey, second time's the charm. We're gonna take that win, so it doesn't matter. Anyone come at me, says Mako. All right, thank you. Congratulations to DRX for that win, and I'll be back after a PRX and Boom match. 마코 선수 인터뷰 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
승리 축하드립니다.
DRX close this match out and continue on their lower bracket run towards Toronto.
Yeah, undoubtedly going to be the favorites to be taking that spot over at Toronto. A lot of people would have expected them to go through the upper bracket. A tough map, particularly here on Fracture against Talon. They definitely made them work for this victory here, but you can see why DRX had so much confidence to pick it in against Fracture, against Talon here on Fracture, despite the success that they found with that Waylay comp I think that this veto has gone very, very well for them.
Yeah, obviously a very, very close map. I felt like this could have gone either way, but I think one thing that we have to talk about is the individuals on DRX, right? You know, DRX are well known to be this fantastically structured team. Everyone talks about Termi and the coaching staff, but in this map particularly, I felt like the players showed up as individuals. They won their fights, they got those multi-kills, they got those clutches, they all had that kind of X factor that really is what you need to get to those international events.
Absolutely. I mean, they are kickoff winners after all, and they did have a really strong performance throughout stage one. Talon, like you guys said, they started picking it up later in the second half. We started seeing an interesting usage of that waylay, but it was too little, too late. DRX, this is going to be really interesting because moving through the lower bracket.
Yeah, for sure. They've got an interesting opponent to consider as we go through our next series, but commiserations to Talon. They played, once again, a fantastic stage. They made it pretty deep in through the playoffs here. Not quite as deep as they did over in kickoff, but they've been betting in a couple of rookies. Yeah. Been great to see them bring this full tie roster. And look, despite what we did see in this series particularly, they are a team that can, at their peak, beat anyone in Pacific, and they've shown a very, very good performance here on Fracture against DRX. So, look, it's going to suck to see Talon not go further in the tournament because they bring a lot of spice. They're always that team you don't know what to expect from, but I'm looking forward to seeing what they can put together in Stage 2.
Yeah, I think they'll come back in Stage 2 swinging. But on the side of DRX, I mean, it's hard to say that they don't deserve to be here. You know, like you say, in that upper bracket, it was so close. They could have gotten away with it, and now they are having to run the gauntlet. Mako is our match MVP here.
Back.
Almost unanimously. I mean, he was just fantastic. Just lights up the game once again. He's so good at this. Now he's not on this IGL role. As we've said before, this is the Mako of old, and we love to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can see now that he's not on IGL, he's able to kind of focus a little bit on more his own game, and he's able to, play that positional kind of gameplay that you love to see from him. Love watching him on the brim. He's so good with his Sky Smoke timings and disrupting what the other team wants to do on attack.
Absolutely. Mako the King continues to dominate. Now, gentlemen, it's got a little colder in the room because we got Mind Freak with us from PRX. Hello and welcome. Now, you got to witness a lot of crazy things, speaking of spicy, yesterday's matches, and you guys are playing again today. Do you have a favorite moment from yesterday's game?
I would say it's probably the knife kill in the last round. It's gonna be like a little bit of like sweet moments, I would say.
Yeah.
Because we lost against them in kickoff, right? Yeah. So it's like sweet moments, I would say.
Do you not get freaked out watching your boys like go in like that? Like, what if Stacks just killed all of you?
Nah, I don't think so.
Not going to happen. I mean, we've seen you sitting in the assistant coaching booth, and you do have a lot of controller experience. So did you give something any tips before the Fracture game yesterday?
Yesterday for Fracture's game, I don't think so.
Okay.
That wasn't you. That wasn't you.
Might help him out next time. I think.
Wasn't me.
Yeah, actually, speaking of the coaching booth.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, like, can you understand now after being in the coaching booth why Alex gets so angry in there? Is it so much easier to, like, see those mistakes? How have you found it compared to being in the actual server playing?
Yeah, I think for sure, like, sitting beside Alex, I think creating a new point of view,
Yeah.
So I kind of understand why sometimes he lost in the sauce, but like, yeah, it's kind of like creating a new point of view.
What's he saying? We can't hear the thing.
Like yesterday, or what do you mean?
What's he saying? Like, we only hear his mouth going like.
I think like during timeout, he just like give the advice or anything. But like if not timeout, I think he just like yapping around like, why the hell they doing this, that kind of stuff,
Yeah, full
Just
Singlish.
getting the emotion out,
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, now, your team's going to be facing Boom today. You know Boom really well, obviously, from Indonesia. You've played with some of these guys before. Who do you think is going to give PRX the most problems today?
I would say probably Famous, because I think lately his performance has been good, and then like his operator is getting shots lately, so I would say probably Famous. Yeah.
Ah, okay. And, since I feel like this is going to be a very Indonesian theme for the next match, and everyone talks about the Indonesian super team, so if there was the Mind Freaky team, I'm going to name your team Mind Freaky, who are 4 Indonesian players you would put on your squad? It could be from anywhere. Yeah.
Could be anywhere. Non-franchise?
Yeah. I mean, aren't the good ones here? But you can pick.
All right.
Anywhere you want.
I pick my friends Severin, Lilo, Madeline. For second.
And Jason, okay.
Indonesia World Cup team.
Yeah. Dude, that's a pretty sick team.
Yeah.
That should become a real team.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we do have a couple of Indo representatives in franchising, but maybe, you know, chuck an extra slot in there for Indonesia. Some pretty good players over there, so
Yeah.
might go all right.
So what do you think this is going to pan out? The last time PRX Boom faced off, obviously PRX didn't win. It was a 2-1 situation. What do you think is going to happen today?
I think we're gonna win today, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think we're gonna win.
But something's changed since last time. Like the mood. What's
I think adding Batman towards the roster, making like a new environment and stuff, and sometimes teams really need to do that, you know. So I think we're gonna win today.
How important is like momentum for your team? Like obviously you've won the last couple of series in a row and now you're like in the lower bracket. Compared to the groups, I feel like Boom was winning all their games in the groups. They're coming off a loss. You guys are coming off a lot of wins now and just looking better and better and better. So do you think that is one of the most important factors for this series, or do you think that you could get a different result, you know, after you see teams come off a win or a loss?
I think for sure. I think our team right now is really need the momentum because in kickoff and then like the first month during the group stage, which is like last month, it's been like really rough. So I think momentum is really something that we really need today in a late story.
So to follow on from that, obviously before the last game, the team had like 2 weeks to prepare, a really, really long time. And now they have a very, very fast turnaround where they played yesterday and they have to play again today. Do you think that that momentum is on your side after having won yesterday? What would you prefer if you were down there playing, you know? Do you prefer those long breaks where you have a lot more time to think and anti-strat, or do you just want to go straight back on the stage?
I think for our situation, I think we really need a break because we just changed roster, right? So we need to like have some time to fix everything. So I think probably the breaks.
Yeah, okay, makes sense.
Well, fans should be feeling pretty good right now. You look like you're feeling good. And both coaches from both sides, Alex and Six Fingers, actually, they were your teammates at different times of your life. Who's the better teammate?
Who's the better player?
Yeah,
Who's the better player?
No, actually true. Good teammate doesn't necessarily mean better player.
Better player. It's really hard to say actually because I only play with Alex as a teammate probably only 6 months, but with Six Fingers I play with him for I don't know years. I think like 1 or 2 years. So it's really hard for me actually. It's really hard for me. It's like different players have like different
strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's like pretty hard for me.
Tell us about Six Fingers actually. What do you like about him, or what do you hate about him?
I think he's kind of stubborn. Oh, actually, there's a similarity between Alex and Six Fingers. They both like stubborn actually.
Okay.
Is that a head coach thing? I don't know.
I think you do. I think you do have to have some stubbornness as well to be a coach or be a head coach, and because you kind of want to get your way. Look, I wanted to ask you a little bit about double duelists. Do you think that the prevalence of double duelists for PRX is been good for you guys coming back to that kind of play style?
Yeah, I think for sure it's better than the single duelist stuff because I think when we run the single duelist, which is Jason duelist, it's not balanced. The team is not balanced. When we run double duelist, everything is like comfortable and everything is on the flow. So I think double duelist is really suit for us because we used to play really good back then when we run double duelist, right? So
yeah, cool.
Now you don't have to answer this before I send you off, but I know we're seeing different teammates all playing the controller role. Are we gonna see a duelist mind freak one day?
No way.
All right. Okay, well, I don't know. I wouldn't put it past you guys. Anyway, with that, thank you so much, Aaron Mind Freak from PRX.
Thank you for coming on.
Yeah, you can see right here, we are gonna have a really short break, and when we come back, we are gonna see Boom versus PRX. Who's winning today, Aaron?
PRX.
PRX. Well, you heard it from here. Guys, don't go too far away.
Bye.
Bye.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. I'm your host, Victoria, alongside Pilsky and Big Time, and we are so back for another series of heartbreaks, heart-pumping moments, and of course, heart attacks, especially when it comes to these two teams. These two particular Southeast Asian teams, Boom and PRX. Now, Boom have been on a really good streak until their very first loss, stage 1 against Gen G last week.
It's time to prove they're not group stage merchants, okay? We had one bad series, that's fine, okay? No one panic, we're in the lower bracket, it's gonna be hard, especially against PRX, full momentum. But Boom are still a very solid team here, guys, and I think that one bad series against Gen G doesn't mean it's over.
Yeah, I mean, there was so much pressure on them that last series, right? That was the qualification game. That's the first time this team as a whole has had to play a game that big. Succeeding in the group stage is one thing. I think they showed such a high level in that, but you add on top of that all that added pressure, and that's where things went wrong for them compared to that Gen G squad, who were much more kind of organized and used to that kind of pressure, right? So I do think the pressure is, it's still there today. It is lower bracket, it is elimination, but I don't think it's quite the same. So they're looking to bounce back and, as you say, prove that they are more than just group stage merchants.
Absolutely. I agree with you guys. I don't think they are just group stage merchants, but they are facing a PRX that is finding their footing again. They're starting to look like the PRX we know and love. They are on a 3-match win streak right now, and then we're also seeing another layer of Patman being like the Patman onion being peeled away to reveal a very formidable player.
I saw them just handing out meals as well. They're feeding the players after they get wins. Otherwise, no food. No food for anyone until we win some games. So
a little bit of table tennis.
Oh my God, getting the reactions
this is how they
going.
warm up now.
Whoa,
okay.
Get me in the room. What do you mean? I would school all of these guys.
Bro, whatever. Sure.
Where's my invite, PRX?
Apparently,
Ping Pong Rex.
Guess who the best ping pong player is on this team?
It's got to be David.
I can see it. I can see. I think he's got power in that arm.
That's a good guess, but it's actually something. According to them, something. Our Petrov, Brimstone, Yoru, Jet is the best ping pong player. But we saw a fantastic performance from them yesterday. Aside from the first map, we saw something that looked really structured, something really strong, and something very scary.
Yeah, absolutely. Their Ascent, I mean, these guys can play Ascent now. Their Ascent is really solid. They absolutely destroyed T1, and then we headed over onto Lotus. Same thing again. Make no mistake, guys, T1, huge underperformance in the second 2 maps, but PRX played very well, and they were playing in the way that makes sense for their team and is promising. They were getting active, they were communicating, they were playing off of each other. They were the assertive force in that game, and T1 was simply along for the ride.
Yeah, I could definitely, I think from that game from T1, I do think they looked improved, but where were T1 in that game? I think this PRX roster is improving, and as you say, I really like the way they're heading with their roles. I think it's a much, much better fit for this team, but they still have a long way to go to get to Toronto, and they have to get through over a boom-shaped hurdle today, which, as we know, are no pushovers.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a really interesting evolution of this team, but I do kind of want to to point out the last time these two faced off, it was Patman's very first time playing with this roster, and it still did go to a 2-1. They pushed Boom further than any other team during that group stage.
Yeah, I mean, I do think Patman takes some time to warm up. You know, that was not his best series. And on the flip side, we saw Famous go absolutely crazy with the Operator the whole series.
Oh yeah.
So I do think in this series in particular, this was probably some of the best we saw Boom play and some of the worst we saw PRX play. PRX still getting a map though does bode well for them, and I do think they are coming into this game as the favorites. I do think they'll feel like they should be able to get the win today and rewrite history.
You can see here on Ascent, 10-2 on defense. They came into Ascent with a fantastic game plan to shut Boom down. We had Fracture as the decider. It was kind of a close game, but I felt like Boom was kind of always in the lead, and they were going to get it along across the line at some point. So I think you saw a well-deserved win for Boom there over PRX in the group stage. But these two teams are coming off, as we kind of mentioned with Mindfreak on the couch here, very different situations. And now head-to-head, going to be Famous versus Jing. I mean, Famous, up until that game against Gen.G, was the highest rated player in the competition by every observable metric.
Yeah.
But Jing, I mean, you've been putting him as your duelist every single week for a reason, every single time PRX is playing.
And it's been paying off, frankly speaking, especially he does play well on the Omen, but as a duelist, he is also just phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, when here we are looking at peak match performance, we can see that Famous's peak was against PRX, 302 ACS. He absolutely dominated PRX last time these two teams played, but obviously Famous in the playoffs last game, he was not there. I mean, I think there's three things that are certain in life so far. It's death, taxes, and Famous choking in big matches. He has to rewrite that today. He has to rewrite that. He needs to be a huge part of the team if they're going to win, because that's what it took last time to beat PRX.
I think there's a history and a narrative there for sure that does exist, but I feel like the Ascension Grand Finals, he played very well for himself. And look, honestly, that game against Gen.G, not great, but I've seen him overcome that kind of issue before, and that's why I've got some confidence in Boom today.
Yeah, he is a very experienced player. He's new to Pacific, but he's got a lot of experience there, and hopefully he can have a repeat performance today, and that's definitely what he's looking for. Now, performances that we might not want to repeat would be map 1 from something, but
poor guy.
He definitely never did.
I mean, have you guys seen that gif of the oof meter? Like, that is maximum oof on the Brimstone there. Like, definitely don't want to be seeing that again. I mean, to be fair, that was a very poor game of Fracture for PRX, but something was phenomenal on the next two maps. And you see this duality from something a lot right now. Even on the Yoru on Lotus, he can have a poor performance or a really good performance. So I think he is the X-Factor player for PRX.
Yeah, well, we talk about the role issue. This is the role issue, right? It's when something is on that duelist, he does seem much better, especially that Jet. But when he's having to flex around, do his other jobs, you know, we've seen him on Breach before, you know. Now this Brimstone, it's like, if he's not on that Jet, if he's not on that duelist, is he going to struggle?
That is a fair question. I agree. He didn't look great on the initiator role, but on a Brimstone, I feel like this is something, they just didn't play well on that map. I'm going to make an argument for that, but we will have to see today. They have played Fracture before, Boom and PRX here, and I'm not going to be surprised if it ends up being pulled out again today. And now we're seeing their head-to-head data from group stages.
Yeah, we are 1-0 for Boom there. Overall, still great stats despite Gen.G pulling those down quite a lot for Boom. They're topping most of the categories that you'd see here, but PRX much improved from what you saw in the earlier stages of the group stage. You know, you could see 9 wins, 8 losses, but the stats are very respectable, especially first kill win percent. They're doing quite well for themselves. They're climbing up the board in terms of pistol wins as well. So I think this is going to be quite a competitive series. And I think if you filtered PRX down to the second half of the group stage into playoffs, they would be right up there. They are a transformed team right now.
Yeah, PRX got a lot of stick all the way through the group stage, but, you know, they kept taking those maps. It kept being close. So this was not a team that were totally down in the dumps, and we can see that from the stats. I just think it was about them clicking, finding the roles that are going to work, and getting that confidence back.
Yeah, that is, I think that's going to be a large part of it, right, for both of these squads, about that confidence, about playing to their absolute best. But historically, even beyond these stats, these teams have played before in various iterations, other teams, in scrims, so there's a lot of familiarity here.
Yeah, I think looking at the map stats, there's a lot of different ways that this veto could go, but I think you've seen both of these teams kind of banish maps they haven't had success on. Haven has been a permaban for PRX since they've been losing it. You saw Boom try to turn a trick against Gen.G. it did not work. They let Split through. They got slapped on that map.
Yeah, I mean, the map draft definitely is a question. They do have some overlaps here of maps that they like to play. Like you said, definitely no Haven Fracture. I think PRX might still play it. I don't know.
I mean, Haven taken out, Split taken out. I'm not surprised about that at all. Boom, I think they've learned that from that mistake last time around against Gen G.
Yeah, I'm happy that they banned that. PRX coming in with the Lotus pick here. Yeah. And Boom taking it right back to Fracture after yesterday. I think that's not a surprise. We've already seen Boom beat PRX here, and obviously it did look like a little bit of a weakness yesterday.
I think PRX selecting Lotus, it's been one of their better maps. They are playing the double duelers with the Yoru. They were absolutely running circles around T1, particularly on that defensive side. They get very active on that map, and for Boom, they don't really actually have great reps on Lotus, even though it's a map they played for a long time, even going back to Ascension Jakarta. You haven't really seen them take on that many solid teams, except for the game you saw against Global, where they absolutely destroyed them. But I really feel like, again, that's a game with an asterisk. There's been so many of these games where teams are rolling another team that doesn't even turn up to the server, and that's the win that Boom's got there on Lotus.
Yeah.
I know we're looking at Lotus data right now, but I saw Ascent, being that decider map. That's a very interesting decider as well, given their previous performance.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Fracture and Ascent be the two maps in this series, and those are maps that they played in the group stage. You did see the 10-2 defensive half on Ascent from PRX. They were very well prepared for the Phoenix comp that Boom played, but they've now swapped back to the Yoru, which didn't work well for them against Gen G. We'll see if they stick to that when we get to that third map decider. But also, Fracture was taken by Boom last time. It's been a map that they've been quite comfortable to play, and PRX not a great performance on it yesterday. So I think that's why you see Boom just picking something that makes sense in multiple regards for themselves.
I do want to ask, do you think Boom, who's the underdog? Is Boom the underdog?
Boom are the underdogs.
Boom for sure, they're still underdogs.
I think Boom,
I think after the performance Boom had, it was diabolical against Gen G. We can't sugarcoat it. It was horrible against Gen G, and I think it was a hard choke. And PRX just come off the back of a win, and I think we'll see it whenever we get to our predictions, when we get to the viewership predictions. I would be shocked if it's not in the way of PRX. But I think that's exactly where Boom want to be. Boom were at their best when they were the underdogs. They came in, everybody said they'd be terrible, but...
Well, it's time for the little SEA reunion. We're going to send it down to the stage to welcome PRX versus Boom.
Pacific. Boom Esports.
Friends, former teammates, familiar faces, but only one team survives today's playoffs. It is wild to think PRX, former champions, grand finalists, now fighting for their lives against Boom, a squad that rose from Ascension and captured the hearts of Pacific fans. Guys, give me an woo!
Woo! Let's go. Today is the day for Boom, if you ask me. They're back to being those underdogs, as I was saying before. This is where they want to be. They thrive on doubt. They thrive on the haters. And I think they're ready to show the world why they were so good in the group stages yet again today.
Now their opponents are PRX, and there are viewers newer to VCT, welcome of course, and they're wondering what the big deal about PRX is. Well, just yesterday we finally got to see a true glimpse of what PRX once was, and why so many fans have been desperately waiting to see them rise again. Now, guys, do you have to agree the Control Chaos, it started to evolve a bit?
I mean, PRX are looking the best they've looked so far this year as far as I'm concerned. They're going from strength to strength. You're just seeing them be active, be assertive on the map. It's exactly what we want to be seeing from them. There are still some lingering role issues on certain maps, but on the maps where they've got the right approach and they've got it figured out, they are truly looking like one of the better teams in Pacific right now, and I can see why a lot of people are trusting them to make the lower bracket run into Toronto.
Now coaches are out. What? They did not just do that. Oh, I love it. They did like the double fist bump to make up for the last one there. Little reference. Coaches are very familiar with each other, Six Fingers and Coach Alex. Now this map draft, we were touching upon this earlier, very interesting. I also want to know what your predictions are coming into this match.
Oh man, I mean, about looking at the map draft, I think it really could go either way. Like, I feel like there are a lot of map drafts where I feel confident for a team. Actually, seeing Icebox and Fracture back-to-back, I was feeling great about Talon's chance of a 2-0, and I just have no idea what I'm talking about. But this one, I actually feel like it's pretty even. To be honest, like, I think this really could go either way.
Yeah, I have to agree. I am leaning towards the side of Boom. I did choose to predict them for today, and I think that's because that what we saw against Gen G was such a one-off from them. I feel like they can perform better than this. The pressure isn't quite the same as before, so I really want to see them really deliver like we saw in that group stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And here are our predictions. You two are the only ones who chose Boom today. I do wonder, though, how, you know, how divisive this is, like, as how much confidence they have in PRX today.
It comes down to a lot of recency. PRX have looked fantastic. Boom looked horrific in their game against Gen G, no doubt about it. But I think Boom is still a very solid series, a solid team rather. And I really have seen Boom have these choking issues in the past and overcome them and deliver good performances. And I have a lot of faith that they're going to be able to do that again. I think even if Boom play their best game, though, there's a chance PRX will still beat them, to be honest. PRX are looking very scary right now.
I mean, for me, I'm in the same boat. I think they choked before, and I think they'll learn from that and do better moving forwards. We do have the agent compositions coming in, and no surprises really here. Over across on the side of Boom, they're playing what they know. They like this Brute Teo style on this map with Famous on that Neon.
I think PRX, you've seen multiple games of them playing this comp now. Boom are a team that has good prep and a good read, and you've seen Lotus be picked into this series. We need to see Boom respond to this aggression from PRX, particularly on the defense. They love to get active. You see them arc rows flashing C-mount and taking duels, trying to find openers over there. You see them fake that A main control and leave something on his own. You see the rubble fights that they're able to win every time. How will Boom deal with that in this first half? Because they are a momentum-based team that needs to start hot here.
Yeah, my advice is slow it down. That's what they need. Don't let PRX pick up too much speed.
Yeah, definitely not. And Famous with an operator in his hand can be one way to stop the speed. Now it's going to be Boom versus PRX here, and all we are just passengers and along for the ride. We're going to go track by track with this, and our casters, Achilleos and Komodo, drive us straight into the chaos.
There's no driving here. The hands are off, the pedals just pressed, and we're just seeing what happens.
Where it takes us, what direction we go.
This is like I've seen in Fight Club. Just take your hands off the wheel and flip the damn car, I suppose.
Flip the car.
Get ready, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to probably be a bit of a brutal one, a big back and forth we're anticipating here between these two squads. We got our traffic light Valorant out of the way. Now we go into the train track Valorant to see which one of these teams is going to be going up against DRX in their next series for that last spot at Masters Toronto.
I'm just hoping for a train wreck not to happen in this one. I just want to have a really good game of Valorant. I don't want this one to be a blowout. I'm at least happy that we got Fracture
sure,
close.
in that regard.
But also, if we've got a team that is just very clinical here, I mean, that probably speaks some good value and hopefully would turn into a good game against DRX as well. Because when you look at this one, Boom, I mean, they've got a good track record against teams throughout this group stage as well. But when you look towards the crowd being against them in a couple of their series, it's been a lot closer. So if you're actually taking that as a little bit of a fisheye view, the crowd is against them here from their walkouts, where we heard it be a little bit more excitable for PRX. So how much does that actually hold here?
We are about to find out. This series ready to go. As stated, winners going up against DRX. Boom, will it be them looking to try to take down another Korean squad? Failed previously. Will it be that RX Derby to settle who goes to Toronto? PRX here on the defense to start. A couple ghosts here in hand. A Sheriff for Jing. Similar firepower in the hands of Boom on the attack as the door gets tapped. C site for the moment wide open.
And this will show Boom's preparation in watching yesterday's game too, with what to do around the C site. Though, that's a lot of shots as you bait out the shear wall.
Baits it, does not that much damage for how many shots were going his way. Tagged to 78. Certainly could have been worse, but now PRX getting clustered up in the right position. Just going to be something still left back over towards the A site.
Got the Arc Rose as well, poised to flash everybody who's looking to come with through the choke.
Smoke over towards Waterfall, but they're in ahead of this one. And Jing, what a track on the headshot. Famous going to be thinking down there on the slide. Does manage to find Patman, but Jing, he's able to come away with 2 kills. The spike now dropped. Forsaken swooping out, finding one. DOS9, just the 1 kill found. So 2 casualties. Jing with a 3K. PRX with the opening pistol.
That's a pretty clear case for PRX as well of just getting the right read and having the right numbers rotated nice and early, setting themselves up for a good little combo of utility on the site. Choke point as well of C. Do like to see that from them, immediately hitting their shots out of the gate as well. Meanwhile, for Boom, this is where we need to start to see some adjustments early for them, because they are the team that has come through, you know, the upper side of things. They have had the longer preparation coming in towards this one.
That one team that made it into the playoffs with a very clean record. They'll find themselves potentially in a risk of elimination here. As the shots flying through the wall, just gets an immense amount of damage. Famous can't see anything at all. As Forsaken's able to go ahead, quickly take him down. Jing clean with the taps. Gets himself another 3K. As it is going to be a damn near flawless anti-eco here for the side of PRX.
And we're going to have to see for Boom if they want to try and contend with any A-Rubble control. What are they actually looking to do in their layered approaches with fault lines and with drone, with salvos? If PRX are going to continue to contend over towards A, you need to be making sure that they're not just able to dance around it. You know, we saw a lot of weaknesses for T1 on just gaining any sort of space, gaining any territory, especially over towards C. How scared were they of just devised presence of utility?
I'm going to try this again, but look at the stack. Look at the setup, the read here from PRX going into their bonus. Well set up to try to contend with this, and Jing is up over the top. Now he's got a showstopper, he's lobbed it in. NC Slasher is dead. And this round is damn near over. DOS9 lingering here within the smoke. Looks like not really being given too much of a consideration. Does manage to push out to find Patman, but Devi massacres 2 with a Stinger, gets a hefty upgrade. And Berserks has nothing to do. Something wants to get involved, wants to find a piece of the action. He's going to be drifting around the back, and he's going to be finding the headshot. 3-0 start. Train is ready to leave the station.
Leave the station for PRX, of course. Boom. They want to be the derailers, and in that sort of bonus round as well, they are certainly nowhere near any of the action. I mean, you just look at the space control, you look at the early stack from PRX as well, having the right numbers and then just the right utility. When it comes into the scrap battle, you know that's where PRX can thrive with a lot of their players, you know, able to chop and change between roles. How many duelists do we have on this squad?
Fighting their way forward here. Huge start for the side of PRX. Boom. Let's see if they have any kind of magic here with this Bucky in hand for Famous. Baits out the wall.
He's actually in front of the site here.
Oh, yes, he is. And he's dead.
Gone.
Jing is hitting a little bit different these last 2 days. Devi similarly. Looking alive and well. DOS9 just managed to find the headshot. Jing will suffer his first death. As this does get brought into a 3v3 with a weapon upgrade.
Yeah, you're going to have to go pick up the spike as well eventually. Still do have both controllers available for Boom, so you can toy with these rotations as well with the Viper's toxic screen over towards the A site. DOS9, wait to get his smokes back online, but really you need to find some timing.
Oh, Berserks.
I don't know if he didn't spot him.
There's no ping down. Either way, wall gets raised, and he's going to have to tap the door, you would suspect, but Forsaken will just go ahead and find the headshot. See Slasher now recovering a weapon, swiftly puts it to use. Keeps it now into a 2v2. Spike is trying to be brought through the baby door and around. 30 seconds remaining, but PRX have
30 seconds.
double stacked this angle.
One enemy
DOS9
remaining.
now clearing out one, trying to fake the exit towards A, and looks like Patman does bite the bait.
Does have a seize and a haunt, depending on what angle he can come from.
Got
They
15
can
seconds,
be
he can rotate to
good.
C.
Yeah, and that'll actually provide a little bit of assurance time as well. More time that you can play with the just Spike.
10 seconds left.
Bit of an open plant here. Where does he want to go though?
Spike planted.
He's gonna try to push up, can play the close angle here. Waterfall. Footsteps are heard. Should have the jump. Oop. The shot brings out. I'm not sure if Patman had actually cleared him there. No, he's got a haunt in the seize. Tucks back around the corner, and it's just gonna get caught there on the timing. Red Bull clutch from DOS9 will go ahead and get Boom their first round win effectively in that Thrifty.
Yeah. Real cheeky one for them to be able to find there. You're looking at the lesser weaponry getting some of the early damage and the trades as well, and then affording a little bit of reset time for the team to upgrade towards the Vandals as well. A bit of overzealousness from Jing in that one. You think, all right, maybe some stability will be brought back, but it's the trade game and it's the timing and positioning of DOS9. You know, one of the key members that we were seeing go a little bit missing in the one against Gen G, specifically Famers as well. So if they are your key pieces to be online in a series like this, getting the first round on the board, having them activate would certainly be well worth its weight in gold.
The Odin there from Forsaken, looking to try to flush them over to this angle, but something does get noted wisely here. Red from the side of Boom, sending out that stealth drone, anticipating that forward presence at Mound. Able to avoid catastrophe for the moment.
Arcros just confirming more players are still around the C side of things. I mean, you would have heard that from the Orb being gathered as well by NC Slasher to get closer to it.
Ooh, trying to go for the flick, and DOS9 taking down a 6 HP.
You don't want to contend with the Thorns there. That one is quite understandable. Now the minute mark to be hit, and PRX are gone looking.
Jing and Patman pushing forward here, but not overextending. A little bit of noise made there.
Something of note as well. Patman, no more Prowlers, Jing, no more Boombot 2, so it does come down to these more deeper stages where the rifle action is going to be a bit more prominent.
As the haunt. See when that does get sent, something for now.
30 seconds left.
Just hang back, dodge the stun, Famous. Ready to push, but something just a little bit snappier with it.
20
Takes
seconds.
him to pieces, yeah, 20 seconds, and there's still that Odin locked inside of Tree. Forsaken's just spraying through, now finds them first, NC Slasher gonna be taken down. In this round, it's over. They need the breakthrough, and they just absolutely cannot. Wall never got popped.
Yeah.
And there you go. No back-to-back gonna be found. PRX continue, now 4-1.
I mean, when that shear isn't popped in a potential B split, you do just have all eyes essentially towards outside the baby door, and then you've got the spam to come through from Forsaken. Not too much of a wide angle that you need to think about there. It's a very sharp one though from Something, with the operator in this round as well. So far, you've only got one round on the board as Boom, and it was on that lesser equipped one. Well, now you're back onto a bit of a lesser equipped variety. Maybe it is a situation where you need to go a little bit faster, right? You're getting really close to a couple of these ultimates though. So maybe the faster one might be in the round after this.
Love to have the overdrive at this point, but Famous just hasn't been able to find that impact to build this up fast enough. Forsaken repositioning, just spraying through here, hoping that he gets somebody trapped with this sheer wall.
Yeah, just trying to find them when the expectation is going to be to bait out the shear, which it now will be done successfully.
Stealth going to be sent, and Forsaken, he says, well, I'm at upper now. Famous, a couple bullets to the brain. Odin claims his life. Forsaken will get caught off guard here. Solid reposition from DOS9, sliding forward, unanticipated.
Yeah,
Able to answer one back, but that Odin cannot be scooped up.
It was when Forsaken was actually paranoid, so he didn't hear it. So really nicely done from DOS9.
A little bit of a slower read, a pivot across towards A, now realizing that it's going to be on the C site.
Spike plant.
Shells lobbed into the corner, NC Slasher finished off, taken down. Solid paint shells there from Jing. DOS9 up top of the box, does that get anticipated. Push under the corner, Shiro able to find one. Jing not looking up though. DOS9 does manage to catch him by surprise. Kill found Patman though, quick peek out. DOS9 dead, turn to the flash, double facing forward, and Something doing as something does. Bounds forward with the shorty in hand. Cuts him down to size. Damage dealt, but still cash aplenty here for the side of PRX.
Yeah, slight little moment of worry in that round for them as Jing satchels in and he actually bopped his teammate off the line and he fell because of that one, but he still manages to have a little bit of recovery in towards the round. There were no ultimates going into that retake scenario as well for the likes of PRX, but a great little combo to dispatch of NC Slasher, who did pick up the Rolling Thunder. You could see the idea that he wanted to deploy that one in the round as well. May very well have been needed for Boom's chances there. But now you come in towards the next round where you do have your full investment. You got a lot more ults online for both of the squads.
Armageddon Rolling Thunder combo potentially there. PRX, though, another showstopper for Jing as he's 12-2-2.
Yeah, having an absolute heater.
Something. I'm going to go for the quick peek. Eats a bit of damage. Berserks, similarly, though, tagged up at 55.
Lucky to get away, though, with that peek. With how many members Boom were just waiting for in spawn.
First round, though, reposition of the shear wall, actually setting it up on this C site.
Noted.
Spots it. And clears it.
Oh.
Nope.
No, they...
Now they clear.
Okay. Second attempt to try and do that. Meanwhile, you've got some repositions from PRX as something gets on the A lobby line. And the rest of the squad playing 2 and 2. Devi and Patman a lot to do on this C site, though, if that's where things do eventuate.
Zergs just around the corner, and Jing just a little bit faster. That previous damage dealt to Berserks, making a bit of a difference there. So he ends up getting picked apart.
And these are the situations where you expect something to be using the Dimensional Drift to pivot some information for the rest of the team and allow Jing to get on in, but Boom are changing it up. They wanted to go.
Up and over the top! Jing just Goomba stomping him there, but he actually dies to fall damage! Bit of a king moment there, as now the Armageddon going to be rolling out. Devi in the push forward ahead of this one, but DOS9 is there as the angle has the headshot. Something arrives on the site. Still just the op in hand, though. As what a flick and a half. I have no idea how he managed to find that, but they have bought time. The spike never planted throughout this here. Now being committed to. Splash sent up and over the top. The peak coming in. Patman leading the charge, finding them both. PRX continuing now. 6 rounds secured on the defending side here of Lotus.
Just a lot of distraction from PRX sent in towards that round, isn't it? When you got the Dimensional Drift that's coming out from something, keeping the Boom members on their toes, getting some utility thrown in there yet again. You've got Jing making sure that he's finding Berserks, but it's this moment here with the showstopper. It's 36 HP that's actually taken there in the fall damage. He's seen his tootsies, but he still has to vertically hit that one. 2 versus 2 scenario, and it was, you know, vulnerability when you're trying to establish a plant. So that's the sort of sticky situation. Had Boom got the plant down earlier enough, you know, maybe coming out with something different. But 6-1, as you mentioned, Boom calling for the timeout.
First one committed here. The wolf in the dark, that is adorable. They did not coexisting creatures, as it turns out, as far as the their timelines.
No, neither is a meteor and a dinosaur, as we found out from yesterday.
Yeah, that's the one that missed.
Yep.
You know, the percentage was increasing. They said, oh, like, you know, there's that 3% chance it's going to strike Earth, and then it went away.
Just passed the Earth.
Well, some fans coming over from across the pond there in Japan, the cheer on at PRX, and right now they are being well rewarded for their fandom.
Yeah, Lotus the pick off PRX for good reason. I mean, when you consider the good amount of wins that they've been able to pick up with the repeated play for this map, one of the ones that they've played the most this year. And you kind of do see why at the moment. A really good idea on this defensive side. Still, economy not really toyed with for them as well, so they're going to have buys on buys unless we really see something different come out from Boom. Timeout before this round, coming into albeit thrifty, essentially. If Famous can't get anything done with the Bucky, you got to see the ultimate invested.
I mean, you say it'd be a thrifty, but that's the one round that Boom got.
Yeah.
Was a thrifty. Granted, credit was given to the Red Bull clutch from DOS9.
There's just no space yet for Boom that they've really been able to find. Of course, the Shearer is over to the seaside yet again, but that's being protected by something first on the operator line. If you've got things motioning towards this A side for Boom, they're going to have an investment of a fault line and the stealth drone from Shiro to get Famous on in. But apart from that, now you've got control. That's just going to bring rotation from PRX.
Somehow Famous dodging damage there. Not going to get caught there by the shots. There's Divide. Gets positioned over at stairs. Patman backed up by Jing. Jiggling forward, they're taking the space in behind Boom.
All of the information now is known. PRX 100% know that Boom are locked into A.
Trapped here at tree, perhaps. Fast lane. It's going to be holding down M1 is Forsaken. Salvo sent, but not displacing. Three steadies in. Famous goes diving right into it. A catastrophe, but Shiro with a solid follow-up shot. Tries to get them back into this, but Divide comes away with the kill as NC Slasher is going to be taken down. The stun going to be sent his way, but now Jing pushing forward as the door gets hit. Something finds a headshot. The spike is on the floor. DOS9 is in heaven. The top of the rope is Jing will go ahead and find the last kill. 7-1. Timeout call. Not leading to a thrifty, but can it lead to a round win with a bye behind? We're about to find out.
That's the early game right now. The Boom are struggling in. It's finding any advantages. It's finding any space that they're not really being contended with by PRX, who just have a great fundamental understanding of where they need to put their pieces. Very happy enough to have something looking at an operator line by himself more often than not, having the Odin go Burr as well. And then meanwhile, you've got some good timing on Patman in the roster now with the Prowlers, right? He's layering them around the map very nicely, I say. Got to see what the difference on this buy-up is going to be for Boom this time, though. Controllers up through pillars already to the front of B. Patman, the one on the side itself.
Locating target.
Turn again sent something, just going to back away. Nothing spotted. Now goes for the pink, and Famous with a great headshot. Beats him down. DOS9 looking to try to reposition. Gets himself in deep over by C.
Cover going out.
It's the one-way setup.
Finally a situation as well for Boom where they can get the plant down and have enough time to set up for a post-plant.
But they don't have the pit to try to go along with it.
Divide can actually, yeah, remove their guns.
Says, let's put you back on a thrifty. Overdrive going to be popped though, and Famous. He likes those odds. Pushing forward, able to find one. DOS9 holding things down at the back as Famous comes away with a third. Forsaken now has to do the lion's share of the work, and that is an immense amount of immediate damage. Famous with a 4K will get Boom their first proper round victory, and a second one here on the board.
Converting with the opening kill as well is actually monumental for Boom, right? They need these sort of advantages, and they need to be able to have some time to settle down, figure out a bit of an adjustment plan, not dropping in the pit this round either. It's just the timing for something over at the C-Mound side of things, you know. Generally, if you'd see Divide put the Arc Rose over at Mound, he can be flashing first to allow something to go on for that peak a little bit more comfortably. But just the timing that Famous gets across and then is able to overdrive in towards the site and really just destroy PRX.
Big change up here. Planting Jing forward. Do they read DOS9's position? It's a question. At the same time, Forsaken, he just peeks out of B, finds Shiro there in spawn, and all the chaos that's ensuing around towards Mound.
Yep, and they can disconnect now. They've got the opening kill on Ashiro. That removes the salvos, that removes some information. Absolutely pivotal for a team like Boom right now to have something like that online, because if you don't, I mean, there's no real information. You've got to sacrifice bodies now.
Famous just going to try to find anything that he can get here. Maybe a jiggle peek. At this angle, though, be a hell of a flick on a Jing, but now is a bit more realigned.
Things going towards this A side with a potential pivot through the baby door back towards B, though. And PRX start to rotate towards A. There goes Forsaken.
Yep, Famous able to find it. After shock, hold off the approach here. Jing swooping around. Two players now contained back behind this smoke. Berserk's going to try to hold the line, but gets full flash. They turn around, and they're able to find it. For a second, it looked like it might have ended with disaster. Double push forward into the smoke, shorty in hand. Jing ends up falling to the wayside. Now 3v3. Famous looking for the shot, but it's going to be Patman who finds it. Just over the shoulder with the op. Doesn't find the contact, and now Spike opened up to start getting tapped here. Swing out, Divide. Holding from the one angle, loses out the fight. Patman now asked to clutch this out. And see Slasher down to a sliver, dead. But does he read the reposition? Has the shorty. Seems like he has an idea, but the time is starting to dwindle. Footsteps going to be heard. Gets it down to half, and Patman! Does he actually have it? Oh! Not quite 0.3 seconds away from pulling off what would have been a monstrous clutch. But Boom narrowly scraped by
I mean, that doesn't give you too much confidence as Boom. It's a sigh of relief that they're able to come away with that one, isn't it? 4 versus 5 conversion that they're able to get in. I mean, Berserks gets absolutely completely blinded, so no pit to be able to put on towards it. And I thought that actually PRX noted that both of those members had gone in towards the Heaven location earlier on with the double peek and the shorty spot, but you never really know if they repositioned with the time or went for a bit of a flank. Valiant attempt from PRX there, but finally we got another round on the board for Boom. It's in succession as well.
And now we also eventually get some op v op.
Yeah.
Or grab from something does give him another dimensional drift.
More importantly though, for Boom, a pit and a Rolling Thunder if you can set it up.
Jump out. It's going to be one and an exit. Batman left to his own devices, but the Seas will cover his retreat. Smoke sent, lingers within. Meanwhile, double push around the back. It's Forsaken trying to readjust, but Jing right there to play off it as well. And Shiro now putting his sights through and losing the fight. Jing comes away with another kill as something does end up falling. Breaks open the C site here. The last 2 remaining players, but both of them tagged up.
Point and click for Famous. Doesn't matter about the HP.
Planted.
Timing though from Batman swinging around the back. Watched here by NC Slasher. The first shot missed here. Batman in perfect position to capitalize. Doesn't read NC Slasher's spot, but now has all the info that they need. From here, the Rolling Thunder, far too risky. 14 health remaining. And Jing, he'll peek out. He'll see the shorty, and he'll shut it down.
Yeah, just already tagging him up makes it a little bit easier for PRX to come in together as a team at the end. A really great idea to just get through the A lobby earlier. You know, the respot as well from Patman's Prowler, noting that Shiro is still up the guts of B as well. So you've just got a really great plan from PRX in this round to have the components for the trades available and really lock a sticky situation in this one for Boom. The real only way they're getting back in that sort of scenario in the 3 versus 2 is if the shot is hit from Famous for a 2 versus 2 and they're rolling thundering one side where they're expecting the opponents to come from and setting him up on another op line.
And now look at what you have for PRX. That final kill from Jing in the previous round. Another showstopper, his 3rd of the half at the ready. If that pit comes into play, you've got something who can scout. And the Rocket that can flush out a Viper, but something, never mind, is going to be taken down. Rocket does go flying. Damage found on a Famous, but kill not coming through. Swings in with the Stinger, but Jing finds the headshot. Was able to shut down the enemy Neon. Ultimately a trade up here for the side of PRX. Player advantage in their hands. And now everyone from Boom committed and contained within this Rebel position.
Big duel to actually win here.
They're going to think that they can rotate out, and Forsaken is lurking with a Judge around the corner. If they choose to go into B, they might just save themselves, but otherwise, a drift towards C, towards Mound could cost them.
Oh, but it does look like they're toying with the idea of C.
They're clustered up. This could be devastating. There's one. Can't find the second.
They're actually going to beat PRX towards this C side too, so maybe finally we're going to get the pit in play for Berserks.
The 2 players with ults at the ready. NC Slasher gives it a consideration. Opts to go ahead, save it here, perhaps for the post plant. Pit goes in first, but Patman on a little bit of a faster timing, pushes forward, finds him. NC Slasher now has to do it all, but the peek over the top, the spike never planted. Jing in pole position strikes. And PRX are up 9-3 as they now swap to the attacking side of Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, it's better than the 10-2 half that they got against T1 if you consider Boom's side of things, right? But it's just another story where PRX have really great ideas on this defensive time. They've got great recognition of the gaps around the map. And Boom, I mean, we've seen that they haven't really played this map too much, right? A really big win against Global Esports. But that was in, what, week 2 of the group stage? That was absolute weeks ago. If you've not been prepping and being ready for this one here, and you're watching the game yesterday, you're still allowing this map to come in towards this series? I mean, it's not good yet.
Oh, this is revealing. Do you like seeing your boyfriend suffer?
I mean, he's not been suffering too much lately with the wins they've been getting, so...
Oh, no.
Yeah.
But that might mean that she's suffering, if that's what she...
right.
She prefers to see him angry.
Yep. Goat of all animals, who takes the crown, the dinosaur or the wolf? I mean, one of them's extinct, so...
One of them is also just a category.
Yes, this is true. Which dinosaur?
Yeah. Which one?
I, mean, I guess
what we
Tyrannosaurus Rex, right?
Triceratops, Raptor, T-Rex. Like this is, you know.
Pterodactyl.
Pterodactyl. Another good choice.
Yeah.
Brachiosaurus.
I like the ones that can fly.
Brontosaurus.
Because we can't do that. It's just an avenue that we don't get to experience as humans. Yeah.
Maybe one day.
Maybe. We'll see. Flipping up on the half, though. Let's see if Jing is going to be able to carry on with this absolute destruction that he came out with on the defensive side, by the way. Or if Boom are going to be able to answer back now with the double controller setup that they have deployed on this map.
Yeah, I think
My potter broke.
if Boom could run this back from defending side, be able to take this map, it would be one of the biggest comebacks that we have seen, with context included. Flashes out onto multiple players. Shiro able to find one, but I mean, it's just lost in the sauce. Ends up falling to something's hands. DOS9 though, nice little lurk behind the box. Finds Patman, finds Devi. DOS9 continuing to try to be the hero here for the team, but Jing cutting him down with the Sheriff and finding the follow-up onto Famous. Both pistols in the hands of PRX as they get themselves up to double digits.
Yeah, that makes things monumentally more difficult for Boom now in this map. I mean, maybe it is another scenario like yesterday where PRX had to just write off Fracture in their mind when they had an abysmal performance there and look to have map 2 and map number 3 go your way. Maybe that's too early to say at the moment, but Jing getting active yet again with a lot of the kills. We did see on Haven, for example, Primi come out with a really good half with 19 frags on that attacking side and ending up with 25. I mean, I think Jing is looking to do a little bit better than that as an individual performance.
Been a hell of a way to start things off for him. Kind of having the game that we were maybe anticipating to see from something, given how he played the Yor just yesterday.
Yep.
Jing absolutely outpacing him so far. Still fairly light on the pie here for the side of PRX, considering the lead that they do have, not wanting to take too many risks. Seems like they're sticking to the game plan no matter what.
Yeah, and if the plan right now is end at 8, well, you only have to contend with NC Slasher, and then you can play it to your heart's content and have a pretty easy close to the round. Meanwhile, C-Mound, little counterplay from Boom over there, but it's going to have no value.
Probably checking, not spotting. NC Slasher for now, still hidden here at backside. Boombot ends up bouncing one more time and Forsaken plays off the back of it beautifully. He rides the rope, must not have been blinded, finds the headshot as DOS9 does get taken down and Jing gets spared. Just a tuck back. Forsaken continuing to challenge the angle.
Yeah, it was a bit of a team blind, unfortunately, there from Forsaken that got his little friend. Yeah. It was the Paranoia and Salvo combo from Boom over at Mound.
PRX is about to get silly. Yeah. Looking for the flash out. Nothing really noted there. Something finding the shot. They're continuing to run forward. And all right, they get the cleanup. It's going to be a flawless here. As PRX getting the heart going, making me concerned. I thought they were going to just rush out, lose a bunch of weapons.
No, they just want to add a little bit more entertainment towards this one. They can't win a map cleanly. They have to do something silly. But no, good to see that all 5 are alive. You know, they come into that round with a couple of pistols as well, so you could potentially see now this bonus round look a little bit more stronger with holding for the rifles, which is exactly what they do. An operator, meanwhile, for Famous, glass cannon style. At least it's out early, right? Last time we saw Boom play, they have, what, 2 operators in play total?
It took them 6 rounds to be able to get it.
Yeah.
The first time out. But yeah, glass cannon, no fast lane. Shadows traveling. This Forsaken just setting up the smoke and now is well aware of this op being in play. Makes a TP. It's a little bit of an investigation here onto the site. They were thinking maybe he could be backside.
Where does he want to go, though? He just sit here?
He's just smiling.
Yeah, wait for your teammate to see if he can reveal any opponents. I mean, it's putting a little bit of pressure right now onto DOS9, who, well, doesn't feel pressured anymore that he's found Forsaken.
Shrugs that off. In the meantime, Shiro did get tagged down. 10 HP remaining there on Boom's Tejo. Zek into the B side, getting ready to come to fruition. The Thorns that just go ahead, hold off that back angle, upper, to get the spot on NC Slasher. There's something checking around towards stairs and hits the headshot through the corner.
pivot towards the A site now as well, and I'm looking at the utility of Boom. You have nothing really to play for on this retake.
No paranoia, just a fault line, and it's already going to be sent as they try to get themselves into positions, but you still have a Viper that's a world away. Jing, however, does get caught. DOS9. At top, just managed to go ahead and find the one, flashing into the swing out, and Divide collecting another. It's himself two. Finishing off that low HP member, but it's Berserks.
Line them up.
Has them lined up. PRX recounting back to Master Shanghai. Themselves stacked in front of one another. Die together, and that does give Boom a round win.
Yeah. Not bad for Boom, but not the way that you wanted to be getting another round on the board, is it? Into the bonus round where you only take out one weapon, albeit the operator, so you'll at least be okay that you take that into the next one. Timing and rotations.
Such a quick shot.
From PRX. Still giving a massive crack in this one. Just want to see this last kill and how they do line up for him. It's a bit of a waltz for Berserks, and yeah, I mean, he's just shooting through his teammates' falling corpse at that moment. Still, Boom on the board again. Will stave off PRX from getting map point in the first one of this elimination game.
But yeah, so much damage dealt here. So another Outlaw brought forward.
It's not
only
the worst.
two half armors actually here, so not too bad, but Divide just disrespects the smoke, pushing forward. Catching DOS9 and Famous. That would have been one hell of a flick. Close but no cigar. Something does get taken down. Alt gained in death as Prowler to try to check around the back. And so far, Berserks avoiding detection. The bound across, Jing still somehow comes away with that kill. The judge now from Forsaken just storming forward towards Waterfall. And even gets Shiro down to 67. The armor ripped away from him.
And you've got an operator, remember, for this retake. Do you have to consider saving this to the next round?
I think you absolutely do. But at that point, you're no longer playing for the win. You're playing to try to push it into overtime. We'll see what the call does end up looking like for Boom. Might be best to just cut the losses here on the map and then focus forward for their own map pick. And see Slasher, however, is able to find one. The judge for now on the ground. Showstopper, however, similarly at the ready. Just looking to try to contain them back. Boom, pushing forward, persevering. Paint shell sent. Jing frantically trying to figure out Shiro's position. Shiro will get him with the wall bang shot. Once again up, can it be retained? Boom, continue to persevere.
Yeah, by the narrowest of margins yet again, 7 seconds and change on the clock. So a 3 versus 4 retake that they find successful. Think about, you know, the call that they would have had to make in the scenario like that as well. What do we wait for? But we find some good timing on Forsaken looking the wrong way. The operator comes out, and then there's a couple of trades. The 1 versus 1, similar HP for both members at the end as well, but Shiro getting that one, so they will hold on, and it really is feeling like it's Boom holding on at the moment, but maybe now a moment of reprieve. Stingers, Light Shields, Steel Garden though, Dimensional Drift, I mean, you could actually invest those in a round such as this as PRX.
Knowing the team, they very well may.
It could be quick in towards the C site with the Nightfall to lead first too.
Get the Pain Shell. Sending him off the angle here. Bucky in hand for Jing, just trying to scare him off and force him back. It's a bit of damage here now, down to 21. Swing onto the corner though, Forsaken, doubling back, he's able to find DOS9. Shiro, dead. Divide, got the Stinger, pushes in, finds Berserks.
That's the
Slasher fishing through the smoke, is able to find one. The spike drop for a brief little moment. Famous with the off. The swing down, and NC Slasher loses the fight. Famous asked to do it all. And the question is, again, do you save it or do you try to play it out? His teammates will have relayed how low some of these players are, but now he's trapped in, slides across, gets the no-scope. Oh, tiny bit of style perhaps.
1 bullet.
1 bullet. Reloads. Can he split this? No. The Bucky will once again sing out. Silencing Famous as PRX get themselves up to map point.
I mean, I'm talking about maybe a Dimensional Drift and Steel Garden, and that they just invest the Nightfall and they make it look easy a little bit there, don't they? They're just straight shooting in towards it. They're getting the trades. They're commanding space towards the halls as well. Just the Stingers and the Bucky getting the job done. And that pushes PRX onto round number 12 now, map point. This is their own map pick of choice, by the way, for those that may have just joined us during the map.
Yep.
And now it's 7 in a row that Boom would need to find to push us into an overtime scenario.
Who's next?
Pit on C, Dimensional Drift storming through the B side here for the moment. Push up, close angle, Jing able to find one before being taken down. Jump up into the smoke. Shorty shot not quite connecting there as something quick little exit. Forsaken in the meantime, though, he's pinching forward. He's gotten himself as well over to the baby door. And now this back rubble position is all but shattered. Wide open, as it's just DOS9 and Berserk's left standing.
Yeah, DOS9 could get out of there, but his teammate couldn't. And Berserk's just used the pit at the C site, remember? So they kind of knew where he was already.
Just TPing in, checking things out. Nothing spotted Berserk's. Just the stinger in the smoke. As the C's gets a grab. I think noise has been made. And like you're pointing out to me now, yep, Devi still on a lurk. Missing maybe a timing. DOS9 seemingly has spotted him, but Devi just wins the fight. 13-5. An explosive performance from PRX on their map pick of Lotus as they take the opening map here in this elimination series.
Yeah, it just definitely feels like Lotus is a very comfortable map for PRX when they are going through a time of figuring out who's playing on what role. This one, it just looks much more cohesive for them. When we switch it over to the next map, I know anything can happen again with this team, but hey, they are a map up in this series now. The confidence will be riding high for PRX, and if I'm thinking of Boom right now, I'm thinking you've just got to be in the scenario that we had a couple of rounds where we're hitting some shots, we're getting our trades, we're getting dirty in towards it. We just need to have a couple more early realization moments coming in towards Fraction X to really just set us on the right path.
For Boom, a loss that will need to be shrugged off. An aim that's going to need to be steadied alongside the nerves. Some decent moments at the start. A couple players were hitting DOS9. Continuing to put up some decent performances round over round, but the victory's just not quite coming to fruition. See how they fare bouncing back from this 13-5 with their own map pick here of Fracture. They need it to be a victory. They need to extend this to that third and final, otherwise it will be PRX once again going up alongside TRX for that final spot at Masters Toronto. Boom, a chance to run this back, but need to get the reverse sweep. We're gonna get ready to go ahead and send things back over to the analyst desk where they can break down all of the action here, all of the chaos that Lotus delivered.
That's right, and we expected nothing less than chaos. Boom and PRX. PRX ended up delivering all of that chaos in all of the worst ways against Boom.
Yeah, I mean, Jing, what a fantastic game from him, but PRX, their Lotus looks really well drilled at the moment. Like, they are going from strength to strength with this current comp that they're running. Most of the maps where Jing is on the raise, things are going very well for PRX at the moment, and in his current form, he's looking like he might be the best player in Pacific. Like, he was in complete flow state that game. It was ridiculous. It's just perfect movement, perfect mechanics, and no one on Boom could even touch him.
Yeah, he could do no wrong. Even just from the very start of the map, he started hot and kept going so continuously all the way through. I don't even want to know how many showstoppers he had throughout the game, but it felt like near infinite, ending that game with a fantastic 354
Can I
ACS.
say something about that? If, at this point, if I'm the opponent on Lotus and if I'm standing in Waterfall, I would get the heck away because you know Jing loves hitting that spot.
He's going.
He does.
He's
He'll do
going
it.
in there.
Shotgun guaranteed.
Yeah.
We also saw a nice game from DOS9 on the other side. I think he showed some good level, some good individual, but the rest of the Boom guys not really there, especially as we look down towards the bottom of that scoreboard there. Berserks and Shiro didn't manage to find their footing into this game, which is something that they do need if they're going to topple a Titan like PRX.
Yeah, if we're going to reverse sweep, we need 5 big Booms. There's only one in the server right now. And NC Slasher did all right, actually, as well. He was on the breach and he was fragging, okay? Like, half the time he's holding util. He was shooting a fair few people, but 100%. This is a problem for Boom. We cannot go missing anymore, guys. There's no more losses that we can possibly have. And look, it's really hard to fight the group stage allegations at this point. It's getting very difficult, guys. We both predicted for you, but it's getting hard.
I'm going to huff the copium. I thought that was actually better than it was against Gen G. It was better than it was against Gen G. And, you know, Boom did have some nice moments. We can take a look at the replays here.
Both of you guys pick DOS9.
Yeah, we did. DOS9. So, look, talking about DOS9, I mean, I feel like this clutch in particular we had to talk about. I felt like he played it so well. He made the little step running towards A, baits Patman across, smokes on A, buys himself so much time, positions himself nicely in this off angle. This was so clean. This is textbook one-on-one play.
Yeah, I mean, DOS9 winning multiple clutches for them that were mostly the only rounds that Boom got. The only other round that they got was actually a pretty nice approach to the C post plan. Yeah. They recognized that the Steel Garden was there for PRX. You have to recognize what kind of game plan your opponent's going to come in with to be able to actually complete the retake. So the fact that they were able to play outside of C Mount, nice drone to actually set up Famous onto the line there, able to get that first pick, and then from here they recognize what the retake plan is for PRX, and they're already playing around it before it starts.
Yeah, I love this. Famous not afraid to go forward. That's exactly what you should do. You don't want to be locked in on that Lotus C site, because the retake becomes so much easier when they have all that space if you just move all the way back from long. Famous stays on site, pushes into Waterfall, makes life hard so they can't take the space with that Steel Garden.
Well, one thing's for sure, you guys did pick the correct Boom player as far as map
So
1
far.
goes.
So far.
But I mean, I expect good things from DOS9 continuing on, and I do hope we get a full series today. I know a lot of fans here in Pacific have come to like both of these teams a lot. Now, Jing, we were talking about his performance and how, you know, you're saying he's probably one of the best players here in Pacific now.
Yeah, I think so. Like, when he's in this flow state, he has just continued to deliver. Every single series, Jing is fragging on the duelist, he's fragging on the controller, and for PRX, he really is just the best player right now. And the thing is, when your Raze is in flow state like this, you know, this is the agent that he's known for.
Yeah.
You're just able to get so much momentum for your team because you're making plays, you're getting those opening picks, but also you can see just how many showstoppers this man is stringing together, getting 3 or 4.5.
Yeah, I mean, those are game-changing ultimates, round-winning ultimates that he just constantly had. And I feel like when you have such a strong Raze, it's easy to see why they like to lean into maps like Lotus. He can completely run it over because Raze is so strong here. Jing, a huge part of this PRX resurgence. And yeah, he's going to have to get them one more map here.
Bro,
yeah,
continue towards Toronto.
1.6 kills around. He's killing 1.5 people around.
It's insane how he's been doing. We have been seeing him play Raze for so long.
Yeah.
Do you guys see any difference in how he used to play Raze with this team versus how he plays it now? It looks a lot more controlled in a way. It's not so volatile where he's just sending himself in by himself.
I think for me, he's definitely set up a little bit more. We see that, you know, Patman joining as a support player who's obviously very good at enabling Jing. But what I do like is he hasn't lost all that flair that he used to have. We still see him go waterfall on C. We still see him sit in a smoke with a bookie. I feel like he's combining the old school, what made him great back in the day, which was the craziness, with the sort of more modern approach of being properly set up and having some coordination with his teammates.
Now, what's really interesting is today's map pool is exactly the same as PaperX played yesterday, except in a different order. Obviously, it's not T1 today, it's Boom and it's Fracture, and both of these teams historically good on Fracture until yesterday.
Yeah.
How do you guys want to break this down? Because PaperX looked awful yesterday.
Boom, good on Fracture. No, I'm kidding. PaperX, I think, look, it was a very good map and a map that they picked for a lot of the year so far. It's been a map that they have been able to reliably go to and be able to pick it up in a series going through kickoff into this current iteration of the roster. So I can see why they would pick it into the series against T1 yesterday. They had an absolute shocker of a game. I know that they're going to deliver a better performance than that, but how much better is the question. For Boom, it's been a pretty solid map for them as well. I know that they're going to be backing themselves on this map. They've been getting some good dubs. They've been picking it a little bit, but not too much. So, look, I think they're going to be quite confident they can win this one, and they did win it over PaperX in their head-to-head that they played against each other, and DOS9 had a fantastic game there on the Brimstone as well.
Yeah, this isn't Boom just looking at that game yesterday and going, ha ha ha, something, one kill, let's pick it. It's more thought out than that, and I think it's a map where they actually feel confident in their own gameplay. They know PRX are going to deliver a little bit of a stronger performance today, but as you say, they already have that head-to-head. I think they're able to understand how PRX want to play this map, so that's why they're choosing to pick it, and I think that's why they'll still be feeling okay in this series. They are still alive in this series, people. I'm hanging on to my prediction. DOS9's going to deliver me a victory.
Well, tell me then, Boom is a very different team than T1, and if you think they are still going to pick apart what PaperX has, well, let's assume they'll be using the same comp. What kind of things do you want to see from Boom facing us?
So it's a double duelist, right? The PaperX have. It's Neon, it's Raze, and it's very, very fast. And, you know, they didn't deal with the pace of double duelist well in this first map. I think they have to do a better job of when this double duelist is actually bursting at you, when Jing is satchelating, you have to isolate the rest, deal with that, you know, initial insurgence a little bit better. You can't be letting Jing get clean entries on you all the time. He's opening up sites entirely by himself. They need to find a way to shut down that hard entry.
I think it might be hard for them to do that though, because they're not playing the Vice usually on this map. So I think that was critical for Meteor to play the Vice. It's going to come down to a lot more of the execution-based reactive utility. Sky Smokes, Fault Lines, the Teo utility as well is going to be absolutely key. So you're looking at DOS9 again here. But the formula is there for T1. It's solid macro play that picks apart this burst style. It's gathering info. It's actually taking map control and being fluid on the defense rather than just all retaking through spawn side. PRX is going to death ball and run it down at the sites on the attacking side, and you need to be able to set up and have a clear retake plan.
I also have one more question. This is, I mean, a really good analysis there. But yesterday, especially you, big time, you were like all in PRX. PRX could do no wrong, blah, but then
this was the hardest.
What about today?
This was the hardest prediction of my life. I was torn between my head and my heart here, and I went with my heart with Boom. But I believe both these teams have what it takes to make it to Toronto. I think the winner of today goes. We do have our agent picks coming in. No big changes for PRX. Something back on that Brimstone, looking at the redemption arc, and we are seeing Jing staying on that Raze, Forsaken on that Neon, a patented style for them now.
Yeah, PRX wanted to play their burst style on attack to start things off. Boom needs to be ready for that. They need to be able to slow them down and stop them. I want to see Famous get on the AWP. It's what we saw there from Buzz. Getting on those AWP info lines was very, very key. Getting the info with the Teo drone. I think Berserx is going to have a harder time on the Killjoy though.
Yeah, when you're running this double duelist, you want to contact a little bit. You want to get space for free. So having that deep AWP really picks them apart. T1 did such a good job of that. Famous has to be able to emulate that, get himself active again today.
Well, this is going to be a really exciting one. You guys are still Boom believers? We're going to go to map 3?
Yeah, of course. DOS9. DOS9.
They need to step up. They need to step up individually at the end of the day. That's what it comes down to. It needs to be at least 2 or 3 players having a good game here for Boom.
All right, well, we're going to have to wait and see. We got friends here facing against each other. They sing karaoke with each other, and now they're going to send each other home. We're going to send it back to our casters, Achilleos and Komodo. It's not paper thin. I almost said paper thin.
He's younger, he has hair. How is this so difficult, Victoria? God, just I appreciate that.
You know, I gotta defend you. When you're sitting in the chair next to me, I gotta back you up, unless you're paper thin, in which case I'll always tear you down. Because it's funny. Anyway, we're gonna get into the action here and see if Boom are gonna be able to run this back. Get us a third map in this series.
100th map for Jing as well in VCT Pacific. So I'll see if he can get another one going here, though.
Yes. Contact. That's going to be the sun coming out a little bit too late. Berserk's out from tower, able to find one, but cannot get the trade up to try to equalize. As hello something. DOS9 takes his time, finds the kill, cherishes it for a moment, but then has his life wrested away from him. As Jing has another fiery, hot start here to the pistol round. Push out. This is going to be the 4K. Has the paint shells. Might try to spread the love around here a little bit more, as
hang on.
Might be regretting that, but there you go. Goes off the peak, finds it. 4-piece for Jing on the Raze. And that is going to be 3-0 in pistols for PRX across the set now.
Yeah, it always makes it harder for a team, isn't it, when you're not getting the pistol rounds that you're generally finding 2 on the back of as well, right? So a bit of a roughie, but it's good to see that Jing starts off from where he left off in the last map. Now, cast your mind back to when we did first see these two teams play each other in the group stage. Week number 3, Patman's first game with PRX. They had Fracture in the pool. It's a pretty close scoreline in the end. Jing dropped 27 kills back then as well. So with him already just having an absolute belter in the first map, imagine a world in which he can consistently do that coming into here yet again. A-main control for Boom. They'll take the orb. And with just the Killjoy turret to protect the B site and Berserks in the back lanes, well, it's just going to be free territory for PRX here in the NEGO.
Full approach around to that north side here from the remainder of Boom. It's just going to be a bit of a death ball. See if they actually try to make a go of this, or if it's just going to be a stack up, pick off 1 or 2 exits, and then die to the spike. It's one of the things that you don't want to do is give Jing those last 2 charges.
Yeah. Something and Devi going with the same pistol play, so the bonus round can be brought up with next round.
Patman able to find himself a second kill as DOS9 will swing out. Eats the headshot. Looking for a little bit more. Berserks will make it somewhat costly. And Jing now 1 away. Shiro Sat here in sewer, gonna try to stay alive, but Devi on the hunt. We'll go ahead, put him down, get his second charge towards that ult. Not flawless, but damn near close to it. PRX 2-0 start.
100% increase in the kill performance as well for something compared to yesterday. So you'll definitely take that one. Sorry to highlight that one, folks, but it definitely was a pain point to a degree for PRX.
Ultimately, it's a positive.
Oh, for sure, right now, yeah.
A gain is a gain.
Yeah, and they did win the series at the end, so as I said, they wipe off that first map in that series from their minds. They come out with a reverse sweep, and they already have map number 1 in this series. So now, coming in towards the bonus round, let's see if Boom are going to be able to answer back. An operator has been purchased up for Famous Glass Cannon style yet again, as it's a south side control approach for PRX silently. And Devi will cross that rope to meet with the team 2.
Oh, off the contact of the turret. Zerk's on the peak, able to find Jing.
Yeah, raid boss down.
Gets the showstopper in death. Best way possible for Boom's odds here. As he tried to deny bonus conversion. That PRX was able to do to get off to such a hot start on that defense on Lotus.
Yeah, and just keeping the operator poised towards Dish as well. Just isolates a whole angle of the map that Boom don't essentially need to just worry about right now. You got your alarm bot still to play contact over at Arcade 2, so you really only need to have a bit of focus towards the south side entries of the map. And PRX is still going to be leaning towards B, so we'll see what the members there for Boom are going to be able to do.
Fast lane to try to escort them forward. Tucked into the corner, never checked here, but might not matter as Forsaken finding one. Now peeks back out there. Made aware. Batman still with that Spectre. Getting himself another 2 kills. Forced to reposition. Salvo's holding him back here for the moment as the smokes get ready to dissipate. Gets retucked into the corner. Nothing to flush him out, but double stuns available here for Shiro and Famous. Shiro finding one. Batman, the Vandal recovered, picked up. Pushing forward. Just the pistol drawn out here in the smoke. Dissipating. Tags him to 60. Swinging around, the off shot going to be good for it here is Famous. Bonus conversion not to come through, but still, again, so much damage suffered.
How many times have we seen Boom win a round and it's only one member surviving and it's taking that operator into the next one? I mean, yeah, it's awesome that they're able to get online. They're able to, you know, in the early stages, not see PRX just run away with it. But they have to be winning these ones a little bit more convincingly. Like the fact that Forsaken noted getting in towards the tower and Berserks isn't able to dispatch of him. Patman is getting all of these trades. If he doesn't allow Forsaken to just, Famous to just retreat a little bit and bring out that operator shot, that would be the third one for PRX, you would assume. You mentioned that Jin got the showstopper in death. Well, now that's available, accompanied by a Rolling Thunder.
Go for the classic new turn setup. Rolling Thunder them forward with the showstopper.
Dust 9 also doesn't have any shield here.
Showstopper now going to be sent. Jing expecting some pressure off the back of that fault line, but in fact it is just a massive retreat over towards that rope, which that's going to be a decent amount of splash damage on the DOS 9. As dropped down from Shiro, is able to find one, but then PRX opens up the firing squad. 2 more kills in reply.
Yeah, good trades. They'll settle themselves down now for the post plant. Remember, the Rolling Thunder is available.
Still in the back pocket here to try to defend. Situated here in main. Famous just taking a bit of a blind shot there. Forsaken is asleep at the wheel. Well, that's going to force the Rolling Thunder. Connects on the 2. Time continuing to tick here. This fault line gets sent. Swoop out. Berserk's good to find Jing. Comes up with that kill, but they still need to break through the door. Berserk's trying to lead the charge. Finds the headshot. That leaves Patman now alone to try to clutch it out. Gets some damage across. The stun. Connecting. The op shot. Missing. But NC Slasher hitting, but the time is not there. PRX. A war of attrition. They narrowly win. As it's going to be a Red Bull clutch, everyone dead, but the round theirs.
Yeah, Boom very scared from the showstopper at drop, understandably so as well. And then the Rolling Thunder to really push them back before they have any time to just clear the whole site, focus on the main angle. Like you're removing an opportunity where something has the incendiary as well. And you're thinking, all right, this is looking okay. You got a 2 versus 1, or it was a 3 versus 1 in fact, before Patman managed to bring it to that 2 versus 1 and just bought himself enough time. take that one as you are for PRX, with everyone dying, so they will have to reinvest here. But similarly for Boom, I mean, they didn't survive with too much either.
Forsaken, does he just go for it?
Thinking
Stealth
about it.
trying to open up the door here. And, oh, looking for that two-person face forward. Jing now trapped into the corner. The Armageddon starting to go across. Patman going to be taken down as DOS9 is able to find one. The rest of the players trying to escape, but Forsaken eventually found. DOS9 now with an orbital strike online. Famous. Step on a nice line. Is able to find Jing to buy. Forced basically just to drop out of the smoke, try to find something, but Boom, looking like they might be finding their footing for realistically the first time here in this series. Flawless would do wonders for them. Something will take that away from them. But an ace clutch to move up 4-1 seems like it's out of the cards.
40 seconds and he can reposition towards the B side if he wants. He is one away from the orbital, smokes an incendiary, but I think priority, have the gun available for the next round. Probably one of the most clean rounds we've seen from Boom so far here today.
Turret set up around the back. Smoke's coming down. Are they in audio distance? It seems like they haven't realized quite just yet, but now they will.
How much does he get here?
Spike planted.
Shift walks over. Is it just going to be the long wraparound? He's got the orbital to buy himself some time. He could reroute through sewers if he wanted to. Looks like it is just going to be the setup here at Arcade. Shots starting to come through, and it's not going to be good for either of them. And two players narrowly surviving. And Boom, bring this back just one round separating.
Importantly, it's just the team going together as a unit there to make sure they're getting the trades. Not leaving anything up to chance, not leaving any opportunity for something to be able to come out with it. I really do like the scrap battles that they have and the combination of utility around the door as well, right? You're getting in the Armageddon, the Aftershock, the fault line. You're just really making PRX have a bad day with gaining any space and any just solidified positions that they can try and shoot back from. It'll push them on towards the eco round now as well. Forsaken doesn't have an overdrive available, so that Bucky is just going to be let in somewhere with the Nikes. A duel early in the tree.
Oh, tucked into the corner, and he's looking to get overwhelmed, but DOS9 is overstepped. Up here at Arcade, not going to find the shot there for Famous. Forsaken, now a weapon upgraded in ahead of that Aftershock. Does get whittled away at, down to 11.
Yeah, they could try and get the spike plant down here. You got to think about a lockdown. Maybe you have to drop the orbital to destroy that one.
Oh, but Patman dies right before they pull the trigger on that, so now working at a pretty big disadvantage, given that Forsaken's eaten quite a bit of damage here. Jing has since been passed over the weapon, looking on that angle, but Berserk's just outsprang. Not suffering any damage. The Vandal not getting through as Berserk finds another something now dead, and it's just a Vi around the back with a Sheriff to try to make it a little bit costly, but he can't find the kill.
It happens. It happens to the best of us. It's okay. It was an eco at the end of the day for PRX, but a bit of an investment with the orbital strike, I will say. Trading out for the lockdown of Berserks. Again, though, Boom. Clean rounds breed confidence here for the Wolfpack. So tying things up 3-3, looking to take the lead now as well against the eventual buyout that'll come back for PRX. In a round where there's no massive setup to come through on the defensive side, it's got to be those later adjustments and figuring out how to go for those retakes. Now, see the new strategies yet again for this tree control.
I'd rather win.
Yeah, FT ults to try to contend with. By a side, PRX still going to be in a little bit of a rough spot as that's unassisted. Forsaken goes in, dies. Famous peeks. Padman dies.
So far, so good for Boom.
Excellent. Well, that's not going to do much of anything there. Puts the fear of God into him with the shorty. Lets him know that this tower position not going to be easily breached. Divine able to find Shiro, but swiftly falls to NC Slasher. Famous watching the ropes. Goes ahead, cleans up Jing. Famous, he's going to go for it. Oh, flash out, maybe not.
I mean, it's just another scenario where you're going together as a team, making sure you're not giving something an opportunity.
Doesn't see him, doesn't see the spike. Something just going to be sat in position, but these jiggle peaks going to be the bane of his existence here. Too many angles to try to clear out. Once again.
30 seconds left.
What do you even say?
Yeah.
You just do it time and time again. Okay, there we go.
It's like when you're playing like some kind of horror game and you see that the creatures are spawned in.
Yeah.
But they haven't like
Seen you
activated
yet,
yet.
yeah.
So, but you just kind of like see them around the corner. You're like, oh.
And then you still get jump
I have
scared.
to go in there. Like, I don't want to do this.
Well done though from Boom, I will say, right? A good little grasp on how they need to be peeking around this one. For Famous, how many times do we see the operator just having to come online for some really good successes for the team of Boom? So it's good to see that they're able to repeat that time and time again. This time, DOS9 not losing to Forsaken early in the round as well. So a couple of these little nuances that you want to adjust for PRX potentially, but for Boom, you want to keep happening now that you have slightly adjusted and taken the lead, forcing the timeout here for PRX.
Well, first one that they've had to call here today. Stand by singular round, but it's again about that activation, about that run back potential. I mean, we saw it from Talon, that 0-4 start into an overtime on Fracture itself. PRX wanting to avoid a similar situation. And look to deliver the 2-0 that person's looking for. This guy came from LA.
I came from Australia.
Actually, I didn't quite get to read what the verb was. Maybe they didn't.
That's all good. A couple of good retakes from Boom. Let's see what the plan is here for PRX, if at all anything, right? Because again, another scenario where a team is taking a timeout, not before a rifle round, but before a sort of investment round. Whether or not your game plan is to come in towards this one directly or the one after. Getting close to the lockdown for Devi as well, which can just be traded out by DOS9's Orbital Strike. Very disconnected play at the moment from Boom on this B site.
Turret getting activated. Drive popped, and then Forsaken is just sending it in towards the spawn, and he's almost going to come away with two, and Devi's right there with the follow-up. Jing considers it, pulls off the angle there at the end. The Boom bot not going to be lasting too long, but now a timing here on this lockdown. Placed in front of Jen, but Shiro looking to try to catch them by surprise. Swinging the corner, finds the first. Looks to try to clear it out, but something bails them out. Gets that kill. Now it's on Famous. A Vandal versus two Sheriffs, both players full HP. A flash on Molly between them. A reposition. The fault line now sent, the stun connecting, and something just swinging around the back, catching him by surprise. Thrifty gets pulled off here off the back of the timeout call. PRX tie us up at 4-4.
Maybe that timeout was for what to do in that sort of round just there. Quicken towards the B site. You remove a lot of that Killjoy utility. You remove DOS9 first, so you don't have an Orbital Strike to answer the lockdown. That's a disgusting shot. Not needed in this game. Great work from Shiro, I will admit, in attempt to bring something back for Boom. Wasn't able to get the lockdown done, but 2 kills, providing his teammate into a 1 versus 2, maybe manageable situation.
I think that it's rounds like that that kind of just show the development of PRX across the stage, considering how things had begun.
Yeah.
You know, I think back to the start, they were losing every round they committed ults in.
Yeah.
Regardless of weaponry.
They just looked lost and disconnected a lot of the time.
But now well utilized to be able to find themselves a thrifty win. Forsaken looking like he's suspicious about this potential position here, but now is at risk of getting caught as well. It's gonna be the orbital that takes him down. Nice little trap play set up from the side of Boom as Gun Barrel gets spotted out. Jing still able to find one before getting picked apart.
Yeah, you still are at a deficit though as PRX here. Into the site.
Plant committed to Devi with the operator, not something that we get to see nearly as much these days. Maybe once Sunset comes back into the mix. For now, we'll have that in hand. Overdrive in the charge of Shiro. Very suspicious about this smoke. Something just trying to stay tucked, and so far has not been flushed out. The jump forward, looks to try to steady it, can't quite make it happen, but has done a significant amount of damage. DOS9 at 30 HP. Famous, however, on the peak, instantaneous, finding Devi, leaving Patman now to try to clutch it out. Finds the first, backpedals, has a fault line, even has a Rolling Thunder. And he's not going to be shy about it, it would seem. Taps the door. Fault line sent. Famous not sticking to it, as it's going to be another Red Bull clutch. Patman, instant, finds that, and gets PRX back into a lead.
From that 3 versus 4 when the spike plant goes down as well, Devi with the operator managing to at least establish one. It's unfortunate but that Berserk loses his life when Jing is spotted out there as well, but it's just the trade game, right? It's making sure that the trades, that you're on top of them. Nice idea for the one-way smoke, makes things a little bit awkward, but some good repositioning from Patman, not wanting to give a duel. I think that's really important for a player like him coming into this roster, wanting to prove himself, wanting to be part of the team. So far, so good. Liking what I'm seeing.
Showstopper rolling Thunder. No ults to speak of here for the moment for Boom. 3 more rounds to be played in the half. Need to cycle these up. Golden Take does get NC Slasher. Recharges away. Fast lane just cutting every single player from the Boom side away from the site.
Guardian and a Judge here for DOS9 and Berserks. But Berserk's still on the other side of the map.
Oh, scan, finding Forsaken, but Devi finding NC Slasher at drop. Second player working forward, Famous trying to put that Sheriff to good use, but can't quite find the hit, can't quite find the head. Jing all the meanwhile ready to just send that Showstopper should it be needed, but right now it is looking like they won't have to. Push forward, the crunch coming in, Forsaken trying to wide swing there.
Don't think he expected him to have a Judge.
Yeah, I think he misjudged the weapon. Yeah,
Mastodon.
All right, I'm gonna jump off the balcony.
Please don't do that. I need a co-caster here.
My legs deserve to be broken after that joke. Anyway, yeah, don't think he read that one quite so well, but it ultimately won't matter too much.
No, not a full investment to come in from them in this round for Boom, so they'll have that coming into the next one, which is now playing catch-up, right? 6-4. The half is at least established for PRX in tie or in lead. An operator out for both sides as well. Devi still retaining that one. Immediate utility going to be forcing them back out of main unless they want to wait to contest it, which is what Forsaken's going to be doing here. Immediate rotations too for Boom.
Push coming through, and Jing, uncharacteristic whiffs, doesn't even find much damage. Shiro really losing a tiny smattering of armor. Site still does get taken, plant coming in, Rolling Thunder held. But Armageddon, I don't think that Patman's going to be able to get away from this one. Oh, he's barely slides out. What a narrow window. And now he's got the Rolling Thunder at the ready. Orbital Strike will start. Forcing back NC Slasher from drop. Something swinging up towards Sand. Ends up getting taken down as Divine. Finding one with the op, eating a flash. Rolling Thunder holds the rest of the team back. 2v3, looking for the smoke timing, Forsaken, finding the headshot, and they're just picking their targets and nailing them. Patman, what a game so far.
Oh yeah. No, 100% he's just getting involved in all of these duels. He's making sure the flashes are on point for the team and the aftershocks to buy time as well. You look at the Armageddon placement in that one from Shiro. Had he reversed it and had it from the site on out towards main, maybe you're looking at a little bit of a different scenario in flushing the team into the open instead of containing them to be stuck in towards the site. Never really know in the sort of situation like that which way would be more valuable though. 7-5 is what Boom will be chasing for the last round of this half. A couple of valuable ults. Same utility to be poised at the front of A, which they'll actually invest quite a significant amount of numbers toward.
Last round of the half, and it's bound to be a pretty chaotic one based on what we're seeing at the moment, but...
Jing Showstopper, I imagine.
They're taking their time with this one. Waiting for contact, waiting for info. Drone on the corner.
Yeah, I am noting that Devi is one away from a lockdown, by the way. They can pivot towards Tree if they want. Turret hasn't spotted anything, but still staying around A.
Showstopper opened up, blast forward. 2 players over here at Sands. It's going to be NC Slasher taken down. Is it DOS9 actually avoiding damage? Looked like it was going to at least be a bit of splash there. In the end, somehow only a 1-for-1. Lockdown now. Tempo use sent over on B. Keeping PRX locked away for the time being. I mean, Couple seconds remaining. They can tuck in over towards tower, avoid the detain, and then look to try to get the spike in play.
3 members now here for Boom as well. Don't want to flood in before the plant goes down.
30 seconds left.
Retap, just a spray through. Berserk's able to find him. Forsaken. Massacres too. Divine out, sights back over. Lockdown is brought forward. And Berserk's has his work cut out for him.
Oh, something's quite low.
Takes the first step.
He knows where they've gone.
Alarm bot, yeah, gets the trigger there. Something escaping forward into tower. Low on HP, as you say. No utility between them. With just a turret. It's just going to be the blind push into tower, and Berserk's is able to find it. Might just be able to bring this back into their favor. The tap, the scale forward. Forsaken, though. The perfect place at the perfect time, a 3K. As it's going to be 8-4. PRX out in front once again here at the half.
A big stringing of rounds at the end of that one for PRX too. You think it's a pretty early contest that we're seeing between these two teams with a lot of backwards and forwards. And I mean, the round count kind of doesn't give you the full story on this one, does it? Because there's been a pretty lot of close rounds, close scenarios where a single engagement going the other way could have spelled a different result for the round. On this map though, Forsaken and Jing not getting too involved a lot in a lot of these fights to win them. So it's good to see that Forsaken, at least at the end of that one, is getting the right timing for the kill there, playing a lot more of the distractor and space creator on this map as opposed to the real kill collection.
Hey! Who's showing up today? We got even more. Fairlawn Moniette chilling out, cheering on Boom, it would seem here perhaps, or maybe even just a former PRX team from Moniette.
We might have to challenge later as well.
It's market research, you know?
Market research.
Yeah, just on the ground, just seeing what's going on, trying to figure everything out. Which one's more impactful? Well, we haven't seen some things yet today, so
not today.
I think by default you have to give it the Jing there.
I mean, yesterday there was a really good to the moon rise up between the maps and the changes, but yeah, Jing Rays today, map number 1, gorgeous. Map number 2, room for improvement. But together as a team, PRX are certainly looking to get the job done. 8-4 at the half, with PRX now going on to this defensive side, though for Boom, casting more eyes towards them to see what they're going to be able to do here. Of course, 5-0 in group stage, coming in with the first seed, skipping the early stage of this bracket, losing the first one. If they lose this one 2-0 as well, that's very hurtful.
Just one on the north side. Nice set there for now. As Famous jumping forward here. Hall's in control of Boom completely and utterly, but that's going to go ahead and call for a 3-player push out from that B side, but Berserk's just had it aligned but couldn't quite find that final shot. Still does an immense amount of damage, finds the kill on the Jing, opens things up here for the team. DOS9, however, going to be overwhelmed here at the attacker's spawn. He's taken down at the spike now planted.
Something does have 3 Sky Smokes as well. Put them to his heart's content.
Tap at the door, the bounce forward. Shiro, great readjust. Finds something. Forsaken gets Shiro, and NC Slasher's going to be taken down. Now it's just sliding Neons right at each other, but Famous comes out on top. The tap at the spike. The Sheriff from the buy, and he hits him right between the eyes. Every single pistol.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Not a single pistol to come through for Boom in this one, and that just, how difficult does it make it here?
It's such a good start as well. Nearly finding that second and
the last
just
shot.
far too clean.
Yeah. Dot crosshair accuracy on that one. Do like to see it. He's had his moments in this map. Nothing too super stellar, but a couple of big frags with that operator earlier, with the Sheriff just there as well, an important one. It's a force up though with the plant going down for Boom.
In a huge way. Glass Cannon Bulldog.
Yeah.
Jing around the corner. Putting some damage through there. Patman swinging in, trying to reinforce this position. DOS9, however, is able to collect 2. Opens things up a bit. Well, Berserk's Glass Cannon coming up with value.
Getting cheeky.
Tries to slide up into the smoke. Forsaken still slow walking in the halls with that outlaw.
DOS9 holding for it though.
Forsaken finding the first shot. Can he pick up the weapon? He's going to look to do so. Ends up dying though. Berserks from drop. Finding it. Something now. Has to try to pull this one off. Shiro. Salvo's at the ready. There's the tap. Forcing it back away, guaranteeing that this is just not going to be enough time. Berserks will end up falling. There's something. Collecting the 2 kills. We'll get a couple extra charges up towards his ultimate as well as retain the weapon. And that is Boom with a much needed thrifty answer back. It's, you know, a force up here. Force by victory of their own.
Yeah, one of the more needed rounds for them to stave off any further lead for PRX here. Just getting down and dirty in those duels, right? A lot of trades to come on out. Berserk's just scoping and bursting. Thinking an opportune situation in the 2 versus 2. The fact that he's just able to remove Forsaken on that slide. And they've got salvos in the back lanes waiting for the spike tap. Yeah, the right members doing the right things for Boom in that round. Big tree approach.
Well, whiff on the first, hit on the second. Not much damage going to be taken. Devi dead. One of the side anchors now gone here.
You can see Boom fall to play with the numbers together as well here. There's a bit of weaponry on the side of PRX still. Forsaken with that now Outlaw. Something with the Phantom from the last round. You are really spread across the map as PRX, so taking the initiative to clear some parts of the map. They can further extend and clear all of north side and have to turn back towards A as the stealth drone goes out. Sky Smoke to buy a little bit of time, and you're now fully clearing north side. So it should be the idea for PRX that it is A, and they will now know with all this util.
Fast lane set, Patman dropping down, getting tucked in towards default. Slide forward, he's gonna get caught up into the crossfire as Famous does get taken down. Patman joining in alongside something, finding the kill, but double push out of the smoke, and Berserk's good for one. Jing, Sheriff shot to the space. Finds another before getting traded out by Shiro. Suddenly, it's Forsaken.
But it's a hard spot to take a retake from.
Is it fast lane for a reposition to try to grab a gun, perhaps?
Planted.
Just a Sheriff at drop. Goes down, finds the first, but oh no, it's full armor striking at the worst possible moment for him.
If it was the other way around, Shiro would have been done, and then maybe you're looking for him to slide in and have a really good how do you do, but just expecting that the kill would polish off his opponent there.
When the protagonist gets shot in the chest, but he had a Bible in his pocket. It caught the bullet and it kept him safe. Oh boy, well, still close, you could tell. PRX looking to persevere even when they themselves not in the best position weapon-wise.
The way that this is going, though, we're going to have a pretty stacked ultimate round soon.
Drone going out.
North side approach for Boom now, full clearing arcade. Killjoy set up towards B as well. Meanwhile, a bit of a slow peek in towards A main for PRX. The further they go, the more info that they get. Together as a team as well, recognize that, well, no one's going to be here. So similarly, like last round, they got all of the north side control. Now you flip it for the south side. And also mean on the other way that Boom can just get into the A site almost scot-free, see that no one's home. Have some time to set up for a post plant here.
Everything wide open. Door left unlocked, and Boom looking to just make themselves right at home. Jing, though, nice shot, finds the kill there on a Famous, but NC Slasher coming away with 2, as well as finding an immense amount of damage on the Jing before getting taken down by the Showstopper. Something trying to steady those shots, but DOS9 a little bit faster with it. Finds the headshot, keeps him with the advantage, and Devi is still at B with a judge.
Yeah, and they already noted where Jing was as well with the Showstopper, right? So this round is pretty much just done and dusted.
He's going to try to juggle the weapon over here to his teammate. Get the upgrade. Will be able to do so. And that's going to be them going for a save. Boom. Looking to claw this back 3 rounds consecutively. Gonna be just 2 away from tying it up.
Essentially, the delayed bonus rounds coming into this one as well, right?
Yeah,
so,
we're finally getting there.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's talking about this track by track for PRX, but what about Boom? I mean, they're slowly starting to figure out what they need to do on this attacking side. The next gun round is going to be a really important one for them to get through. And then if you also consider that the ultimates are going to start to really come online soon as well, if they're able to navigate their way through that one pretty cleanly, or even scrappily was still winning the round, I mean, they're setting themselves up to try and tie things up.
That's going to be the second timeout call you would suspect here from PRX. There you go. Alex on the try to get them up to that double-digit point here. Try to get over the finish line. Last time out worked a treat for them. They went on a massive streak. So go ahead and close out that opening half as well as get the pistol. See if that can happen again. Otherwise, boom. Just gonna get closer and closer to try and take us to that third and final map of Ascent.
I mean, you look at it for the past two maps as well, right? With the exploration to come out from PRX, they've kind of just picked the wrong corner of the map. Like, there's 4 of them, and they've just gone to one where Boom have just gone in towards the site and tried to set things up for the end. So if they're getting a bit of a contest early on, maybe they would feel a little bit more comfortable in trying to get through the battles. As the timeout now fades away, see what things are going to look like for PRX with just the 2 guns retained from the previous round. Some upgrades for the rest of the squad with the pistols.
Well, they got themselves a thrifty in the last timeout. Don't have the ultimates to back it up quite as much this time around.
Yep.
One away from an overdrive here is Forsaken, as well as something with the orbital strike.
Yeah, Berserks is just waiting for contact on the turret to skedaddle on out of here.
Yep.
Bolt line will do the same.
Line. And spot him out. Steadily escapes. In the meantime, a sight, once again, going to be the target. The push forward getting ready to come through. Something trying to watch the angle here with that Sheriff. The push out. It's going to be Divide with the Phantom. He's able to catch him by surprise. Dancing around the wall here is Forsaken. To the opposite side finds NC Slasher, and PRX are doing it again. He's got the Outlaw, but now they have it confirmed. Spike picked up.
Spike planted.
Berserks has to go absolutely crazy, and it'll just be whizzing right past Patman's ear. PRX off the back of the timeout will find themselves another thrifty win, and now get up to double digits.
I'm sure a lot of teams would like to know what gets discussed in these sort of scenarios from PRX to come out with just the magic.
What's the magic?
In the thriftiest round that they come out with after these timeouts. I mean, the 5 versus 3 that they set themselves up for. DOS9 tries to really drag them down, but by then you feel like the damage was already done. Duelist action trying to come in from Jing and Forsaken. You know, we've kind of switched up our players who were having a stellar map 1 and a abysmal map 1, haven't we, as well? When you look at Berserks, right? He was absent in map 1, now he's having a bit of a banger. But as you say, PRX are the team here to find double digits first.
I'm kind of curious to see, you know, no timeout call here from Boom. Twice now, giving up these thrifties. No assessment. Try to at least steady the nerves of the players. Maybe as far as comms are concerned, they seem right as rain, but they're now just 3 round losses away from being eliminated from Stage 1 playoffs.
Yeah, massive pressuresome environment for them in their first endeavors in towards VCT Pacific. Stage 1. Creep up in towards A main. Util to flush Patman away, to push Forsaken back, who has brought an operator to the party here. Just a slower paced round from everybody. Got the lurk from Berserks as well, Northside Arcade. Just being very patient, not overstepping.
Hard to blame them slowing down after the previous bit of damage there on the Divide. Forsaken though.
Quick.
Kicking in, yep. Damn fast with it, finds NC Slasher. And now, Boom, they don't know which way to go. They have 30 seconds.
And what do? You need to have your lurk start to activate, but it's been noted.
Spotted Jing just on top of Jen. Pops his head, and now it's a go button, but they're losing the plot. Divide able to find one. Shiro fighting back. Might just give them the opportunity here to try to get the plant down. The Armageddon going to be called in, but the orbital strike is there in response from something, but it's a hair off the mark. Shiro narrowly able to stay alive. Rolling Thunder committed. The frantic spray eventually rewarded. As DOS9, he has been a god incarnate in the past series that he has played. Can he deliver here now today? The Molly, it's just going to be far too late. It arrives exactly where it needed to, but not when it was needed. PRX, they continue onward now 11-7.
Yeah, that's the sort of thing that I was actually wondering, but not wanting to out something for in the first half, actually. It was playing the Brimstone on this map. You see internationally and, you know, namestate Brimstone players having a lot of these quote-unquote nerd lineups to be able to drop on towards the spike for the post-plant meta. DOS9 is just showcasing us that he's got the lineup, but the timing a little bit wrong. Generally, you would also see them coupled where you're dropping that incendiary, you're doing the orbital strike first, and then it buys the sky time for it to land, and then you're affording yourself essentially 12 seconds total, 13, 14 on the tail end too. Hey, we saw Big Time be signed by
yeah, he got signed on the cheek with by TenZ. So, well, and that just says boom. So I think that just implies every single player.
Member?
So, gonna have to, you know, tiny font.
Tiny font. Here's your timeout, though.
You know, I think there's an opportunity here. Everyone keeps going with the track by track.
Yeah, yeah.
I think that if you wanted to, if you have somebody who's very good at editing GIFs, you could take a bunch of scenes from Snowpiercer, edit PRX on top of them, and then say car by car. They're fighting their way up to the front of the train, rather than building the track in front of it.
You know, I had nightmares on that when the arm was shattered.
Oh, yeah.
I had some nightmares after that.
It's a brutal one.
Let us see, though, on the back of that timeout, if Boom are going to be able to come away with, we'll call it the magic that PRX had after their timeout to come with the Thrifty.
Jing, classic little setup here, but no one home to...
This is ambitious.
Destroyed by it. Forsaken is about to be rewarded. How does he get away with that? Even into a half buy. And Jing now finds Famous.
That's just blasphemy there. DOS9 didn't deserve it. No smokes, no orbital. Famous down as well. Makes things very difficult to come back in this round when you've also got Dish being looked after by the Killjoy utility. Now spotted out. 3 versus 5 on a lesser buy. Map point, 5 of them, series point rather. If this gets dropped. So with a rotation towards the A site now, it is the lesser defended one. So that's a plus for Boom. Now not so much though.
Slow on the approach, just trying to keep it quiet. About to be a 3v3 towards this side of the map. But clear out, Berserks pushing forward, trying to take some forward space, but a glimpse is going to be found, and there's the stunt. Batman swinging out. So damn snappy with it, finds the headshot. NC Slasher tucked away, it's just 2 stingers in their hands, forced into the open by the Molly, and he can only deliver 1. What a round response here from PRX. Off the back of the timeout from Boom, the magic is not found. They get up now to match point, and that is a gut punch to this Indonesian squad.
Yeah, I mean, in the first half after the timeout, it was flawless for PRX, and now it's still flawless after the timeout here as well. 12-7, it's 5 series points that Boom are going to have to contend through to push us into overtime. Otherwise, they will be bowing out in this playoffs stage. Still securing a lot of championship points in their journey to continue to stay in Pacific when you think about what the Ascension teams have placed on them too. But they don't want to bow out here.
Just 2 series away after a first seed. A brutal position now for Boom to be in. Jing, this time not able to get a glimpse. Famous does manage to slide across the bottom of the rope undetected.
But what can he do more importantly? Devi is being very careful about the rope.
Gun barrel spotted. Can't confirm who it is. They might have a sneaking suspicion though. Still a bit of info gained, and Devi now spotting out even more. 2 players on this side of the map. The Nanoswarm going to be disrespected. Famous trying to run him down. The shorty drawn out, but a tiny bit of damage going to be found. That paint shell, however, might find more as Jing, position given up, shifts forward towards Arcade, and eventually will be found. Berserks comes away with it. Something trying to go off of timing, but Famous just a little bit faster. Forsaken now Sliding forward. I mean, he's just getting shot by the turret behind. But do they realize that he's in this spot? It seems like the answer is no. Elbow taken off, famous 5 HP. The AWP would be overkill, and it will not find the chance. As Patman now a 1v4 clutch to try to bring this to a conclusion. A couple shots in, but ultimately will decide to back away.
Got to also consider that Boom need to be managing their economy throughout this journey to get back towards this map too. So they don't necessarily have to hunt, but it looks like they want to. I mean, you're not getting closer to any ultis here too much. If they lose anything. Oh, Patman has just jiggled out of that one. I don't know how he's managed to do that. After all the great shots from Boom in that round, that's the one that gets away.
Yeah. Slippery snake able to escape there.
Yeah, but it's 1 round. It's 1 round to answer back with, at least for Boom. Very patient in the beginning, trying to find the right timing to get up the tower. I like it from them. Some, you know, not generally something that you're trying to, you know, practice and reiterate time and time again, those sort of things. It's just trying to figure out individually what you can communicate to the team. More control again for Jing, trying to spot what he can on top of the smoke, and it's
the catch. Tried it previously. He had Berserks hiding in the smoke, but this time somebody takes the bait. Showstopper lockdown available to try to close this out, and with DOS9 dead, that orbital, that counteraction to this Killjoy ultimate is now gone.
I mean, you just got to consider how to Boom get back in towards a site as well. You're going to have to rely on Famers with a good fast lane, with some good timing of NC/'s fault line to off-put another angle.
Something. Oh, what a catch! Doesn't squander it. Overdrive here from Famous, doesn't manage to find one, but Jing takes down Shiro, the showstopper, at the ready. Famous in tower, sends it to the side. Nothing gonna be found there, but lockdown just to create some more shallow angles. Jing trying to counter swing out, eventually finds it. It's all down to NC Slasher, and he cannot make it happen. Padman is there, finds the finisher, and the track will continue 1 by 1. PRX run it back here in this lower bracket. And as if fated from the beginning, it is going to be PRX versus DRX to decide it all for that final slot.
Yeah, are we going to have another team from the Korea side of things going back to an international side affair, or are we going to have PRX, who have been on a downward journey from last year? Performances going down, kickoff out too early, let's just put it that way. Here, a bit of a rocky group stage, but now, little by little, track by track, placing the railings in front of them. They will have one more best of 3 to contend with to try and get into Masters Toronto, though for right now, it is a huge amount of commiserations for Boom Esports.
Absolutely, a big round of applause here to this squad coming through in stage 1 and, you know, pulling off wins that we never could have anticipated in fashion with which that we could not have expected. This is a team that is certainly going to be hungry and going to be looking to run it back and have even more impact in stage 2. But for now, it is PRX here in the spotlight playing against DRX next weekend to see if they're going to be able to get themselves that final position. Yep. Given the form that they're in right now, given the impact that we are seeing from these players, they absolutely could get it done.
Yeah, and don't forget as well, the teams that are up in the top part, Gen G, RRQ, who's going to get to the grand final?
We'll have to wait and see. We'll get ready to send it down to Bella and hear from one of our winning players. That does it for myself and Komodo. It's been a pleasure, my good friend. We'll send it down to the stage, and I'm going to get back to shoveling that coal.
I guess so.
I guess so?
I
Okay,
guess so.
Good enough. All right. Jing. Yeah, I just wanted to get that from you next time. Oh, you look disappointed. All right. Jing, hello.
Hi.
Thank you. All right, please join me here. PRX의 찡 선수 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 어제 이어 2연속 복수전에 성공한 PRX입니다. 지금 오늘 경기 승리로 4연승 중인데 붐을 상대로 복수전 성공한 소감부터 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Another revenge successfully done by PRX. It's now 4 wins in a row for you guys. How was that? How was taking that revenge against Boom today?
I mean, definitely feels great because it's always good to win the opponent that you lost to because you know that you improve.
Good, good.
Good.
Good, good.
Good, good.
뭐 이기는 거야 항상 좋고요. 복수전이라서 특히 더 기분이 좋다고 만족스럽다고 이야기를 했습니다. 뭐 찡 선수야 워낙 레이즈로 유명하고 아까 만나봤던 썸씽 선수도 제트로 유명한데 이제 제가 궁금했던 게 하나 있었는데 만약에 그 두 타격대를 제외하고 페이퍼렉스가 다른 맵에서는 좀 그 결정하는 과정에 대해서 한번 찡 선수한테 직접 들어보고 싶어요. You know, you are the rays of obviously something is the jet, but with the two duelists aside, how do you guys as a team work on which duelist when it comes to other comps? I wanted to ask you, because you know, you're the best rays.
I mean, we try many different comps in practice and we just see which one works out the best. So, yeah, I mean, I think now me and something we can play like slightly more agents, so that's better for us because it just gives the team more flexibility. And of course, Forsaken can play everything. So, yeah, I mean, we just try every single comp and we just see which one suits us best and we just use it.
연습에서 어느 요원이 이제 잘 좋을까 조합을 많이 연습을 하면서 테스트를 많이 한다고 했고요. 찡 선수도 그렇고 썸씽 선수도 있고 잘하는 타격대가 있지만 또 포세이큰 선수가 워낙 요원풀이 넓기 때문에 선택지가 좀 더 이렇게 유연성이 있어졌다고 이야기를 해줬습니다. 그리고 팬맨 선수가 합류하고 나서 적응도 완벽하게 마쳤고 특히 찡 선수와 좀 많이 개인 방송에서도 돈독한 모습을 보이고 있는데 팬맨 선수가 합류하고 나서 좀 어떤 분위기 변화가 있었는지 한번 물어보고 싶어요. You know, ever since Patman joined, I haven't had a chance to ask you. We see a lot of you two together on stream as well. Can you tell us like the positive energy? Can you tell us about him?
I mean, I think Batman is a really like motivated person and he has really good comms and really good like team player. I think yeah, overall he's a really good player and yeah.
Just good guy.
Yeah, good guy.
Good
very
guy.
good guy.
팬맨 선수가 되게 동기부여도 많이 해주고 스스로도 되게 열심히 하려고 하고 소통적인 면에서도 항상 팀에게 좋은 변화를 가져다 주는 선수고 아주 좋은 선수 일원이라고 이야기를 해줬습니다. 다음 상대 토론토행 티켓을 앞을 맡고 있는 건 DRX입니다. 이제 세 번째 복수전이 되기도 하는데요. 다음 경기 어떻게 예상하는지 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Only one in your way to Toronto is now DRX. Also, it's like a third revenge for you guys. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, I feel like now like all of us are on fire and like we are really feeling it. So even if we win or lose, just hopefully us and DRX will have a really good game. So yeah, I hope everyone will enjoy the match.
네, 이제 팀원들도 그렇고 PRX가 다시 그 기세를 타고 있다고 생각하기 때문에 그냥 뭐 부담 갖지 말고 그냥 재밌게 한번 경기해보겠다고 이야기를 했습니다. 페이퍼렉스의 찡 선수 인터뷰 만나봤습니다. Thank you, 찡. Congratulations again. Best of luck to you for your next match.
Thank you.
All aboard the Sliggy Express. Tickets are still on sale if you believe in PaperX now securing their fourth consecutive win so far here in playoffs.
Yeah, I gotta say, for me, I think this was the biggest hurdle for them. I feel like getting past this established Boom team who did manage to best them in that group stage will give them just that confidence they need, but they have one more hurdle left in the shape of DRX. But I have to say, a much more improved performance from PRX today.
Yeah, absolutely. They look fantastic. Look, I think here on the Fracture, they had a lot of opportunities. It didn't feel like they were getting disrupted as much by Boom as T1 did. Didn't feel like Boom had as clean of a game plan, and PRX doing it by committee this time. You had a good performance from everyone, something included, great performance on the Brimstone. You even got a little bit of his flair. I love the round where he smokes himself off in drop and then pushes straight through it. There are little tricks and aggressions that you can do on the Brimstone where he could actually add a little bit of his own kind of game into that agent, and I'd love to see some more of that.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point. I think switching roles, you learn more about other roles, even in other genres of games. Playing multiple roles, well, you can only get better. Now, PaperX, yeah, like you guys said, I don't know what to say at this point. This is a complete turnaround from yesterday. But What is missing from Boom today?
I think it's
Was
still
PRX
those...
just too solid?
I think it's two-pronged, right? I did think they crumbled a little bit against Gen G. I actually thought Boom looked better today, and I think this is more about the strength of PRX. In that T1 PRX game, I felt like it was a T1 loss. I felt like T1 sort of crumbled, and that's more why I led towards predicting Boom today, but I felt like PRX really earned their win today. I think for this last map in particular, that 11 post plants really speaks volumes. I don't think Boom were able to shut them down at all on their attack like T1 were able to, and that means PRX are improving, they're fixing things, and that gives me a lot of confidence for them to continue through this lower bracket.
Yeah, for Boom, like, I feel like the first map was the problem of not dealing with pressure, players not turning up to the game. I actually felt like this Fracture game was a bit more of game plan wasn't really great for me. I think that T1 really had a good approach against PRX. They understood that PRX wanted to contact burst a lot. They disrupted them well. They saw map control and info quite often. There were plenty of rounds in that game for me where Boom, I would see them, you know, on the defense playing against, you know, Raze ult, Breach ult, and they are running a setup I wouldn't really like to see from them. I didn't feel like they were active enough on their defense against PRX's attack, and I think unfortunately they bore the brunt of that. So although they did pretty well for themselves, a bit better of a performance this time from Boom, they just weren't up to the task against the PRX, who, to be fair, when you get 13-2'd, you don't have to show very much of what your defense looks like. So there wasn't much to read into there.
Very true.
I'm curious, actually, do you think this is a comp, these are gameplay that they should continue with going in through playoffs?
Yeah, I think for PRX,
Yes.
I think they very much can. Like I say, I don't think the comp was the problem at all against that T1 game. They showed it today that they can make this work. You know, there's something on the Brimstone had a lot of questions, and I think he answered those himself today. But even then, it's a simple agent. We talk about this all the time. You can put your fraggers on it. We saw Jemkin do it before. You know, I think this is a very natural fit for how they want to play this map, and it is a map that they are good at. You know, they've been historically good at that. We talk about that all the time. I don't think they need to rush to make changes. I think they're finally finding their groove a little bit more style.
Yeah, finally about time. Now, Pilski, you have often defended Jing when there are so many people who are like, Jing is over.
Yeah, you guys are lost.
Yeah.
Like, I actually don't understand. I know that, like, especially kickoff or when you did get a little bit of a fall off for PRX, a lot of people were down on Jing, but Jing has been phenomenal. He's been the best player on PRX throughout Stage 1. He's been great on the controller, but on the flip side of that, you know, there are a lot of fans of PRX that say, why have we not been putting Jing on Raze this whole time? And I think now you're seeing why you should put Jing on Raze on Jing, freeing on the Teo, all that
they're
stuff.
one.
Yeah, this is an agent that really suits his style, and you know, plenty of maps where you can play Raze, you can play double duelist. So look, it's going great for PRX right now, and I think Jing is, especially when he's in his flow state, like the mechanics on this guy are absolutely unreasonable. It feels like no one can win a duel against him.
Now, I do want to say something about Boom. They had a completely flawless run up until playoffs, lost against Gen G, got sent to the lowers. Unfortunately, this happened, but I think there's a lot of promise for this team.
Yeah.
For a runner-up Ascension team to be performing the way they did against the group they were in, I think this is going to be really exciting coming into Stage 2.
Like, I would say there's still a lot of hope, because we look at what happened to them in kickoff, right? Didn't go well in kickoff, and then they used their time between kickoff and Stage 1 very well. They looked redefined coming back. I feel like they were much more solid in their approach, and I think they can do the same thing between Split 1 and Split 2. I think this is a team that benefits from time. So I think we can expect them to continue to improve in Stage 2. The biggest thing for Boom is they have to learn how to manage that pressure. I think when things really get to the crunch time, that's when they fall apart. So some mental work, I think, will go a long way with this team.
Yeah, 100%. It's mental and composure with Boom, but it's hard because in the group stage, they're beating a lot of opponents that have other extenuating circumstances, so they are asterisks on some of those wins. That gets them a lot of championship points nonetheless, which they will need. They need to make sure they can try to stay here in Pacific, but if the pressure's on, we get to Stage 2 and they need to guarantee themselves a spot in playoffs or try to avoid getting relegated. They need to be able to step up to that task when we get into Stage 2. They cannot crumble under the pressure like they did here in the playoffs.
Yeah, well, I'm excited for Stage 2 already, but you know, playoff is far from over. And another thing that's almost coming to an end is our build diff. I actually don't know what the score is going to be. I am feeling...
I think you've won.
I think you've won again.
I think you've won today. I mean, you had Jing, who went crazy.
Jing and Mako.
Mako was another excellent choice there. Even Insti Slasher actually did fine. I think this was all for you today, Vic.
I don't know. I think it's close. I think one thing I will say is that all of our rosters are pretty damn solid.
Mika's roster, mine.
Yeah,
Yummy
exactly. I
slash,
think Mika and Pilski actually.
Yeah. I think I'm way out of this today. I think I'm last pretty firmly today.
Oh, Hyunmin was pretty decent.
Yeah,
Hyunmin did well.
Yeah.
I don't know who's going to win. I would guess Victoria.
Victoria.
Indeed, she's won again. I was pretty close, but well done, Vic. You're just too good.
Yeah.
I think Jing on Lotus. Jing on Lotus has literally won you. Putting Jing on Duelist
Yes,
has actually won you.
every
today.
single time. Yeah. Like
We
you,
got-
I'm
we
a
gotta
believer.
learn. We gotta take
Like
notes.
you, I'm a believer in this. Put him on the Duelist. He's great on the Jomin, but it is what it is. And of course, winner of this is going to be getting an Acer Predator laptop. I'm really excited. I think we have like 2 more days to play this.
You've won. I think you've won.
Very far in the lead.
I think you would have to throw to close, what is that, a 23-point gap between me and you, Vic. You've 100% already won.
I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pick your comp next week. So
That's crazy.
I keep
The
it
most
under
you can do
lock
is
and
tie.
key. There is no way you will be able to pick my comp. Like, it is a trade secret. You will
Really?
never breach this vault.
well, we always pick the same thing. But anyway, it's been fun playing that, and we still have 2 more days left. And never give up hope, okay?
Yeah.
Just like these teams here, you never give up hope. Now, we do have the schedule for next week. And here's our bracket as well. All right, is this how you think things would have panned out? We're going to get PRX, DRX again. We're going to get Gen.G and RQ.
We should have expected it. These two teams are always playing each other. I mean, it's kind of crazy. So I think we kind of should have expected PRX, DRX going into this. That was always a fantastic matchup, though. 4 teams left, 2 Korean, 2 Southeast Asian, and 1 more spot left on the line.
Yeah, I think Gen.G versus RRQ for a spot in the grand final there. RRQ, they want to push it further than just an international qualification. They want to really stamp the point home and be able to try to win Pacific here. I think Gen.G also have a point to prove about winning championships, winning titles with this core. They will definitely want to be getting a spot in that grand final, but I would be lying if I was going to say everyone is anticipating who that 3rd spot in Toronto is going to.
Yeah.
Absolutely. This is actually insane looking at next week's schedule. It's like 2 longtime Pacific couples facing off one more time. Gen.G, RQ.
Gen.G, RQ. Oh my god.
It's crazy.
RQ can't lose it again.
I know what I'm
They can't lose it again.
I know what I'm predicting. The talent curse has proved to be correct every single time. RRQ are done for. They're done. They can, yeah, they're done actually. Because even if they go through the lowers, they're going to have to play Gen.G again in the grand final. They're done. They can't win this. RIP.
I mean,
Wrap it up.
I'm going to continue my predictions the way they are. But it's been absolutely fun going through this playoff weekends with you guys. And it's always sad to send teams home. It's not too far away. We're still in Pacific. But yeah, we are going to go home soon.
Yeah.
Well, actually, we've just been... Yeah, we're gonna hang for a minute.
I'm surprised you haven't been gloating about winning this pure
Look,
diff competition.
some people have
hate
sportsmanship.
you. Okay,
I mean,
some people have sportsmanship. Can I get a fist bump for that one? Nice.
Nope.
Oh my god, that's cold from you.
I'm sorry.
Some would say that's
I'm
nasty.
sorry. Coaches,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
sorry we're poking fun at it. It was amusing.
She has been gloating. It's just all been behind the scenes. You're too nice on the camera, on the stage.
What are you
wanna-
talking about?
wanna
You're
get look
making
all
things
nice.
up.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of gloating.
All right.
For sure.
Do you guys want to do some early predictions for grand finalists?
I think now PRX are over this hump. I think they run the whole thing. I think they have.
You're on the train.
I mean, I was on it. I just felt like I wasn't as convinced by the performance against T1, but now they've kind of got past that. I think they show a lot more promise, and I think PRX are in the final.
Oh, against who? Gotta pick the other one.
RQ.
Ooh.
I'm a believer.
Wow.
Do you think? How about you?
Gen.G win it all.
You think Gen.G's
Oh,
gonna
that's
win
so
it all?
boring.
Gen.G win
so
it all.
boring.
They got a free win against RRQ in the upper bracket. Trust me. Pilski certified guarantee right here. 100%. The curse continues. The talent curse is real. The Gen.G RRQ curse is real.
Okay, I think it's a pretty base take, but I'm sure a lot of us would not be upset to see something a little bit different in Pacific, and it is still within the realm of possibility to see 2 SCA teams in the grand finals instead with RRQ and PRX. But who knows? Pilski is right most of the time. fair.
What? Look at my predictions. I'm barely scraping 50%.
He's on fraud watch.
I'm a established fraud at this point. We're past fraud watch.
That's right. Take your picture with the frauds, guys. You don't know when they're gonna disappear.
Big moments.
Screenshot this. All right. All right, with that, we are gonna go off and eat some chicken or something, Korean food. And guys, we will see you next week for more VCT Pacific action. I'm Victoria Pilski, big time. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Night.
Gunman is moving forward, gets himself up on belt, spotting one, dropping, hitting the floor, and push under the corner, buy more time. The swing out, Gunman finding the first, and the shots. Okay, PRX looking very well prepared here for Talon's pick of Icebox. Getting the read that it was going to be Primi rotating through that defender spawn as well. As again, finding one, Mako. Just, hip fire action, looking to steady it. Ring, just walking right into it. Primi repositioning, shifts over, gets over towards Mako though, peeking in the door, able to find one. Fuse being held to half the swing in. Mako with a 4K. PRX get the series, 14-12. Meanwhile, double push around the back is Forsaken, trying to readjust, play off it as well. Shiro now from here, the Rolling Thunder, far too risky. 14 health remaining. Ching, he'll peek out, he'll see the shorty, and he'll shut it down. I don't think that Batman's going to be able to get away, forcing back NC Slasher from drop, something swinging up towards Sand. 2v3, looking for the smoke timing, Forsaken, finding a headshot, and they're just picking their targets and nailing them. PRX run it back here in this lower bracket.
Do you feel it?